It's the last day of the quarterfinals and final 6 chances left for the teams to prove themselves and make markets out of the top 16. Welcome to BGIS 2026, where I'm going to be a host of Cast Neck Row. John alongside with me on the panel is Salty. And Salty, even teams like K9 Esports still on the latter half of the board definitely has to be the biggest surprise.
Oh, they're going to be in deep trouble, man. I would not imagine K9 Esports and their players would have slept last night. But I'm pretty sure one thing is for certain, there's going to be a great chance for them to come back. Why? They're going to be playing the map of Rondo.
I know, right? Rondo is supposed to be that major initiator for the comeback, that massive game that we speak of for K9 Esports. It's definitely going to be a new ray of hope, and the same thing can also be said for Esports Social and Rising Esports as well. But Rising Esports, it's not a team that likes to go that aggressive in the early game, and Rondo is supposed to reward you for the aggression.
Exactly, and I think that is where my concerns are for Rising Esports. If they are looking for a semi-final slot, they would have had to start their journey yesterday. That did not happen. They are sitting at 12 points from 3 matches that they've played. The only ray of hope that I can see from them is if they can convert their matches of Erangel, then maybe they can actually move on to the wildcards.
I know, right? And on the opposite side of the spectrum, the teams that we thought will not be able to perform, teams like Mad Kings, Frostrex Esports, H4K, somehow delivered on the occasion and now are currently sitting amongst the top dogs. But still, there's a chance they can also slip away from the overall standings since Frostrex Esports and H4K, they were not able to convert that last game that well.
Exactly, and then there was one name called Tens in Esports. Now, this was one of those teams that I had not observed throughout the elimination stages, throughout the round stages as well, but inside the quarterfinals, the way they have played, they've certainly impressed me, Necro. So I'm going to be watching out for that team in particular. But of course, in front of us is going to be the schedule for today. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the last day of the quarterfinals, and 6 matches remain. The first 3, of course, is going to be played by Group D, and then from Erangel, Miramar, and Miramar, it's going to be Group B that continue.
Exactly. So pretty much Group D and B are going to be the one to duke it out once again, playing their final 3 games. And once again, anyone can be it to actually make it inside of the top 16. And let's have a look at the highlights as well from yesterday's day. For Godlike, it was a decent start. Not the best, but it was a decent one.
It certainly was decent, but I think one positive that we can take from this particular matchup is the fact that Mania is finally back in form. Now, Mania is supposed to be an aggressive IGL. I feel like that aggression was somehow missing. Mania wasn't really feeling bad. That 1v3 against Nebula Esports, that was massive, and I feel like Godlike Esports should be very confident starting today.
It definitely was the confidence booster for the entirety of Godlike, but another team that's going to be extremely confident is also going to be Genix FM. We cannot forget, this team's run of form has been spectacular. You talk about the 4-on-4 fights, Genix FM have been coming out on top over and over again. And the same thing can also be said for Nebula Esports. Yeah, at the start, things were not looking that tight, but then later on, Nebula Esports came through with a massive chicken dinner, and now they've found themselves in the top 3.
Absolutely. Now, what remains to be seen is for Nebula Esports, if they can maintain that positioning on the overall standings, because usually what we have seen so far is Nebula Esports, they can lose out on their form. They are not the same Nebula that we have seen last season. This year, they are certainly struggling. A couple of their players aren't really in the best of form. So we'll find out if Nebula Esports can retain their position. But this was a beautiful gameplay that we got to see. Yes, of course, Mad Kings did steal away that chicken dinner away from them, but I feel like the way Nebula had played the rest of the game, it was spectacular, like you said.
Indeed, yeah, Nebula, that chicken dinner sort of got stolen away by Mad Kings, but still they had 17 points in just that one game. And because of that, Nebula Esports was able to compensate for all the game that they were lacking in. As we move on towards the performance graph for Mad Kings, they've gotten 37 total points, just completely off of the overall standings. And now looking at Mad Kings' graph as well, just look at them at the start, they were so low. Then later on, slowly and steadily, we saw that graph go up, which means Mad Kings is definitely showcasing a good improvement.
Absolutely, and they are being consistent as well. If you see a linear graph, it just means one thing: Mad Kings, they've figured out a way to just move on from matches and continue that run of form. Versus a couple of graphs like from Genix FM, it seems like they are going on that downward curve. What remains to be seen is if Genix FM can actually keep up those damage numbers, because 3,719 points of damage in the 3 matches that they've played, it's not too shabby, Necro.
I mean, look, Genix FM is currently sitting inside of the top 3 in the overall standings. So I do believe that Genix FM in general is doing pretty good inside of this entire group. Now, all they need to do today is just get 8 to 9 points per game, and maybe Genix FM can actually move on towards the top 16 in the overall standings. And we all had a conversation about the cutoff as well. Potentially, it's not going to touch that 50 marker. Should be below that, but still to be on the safer side of the spectrum, just make sure you're crossing that 50 points marker.
100%, and I think Mad Kings and Meta Ninja have a tremendous opportunity. Not so much for Meta Ninja, there's still that 11-point gap in between top 1 and 2, but I feel like Meta Ninja, the kind of run of form they've finally found themselves in, they can actually move on to the semi-finals. But concerns will be for Higbos and Esports, for teams like Godlike, for teams like H4K as well. And why are we forgetting about the fact that groups A and C, they're also going to be watching the games and they're going to be lying in wait whether or not they make it through. So I'm pretty sure it's going to be so difficult for all of these players to digest. But have a look at the tournament MVP list. You've got Joker up there, deservedly so. MVP rating with 1.18. It's brilliant, but he's being closely chased by Goten from Wildfangs.
Yeah, of course. Goten is going to be there amongst the top dogs as well. Then you've got Smoker this time, though. Now, that's going to be a surprising entry. Looking at Smoker's performance at the start inside of the grind, the man was not doing too good. But now that transition, it's looking pretty nice. You've also got Athanki coming through from OG. Even that's a major surprise. Kalan coming through from Evox. Definitely for me, I do believe that Evox, since their performance has been the best in the quarterfinals, the man deserves a slot right there. Now, moving on the conversation towards the best IGL as well. Shadow is currently going to be a part of that, just on the first spot, sitting with 1.94 rating.
I was actually surprised that it is Shadow from Evox and not Shadow from Meta Ninja. I feel like that man in entirety as well, I feel like he's improved quite massively on his assaulting department, but nonetheless, when it comes to the chicken dinners and the IGL rating, it is Evox's Shadow who steals away the limelight. 1.94 is the IGL rating, and then of course you've got Bhalu, Moksh, Mr. IGL, and Aiden as well.
At the end of the day, it's about dominating inside of the quarterfinals, and Evox is the one that has really dominated. Getting, 70-plus points in the quarterfinals, which is pretty much in the span of 6 matches. That's really impressive if you think about it. And it makes sense why Shadow is currently sitting at top and why Kalan is there in the top 5 players as well. But moving the conversation on towards the specific group that we are currently going to be witnessing in the future. Now, teams like Higbos, K9 Esports, the teams that were supposed to perform, struggling on the latter half of the board, that is just creating a lot of questions in our mind. We're also seeing a bit of that change in the playstyle, and I hope today that switch is not going to be there. At the start of the day, we locked in our predictions. Once again, I'm going with K9 Esports. I believe day 2 is supposed to be the day of K9.
I'm actually very happy to see this union between us three. I don't know why he just has to pick something different, but Igboson is also going to be one of those names that you'll have to watch out for potentially for them. Rondo is also pretty strong, but Hindi Desk over there, you've got the caster predictions up in front of our screen. Maisie going ahead with God's Official, Anki and Raman with K9 Esports, and Spiro, of course, with Nebula Esports. Double down on Nebula Esports right now. I want to know what your thoughts are about their qualification to the semi-finals. I feel like semi-final seems like a far-fetched dream.
Look, I do believe for Nebula Esports, compared to K9 Esports, qualification is much more easier.
Yeah.
They've got 25 points, which means they just need 25 points more, and Nebula Esports can easily make it. Getting 25 points in the span of 3 games, especially when you've got a map like Rondo in your hands, it's easy.
Yeah.
Nebula can make it happen. They've got the firepower, and that is pretty much the thing that's going to support you to get those 25 points. So I do believe for Nebula, qualifying towards the semifinals should be easy.
You know what, but I still have a little bit of a doubt about that, to be honest, because my opinion is Nebula Esports, for sure, some days it is a great day at work for them. They get all the points required. Their finishes are also coming through. But on certain days, Nebula Esports just don't really seem like the Nebula Esports that we saw last season. So hoping that one of those days is not today, because I definitely want to see that purple and white jersey on the LAN event, man. That there's no way we cannot see Nebula Esports over there.
Look, for Nebula, firepower has always been their main aspect. And slowly and steadily, the boys are waking up. I will not say they're 100% there. They're slowly and steadily waking up. We also did see some moment of brilliance coming through from Kratos. So the man is definitely there on the groove, constantly trying his best to get back inside of the field. And now, speaking of teams like H4K and GenXFM, the teams that are pretty much like the dark horses, we did not expect them to perform this well. But GenXFM, H4K, and even Frostrex Esports now performing out of their minds, it just puts on a lot of that threat on the known names.
You know, I am so happy that you brought these names up, because Frostrex Esports, H4K, they've been under the radar for almost entirety, and I feel like these names had deserved the limelight before, but they could not get it because of course the big names were performing. But now inside of Group B, that the big names have taken a tumble. Revenant X-Park, Genesis Esports isn't really doing that good, to be honest. Revenant X-Park are somewhat struggling, choking down their fights. I am absolutely loving the fact that there's going to be Tenzin, there's going to be H4K, GenXFM, all of these teams qualifying, or rather at least competing for the semi-final slot. That's the best script, to be honest.
But I also do believe that it's all going to come down to the first game itself. If the first game's going to be a flop for Nebula, Frostrex Esports, even GenXFM, there's a big chance they cannot make it. And if you look at the overall standings of Group D specifically, the team on the top just has 37 points. That's not a lot if you think about it, because usually in the span of 3 games, at least the team at the top is supposed to cross cross more than 45 points. That's what I personally believe. So in general, already the threshold for this group is pretty low. And if they do want to cross that 50 points marker, it is already going to be really tough for them.
You know, to be very honest, when you said 45 in the 3 matches to be played, I feel like it is not the team's threshold that's low. Your threshold is very high, my man.
No, we're also speaking of the team that's on the top, on the first.
Yeah, I mean, agreed with you over there. I feel like 45 points would have been something which we would expect coming in from Revenant X-Pac, since we have seen that in the past as well. They usually get about 45 to 50 points in the first 3 games. But yesterday, some other team actually impressed us all, and that was WinGod Esports.
That's the whole point, right? The points are just so well scattered out that not just one team is able to dominate consistently.
Exactly.
It's just majority of the teams consistently getting those points for themselves, and that's why we're not seeing that vacuum of points at the top of the board, and the points are just well distributed in the overall standings.
Yeah.
At least as of now, even the top 8 teams stand a big chance to qualify. All it takes is one 20-pointer, and you can instantly be in the semifinals.
100% you're going to be instantly beat. But it's not just about the top teams out there, Necro. It feels like there are going to be some undergods and their stories that have been actually brought up in the limelight as well. We're talking about Empire Originals, and it is Carnage from Empire Originals who is joining us for a lovely interview. देवी और सज्जनों, स्वागत है आप सभी का इनसाइड द लॉबी के एक नए इंटरव्यू पे। और आज जिस शख्स से मैं बात करने वाला हूँ बहुत ज्यादा इंटरेस्टिंग है, बिकॉज वी आर वेलकमिंग कार्नेज फ्रॉम एम्पायर ओरिजिनल्स, एंड उनकी कहानी सुनते हैं उनके शब्दों से। हाउ आर यू डूइंग माई फ्रेंड कार्नेज? स्वागत है आपका इनसाइड द लॉबी के एक नए सेगमेंट पे। कैसे हो आप, और क्वार्टर फाइनल्स में आगे कैसा लग रहा है?
थैंक यू, बहुत बढ़िया लग रहा है अभी क्वार्टर फाइनल्स में आके। पहली बार है मेरा, तो होपफुली नॉट द फर्स्ट टाइम, नॉट द लास्ट टाइम।
नॉट द फर्स्ट टाइम। मैं एक चीज कहना चाहूंगा,
नॉट द लास्ट टाइम,
नॉट द लास्ट टाइम फॉर श्योर, बट एक चीज मैं कहना चाहूंगा हमारे दर्शकों की, ये कार्नेज जी जो है ना, हमसे पहले मिल चुके, साइड लाइन्स पे बहुत सारे ऑफिशियल इवेंट्स पे काम कर चुके, एज अ टैलेंट मैनेजर, एज मॉडरेटर्स एंड मल्टीपल अदर रोल्स। बट पहली बार कार्नेज जी हमारे साथ जुड़े हैं एज अ प्लेयर फ्रॉम एम्पायर ओरिजिनल्स। तो कार्नेज मैं जानना चाहूंगा ये जर्नी कैसी थी, फ्रॉम बीइंग इन द साइड लाइन्स टू नाउ बीइंग ऑन द मेन स्टेज?
अभी पहले से तो मैं प्लेयर जैसे ही ट्राई कर रहा था बहुत सालों से। अभी 5-6 साल से तो मैं स्पोर्ट्स में ट्राई कर रहा हूँ, और जब भी हम लोग क्वालिफाई नहीं होते थे मैं आके उधर काम करता था। तो लास्ट ईयर मैंने मन बना लिया था कि इस साल पूरा ट्राई हार्ड करना है और कुछ तो उखाड़ना है। तो आई जस्ट थिंक कि दिस इज द बिगिनिंग एंड देयर इज मोर टू कम।
दिस इज डेफिनेटली द बिगिनिंग। एम्पायर ओरिजिनल्स ने बहुत बढ़िया खेला है हाल फिलहाल में, बट क्वार्टर फाइनल्स के शुरुआती कुछ मुकाबले आपके हिसाब से नहीं गए, उतने पॉइंट्स नहीं निकाल पाए। तो मैं जानना चाहूंगा कि जब आप अपने आइडल्स को सामने से फेस कर रहे हो, हाउ डू यू फील इनसाइड ऑफ द गेम?
आई थिंक अभी ये पॉइंट पे आके तो लगता है कि हम लोग भी कंटेंट कर सकते हैं, हम लोग भी मार सकते हैं उनको। आई थिंक इश्यू वही है कि स्ट्रैटेजीज और बेसिक्स पे काम करना पड़ेगा, और जो भी फर्स्ट गलती करेगा उसी का टीम पहले मरेगा। फिर वही कहना चाहूंगा।
तो शुरुआत के 3 मुकाबले अभी चलो हो चुके हैं, आज आखिरी दिन है। ऑफ कोर्स क्वालिफाई करना है, ईदर सेमीफाइनल जा सकते हो या फिर वाइल्ड कार्ड जा सकते हो। तो क्या लगता है अभी 3 मुकाबले बचे हैं आपके पास, स्ट्रैटेजी क्या रहने वाली है? हाउ डू यू ओवरकम द चैलेंजेस? कैसे जा सकते हो सेमीफाइनल्स या वाइल्ड कार्ड?
स्ट्रैटेजीज वही रहेगा, हम लोग हमारा नेचुरल गेम खेलेंगे। कल के जो भी मिस्टेक्स हुए उस पे हम लोग ऑलरेडी डिस्कस कर चुके हैं हम लोग। तो कोशिश वही रहेगी कि आज जो भी मिस्टेक्स कल हुए थे आज वो रिपीट ना हो, और शायद सेमीज या तो वाइल्ड कार्ड्स का ट्राई करना है। अभी वही कोशिश रहेगा हमारा।
तो कार्नेज मैं जानना चाहूंगा आपसे कि आपने साइडलाइंस पे इतना काम किया है, आपने लैंड इवेंट्स को इतने करीब से देखा है, बट आपके अलावा एम्पायर ओरिजिनल्स के जो बाकी के प्लेयर्स हैं उनको आपने कहां से ढूंढा? एम्पायर ओरिजिनल्स फॉर्म कैसे हुआ, और ऑफ कोर्स क्वार्टर फाइनल्स तक की जो जर्नी है ये कैसे तय किया?
तो बहुत फनी और लॉन्ग स्टोरी है कि ऑलमोस्ट 1 महीना पहले BGIS रजिस्ट्रेशन से मेरा टीम जो ऑलरेडी खेल रहा था वो डिसबैंड हुआ था। तो आई वॉज लुकिंग फॉर टीम्स, और मैं बहुत ऑलमोस्ट 5-6 टीम्स के लिए ट्राईआउट्स दिया था, और इसमें मेरे को बहुत पोटेंशियल दिखा ये टीम में। तीनों जो प्लेयर्स है बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्म करते हैं और उसमें बहुत सारा पोटेंशियल है। तो ऐसे ट्राईआउट्स देके मैं 5th प्लेयर ज्वाइन किया था और 4th प्लेयर बन चुका था। यस, करेक्ट। 5th जैसे ज्वाइन हुआ था मैं, और उसके बाद 4th बनाया गया था मुझे, और बाकी खेलते खेलते हम लोग तक पहुंच गए।
कार्नेज, आपकी जो जर्नी थी फ्रॉम द साइड लाइन्स, उसके बाद 5th प्लेयर बने, अब 4th प्लेयर बन चुके हो, आप पोटेंशियली बहुत ज्यादा आगे जाएंगे। मुझे ये जानना है कि BGIS 2026 के लिए आपके सपने क्या है, कि व्हाट डू यू वांट फ्रॉम दिस टूर्नामेंट, एंड आपके लिए BGIS 2026 कितना ज्यादा मायने रखता है?
अभी मेन गोल तो वही है हर प्लेयर को कि जाके लैन पे खेलना है, वो टॉप 16 टीम्स का नाम में हमारा टीम का नाम, वही सपना रहता है हर प्लेयर का। अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट, अगर मैं बात करूँ और क्या चाहिए ये BGS 2026 से, तो कहूँगा कि आई गेस टेक दिस एज अ स्टार्टिंग, टेक दिस एज अ बिगिनिंग एंड वर्क फ्रॉम हियर एंड होपफुली अचीव मोर इन द कमिंग ईयर्स एंड कमिंग इवेंट्स।
कार्नेज जी, आपने बहुत ज्यादा अचीव कर लिया ऑलरेडी, एंड आई एम प्रीटी श्योर कि आगे भी बहुत ज्यादा अचीव करने वाले हो। आई विश यू ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट आगे के 3 मुकाबलों के लिए, एंड आई होप दैट कि आप ईदर वाइल्ड कार्ड्स या सेमीफाइनल्स में अपनी जगह बना लोगे। थैंक यू सो मच फॉर टॉकिंग टू अस, कार्नेज।
थैंक यू संदीप।
तो ये थे कार्नेज, और उनके सपनों के बारे में वो बता रहे थे कैसे साइड लाइन से अभी फाइनली मेन स्टेज तक आ चुके हैं, बट क्वार्टर फाइनल्स isn't gonna be easy। मैचेस के बारे में जानने के लिए रुके रहिए, और तब तक के लिए आपसे मिलेंगे इनसाइड द लॉबी के अगले सेगमेंट में।
Man, one thing is for sure, Empire Originals right now in the overall standings are dead last with just 3 points, with a span of pretty much just getting 1 point per game. It's not something that Empire Originals is going to be happy about.
Absolutely, and that is the reason why I asked about the questions, where I wanted to know the strategy that they are going to coming here with the Rondo being in the mix of things. You've got Erangel as well. 3 points from 3 games isn't really definitely going to be something to boast about, but I feel like somehow comeback is going to be on the line. Let's just remember this fact that Team Alpha is still sitting at 29 points right now. They've finished all of their matches. We are anticipating that Team Alpha or 29 points is going to be the cutoff for the wildcards, and to actually make it to the wildcards, it's not really that long of a journey. So Empire Original just have to stick to their basics.
So you're pretty much saying now they need 10 points per game to actually move on and cross that wild card. That's kind of insane if you think about it, because 1 point per game to 10 points per game, that's a massive leap that Empire Originals now need, which also means that they need a really massive game of Rondo. And it's not just going to be about them, it's also about Oishana Esports, K9 Esports, Riot Nations, Rising Esports, so many known names on the latter half of the board, and of course, blood, sweat, and tear. Every single thing will be put into this first game of the day. The planes in the skies for the first time in today's day. As we know, it's going to be a map of Rondo, so we expect an aggressive start once again. Teams like K9 Esports, their strong suit is the firepower, so maybe now it's time to unleash the firepower, their wrath on the lobby. For Nebula as well, they just need to do the same thing. For teams like Godlike, it's time to just maintain the average, get the consistency done, and maybe cross that semifinals marker.
You know, Necro, I don't really want to think about the quarterfinals of the last day. I just want to enjoy, because Group D, they are filled with heavy hitters, and this is the map where you're supposed to be hitting heavy. I'm expecting teams to actually go all bonkers once they actually finally land, but the flight paths have to be talked about. It is, of course, once again, a standard double flight path that we do get to see towards Judena City, of course, and then another one just moves in from the north, from Mihoram towards Linjiang. So I still want to find out if New York's factory, Danjing, Tulin, and all of these regions are going to be contested. Majority of those fights do take place, especially the initial clash between H4K and Godlike Esports. That is something going to be interesting.
Interesting. K9 Esports is not going for a drop clash. Instead, just heading on towards Mehran. Do not want to be part of the early scuffle, I guess. On the opposite side of the spectrum, you've got Frostrex Esports against Riot Nations. And Frostrex Esports already kickstarting things. They've managed to acquire the first elimination point. And now that's going to give them the boost, that Kickstarter that they needed. 2 players actually pushing in tandem as well, and just like that, they're going to be the one to come out on top. And look at this person. He does not even stop. Instead, he keeps on pushing up, but still, the shotgun in the front, that's going to be deadly. Riot Nations, there's a chance they can actually stop the opponents. And that one person, he's really fighting for his life, does not have a lot of HP to play with. Now is also popping that first aid. But even the boys of Frostrex Esports, now they need to go for that reset.
You know, Riot Nations, one thing that is good for them is they've quickly used their recalls to actually bring back their fallen comrades. Are they going to be jumping down to actually help Funk out? Or are they going towards their backup plan, that is plan B? Is what I want to find out. But what a start it has been for FTR, to be honest. Big man Amog was knocked out, but the way Mowgli still dealt with the pressure was brilliant. One knock coming in from Punk, but that's all she wrote for him. Frostrex Esports, 3 finishes from the first fight. In fact, make it 4. They've gotten the entire squad.
Yeah, solid stuff. Frostrex Esports not even breaking a sweat in that fight. H4K now up against the foes in the front. That's going to be Sovereign Esports. And Sovereign, they're already bleeding. They're pretty hurt. S12K, that's going to be up close and personal. Should be able to do the job, but still H4K, they get overwhelmed by the opponents. And just like that, 2 players knocked out and dusted from the game. H4K were not able to deal with that man number from Sovereign Esports, but now it's time for Matt Kings to chime inside of the action. There's a bit of that separation between Cyrex and Shadow, but they can still make it happen.
Oh, look at this. Shadow has a lovely little angle to actually work with. If they do manage to find the first knock out of nowhere, Sovereign Esports, they're going to be scrambling for places. I like this formation coming in from Mad Kings. They're not just diving into battle just because it is the early stages, but Cyrex somehow does get pressured from multiple angles. Sovereign do find the opening and finish off Cyrex from that one.
It's a little bit of a questionable move coming through from Mad Kings. Just one man up close and personal, was not a big fan of it ever. Sovereign Esports slowly and steadily just engulfing anyone that stands against him. Devouring the competition. Now it's time for Meta Ninja to step inside of the phrase wall, and even Meta Ninja's getting melted. One man already taken care of. The second player as well falls apart. And just like that, it's going to be Sovereign Esports once again coming out on top. 6 finishes on the board. This team, man, it's quite a nuclear start.
What a start coming in from Sovereign. I completely agree with you. It's not easy to fend off 2 teams like that, especially when they are of the stature of Mad Kings and Meta Ninja. Sovereign just doing a beautiful job. 3 players playing in tandem, and they're positioning the partnership between these players. It's brilliant. But Mad Kings, they need to find a way to answer back, and they've always replied back in kind. Shadow has been waiting for a player to pop off, and it seems like he's going to find his prey after a while. It's going to be AZ who gets finished off. Shadow OG finds the first finish for Mad Kings Esports, and they do get off the mark. But look at that Grey. What a knock it was.
I know, right? Just a little pixel, and that's going to be more than enough to put the man to sleep. That's some crazy stuff coming through from Sovereign Esports. And now looking at the opposite side, you've also got Esports Social against Oishani. This should be an easy knock. The man's just completely unknown enough. The fact that there is someone in the close proximity, and Chris, he surprises him with that attack. Up close and personal, the SMG was able to do a lot of damage, but Chris, does he want the confirmation or just back away? That's my question. Chris should be able to form an off angle if he wants. He knows the gap backup is already there.
Wow.
And even the cavalry gets shut down. Oishani Esports, oh, they're making rookie mistakes.
Brilliant move coming in from Chris OP. Just deploy the Molotov, force back Oishani Esports and force them to actually take their peaks off the ridge. Chris OP, brilliant movement around the corner as well. Lovely 1-2 to finish off those 2 players. And that just goes to show that single player can give your team a healthy start to work with. But does he know that from the backlines, there is somebody from Hero Extreme Godlike who's been constantly keeping tabs on him? They want to understand where the rest of the teammates are before, I believe, Godlike wants to push up. Admino, of course, is going to embark on his vehicle. One of their men has already left in terms of finding Esports Social out.
Yeah,
we have to wait for the fight to begin, Necro.
And even for Godlike, it's not been that an aggressive start.
Yeah.
It's been a pretty slow start for them. Not even burning through a single recall. Godlike dropped on their own drop location.
But I'm not surprised with K9 taking a slow start, to be honest. They've always done this, even inside of the grind as well. When they won that first map of Rondo, their strategy was pretty simple. They want to keep their recalls alive. Don't really have to force those fights early on, because I feel K9 Esports understand that their firepower is on a different level altogether. They can potentially make it in towards the final circle as a 4-man unit and take advantage of that firepower, and they can still get away with a lot of eliminations. I think that is going to be the strategy, but talking about strategies, it seems like Esports Social, they have found a way to counter Godlike.
Yeah, and you've got Nebula Esports on the screen. With the Nebula driving around the fray, they've also got their hands on one of the recall towers. And Nebula as well, not burning through even a single recall. Sticking together, keeping those recalls available, even till the final few moments. Frostrex Esports already getting the recalls out. All the players back on the board.
Oh.
And Frostrex also has decent bit of elimination points to kick things off with. That's going to be 4 elimination points. Godlike now driving real up close and personal against the boys of Esports Social. And Esports Social, they definitely do know that there's someone in the close proximity. So they got to be a little bit more cautious. Godlike can be a vicious opponent.
But Godlike, they've actually decided to split up. Mania is already closing in on the circle. The rest of the three players, of course, quite capable of finishing off this fight. But have a look at this replay. Higbos and Esports. The way they actually come in from multiple angles, Hero just pulls off a hero entry. I'm so in awe, and I'm just so surprised every time, to be honest. It's brilliant. Higbos and Esports, they love this particular map, but they need to convert it on a big note. But have a look at this, Empire Originals. First man gets knocked out. It is Team HB who are looking to actually get yet another fight in the bag, and Carnage finally has to be forced back. It seems like they are letting that man go.
It was such a systematic dismantle from Higbos on.
Yeah.
And now Empire Originals. That's definitely got to blow. Losing out on a man, but luckily enough, they've got the recalls available. So now they can focus on getting the player back upon his feet. Nebula, even they've lost out on a couple of players themselves. There's a man knocked out. Now probably Nebula just wants to back away, get that recall done. And it should be possible too, pretty easily.
Kratos has been brought back. One of the players who was knocked out who will get revived as well. So no real causes of concern for Nebula Esports. It seems like one of their players, they're actually trying to chase him down. This is good stuff. Empire Originals, Commando. That was a quick execution. One man being taken down, and this team does get off the mark. But can Nebula respond back in kind? Commando still looking to find the opening, moving about in tandem, but he needs the support of his lad. His teammate out there, he's still driving the vehicle, still trying to cover the distance. Commando needs to hold on to that aggression for that long. I don't think it's going to be easy, Necro.
Oh no, Empire Originals, they were here to get that recall. But now the fact that Commando has found himself trapped, I'm not even sure what the game plan's going to be for Empire Originals. Is he going to try to clutch this one out? That's my question. Does not even have a chance to actually back away from this entire scuffle, and Commando messes up big time. His position was compromised, and for Nebula, they just thread the needle perfectly. Godlike as well on the opposite side of the spectrum. They're done with their own fight as they wipe out Esports Social. Or at least they take down 3 players of Esports Social. EMP Zone on top of Godlike, but it's not going to be off the concern. Since they've already managed to acquire those 3 elimination points against Esports Social, Godlike now has a decent terrain to play with, and Esports Social just needs to back away.
Oh no, but this is bad news for Higbozon though. One of their main man, Snowjawed, MVP from Showdown, has been knocked out over there. Higbos and Esports need his services if they want to put up big scores on the board tonight. Have a look at this, K9 Esports backing away from that fight. Ninja Boy looking to find his heart covers for sure. Higbozon, they've got the recalls available, so they can certainly bring back Snowjawed. But what remains to be seen is does K9 aggress in this particular fight? Because I've never really seen them take fights inside of Stage 2. They always love to keep their numbers up until Stage 4 and then potentially take those final few battles.
K9's trying to bring in that passive gameplay. That's what they're doing. Not really aggressing on inside of the fight yet. Higbozon as well. Just going to try to play this one suppressed. Buy as much time as you can. Wait for the fallen player to be back up. Ride Nation's on the screen, and even for them, one of the men's actually knocked out. That's going to be Punk. But he's still knocked. Revival can come through easily. Ride Nations, if you talk about this team, they've been an absolute mess. They just don't exactly know what needs to be done in the game. It feels like they're lost every time. And having a look at this replay of how exactly Hero Extreme Godlike took down 3 players of Esports Social, man, it was a piece of cake for them.
Yeah, that was S-Power 3, Esports Social 0. That is exactly how I would love to sum up that fight. And S-Power in general has been in superb touch, especially since the quarterfinals. Really want to find out if Godlike Esports can make good use of that running form. Elsewhere, of course, Maisie did pick up the likes of God's Official, and I want to find out if God's Official can do something extraordinary. I mean, we haven't really seen that. But usually Maisie and his picks, they're very unpredictable.
Maisie is a person who likes to go with the undergods most of the times. And right now it's one with God's Official.
There's a reason why. Because when he names the big names, they get eliminated. So they're like, you know what, Maisie, just avoid us.
Or maybe it's the same thing with the undergods as well. It's just that we don't notice it.
Well, we'll find out at the end of the day for sure.
Oh, but Rising Esports, those shots were definitely quite deadly. Now spotting out the players of K9 Esports as well in the far fray, but it's not making any sort of difference. For Genix FM, it's just that one man trapped in a corner. And Nebula, they're hungry for this elimination point because they know it's easily grabbable. All the way back in the blue as well. It's doing that constant chip damage. The man's still inside. And now Nomi's making that pounce. And eventually, the man as well inside of that house runs out of patience. Genix FM, they mess up big time as they've lost out on a crucial string. But it's still fine. They've got the recalls available. They can get everyone back on the board.
Problem is, Necro, it is stage 3 already, and I don't really think Genix FM, they are going to have a lot of recall towers available for themselves. And if there are going to be towers available, I'm pretty sure they're going to be crowded. But have a look at this. K9 Esports are looking to dive into this fight. Slug this time leading the charge. But have a look at this. Igbo's on Esports still managed to get away with the finish point. Knight, of course, isn't really going to be required. His services, well, you can actually prevent it. Try and keep it for later. But K9 Esports, I guess now it's going to be time to actually bring Slug back. And they've got to be quick. Within 1 minute, the stage 4 is going to come by, and I'm pretty sure K9 Esports don't want that.
Yeah, late stage 4, that's when you will see the recall towers being deactivated.
Exactly.
So you got to make it quick. Time's running. K9 Esports constantly challenging a lot of duels. It's Omega now taking those shots in the front as well against Frostrex Esports. I'm not sure how well this fight's going to be played. Frostrex Esports as well losing out on a few players. That's going to be frozen, knocked out. And that's the exact opener K9 Esports was looking for as well. Now the fight's taken down to a 3v3, but the utils from Knight exactly on point. On the mark. Amok gets knocked out as well. Frostrex Esports not feeling too good. And their 2 players, they're just going to try to run away, make the great escape. But even those fadeaway shots taken against them, no connections found. But K9 Esports, they've done the job.
They certainly have done the job. Knight was brilliant in those close quarters. I mean, especially down the ridge when you know there's going to be an entire team. Nades are going to be your prime weapon. But in that situation, the placing of those nades was just so brilliant. We're going to talk about K9 Esports later on, but have a look at this. The Gods official, they are duking out against Men and Ninja. And Men and Ninja, they aren't looking too good, to be honest. Apollo in the front line still trying to protect his comrades out there. A revival procedure has been picked up. The Gods officials, Harsh OG, has been constantly trying to keep them at bay. Yet another nade sails out for sure. Player does get knocked out. I believe it is Master from the sidelines. Gods official, they are ripping things apart for Meta Ninja.
They are, but Gods official, the moment you say so, they're also losing their grip on the fight, but no, instead they fight back. That one man from Meta Ninja, for a moment we thought that maybe he can be the ray of hope, but instead even he gets wrapped up. And that's going to be it from Meta Ninja. The big name gets taken care of. Just 1 point acquired from the map, Rondo. That's going to be quite concerning. And Gods official, their domination, it's not going to stop there. They find another knock against Esports Social. Wanted gets knocked out once again. Return knock as well comes inside of the picture. So the trades now starting to happen back and forth. Gods official, they probably do want to toss out those nades to disrupt that flow. On the opposite side of the spectrum, we've also got Nebula Esports taking a fight against Take Bozon.
Nebula Esports, they're still about 500 meters away from the circle, and this fight might just be dragging on for long. Higbozon don't really have the numbers advantage. It's just one player, Omega. Nebula have to finish off this fight really quick and try and move for central spaces. But we move back to the south, ladies and gentlemen, where it was Esports Social still duking it out. And I believe Gods Originals, they have actually moved away from this fight. They're not really present anymore. Elsewhere, of course, Genix FM and Empire Originals, they're fighting for life, fighting for a compound. Empire Originals needs a lot of points, but it seems like they've missed out on the play. Commando, where's your attention, my friend?
Yeah, I just saw Knight there too. And now looking at this entire spectrum, yeah, this terrain's going to be dominated by Empire Originals as of now. Higbozon, they were already taking too much damage upon themselves. Look at this man from Genix FM. He's just waiting for the right moment to strike. He's inside of this little house. And he's eventually taking those shots as well, but none of them connect. It was a major whiff from Genix FM, and even they will be eliminated from this game.
You know, for the first time ever in my casting career, I have watched Genix FM play like that. Scared, tucked in a corner, not really trying to take those fights and trying to survive. That is not the fearless Marathas we know. But elsewhere, of course, Nebula Esports, they're going to be on the move. 6 eliminations on the block. It seems like they're on the right track, potentially moving on to the semi-finals. But of course, this end game is going to be extremely important for them. They're trying to find out an injection point from the northwest, of course, but they are going to be the lads from Sovereign. And I guess if Nebula Esports do try and take this fight, they're going to be at a massive disadvantage. Look at the height difference. Sovereign Esports up top, they've in fact made it a fortress.
Pretty much. And now Nebula tossing out those utils. Sovereign backing away. Eventually, they also get knocked out. That's Gray, put out of commission as of now. That's going to be Jonathan actually taking those shots from the sidelines. Sovereign Esports, surrounded by too many foes.
There's only there's Oishani as well in the picture. So Sovereign, since they are on the high ground, they cannot get exposed. Lines of sight are going to be visible, and you're going to be shot at from multiple sides. And this is a problem for them right now. Need to use their smokes to actually block off the lines of sight from their backlines, and Nebula needs to be dealt with right now. Gray has been picked up for sure, so it still turns into a 4v4. But I feel like Nebula, especially in situations like these, they are extremely strong. Look at Kratos on the flank. He's looking to find an opening.
Nebula's got a good split. All the 4 players split apart a little bit. Trying to cover as much area as they can, surrounding the boys of SO. And Sovereign Esports just need to deal with the wave of utilities. Nomi tossing out those constant nades in the hopes of finding something, but he's not even able to find a single connection. Nebula is, I'm pretty sure, soon going to be running out of patience, and they would want to make that pounce directly on top of the players of Sovereign.
I don't think so.
Oh, look at these nades.
Unless and until they find a knock with those nades, I feel like the push isn't really going to be successful for Nebula. Are these, in fact, keeping Godlike at bay right now, constantly keeping tabs on them on how they are looking to move? It seems like the first knock did come through, the nades did connect, but Kratos, in return, has been found out. Sovereign Esports find a way to reply back in kind.
Yeah.
Gray, still out there, does have the shotgun available. Nebula Esports, can they still try and make it work? Phoenix and Nomi from the sidelines, they're falling. Nebula Esports, they're crumbling down. And Sovereign Esports, out of nowhere, it seems like they've got the upper hand in this fight, Necro.
Oh no, Nebula somehow losing the grip on the fight. They're on the verge of losing this entire thing. But still, it's Phoenix once again saving the day. Somehow knocking out those players. How is Phoenix even making it happen once again? Sovereign Esports, no other option left than to just back away. And even the last man is caught. Oh my god, Phoenix, he once again somehow saved the day. But now it's time for Godlike, the third party, because they know a lot of action just happened here. They're here to claim the leftover elimination points in Nebula. They will be eliminated too.
You know, the timing of the third party was brilliant. Godlike Esports finally playing it like they are supposed to. Understanding of the map is brilliant. Mania has information on where the players are, and now they've got clarity on what to do. Godlike Esports on a fantastic run. 7 eliminations acquired. They've got the entirety of the northwest of the circle under their control, and now they can finally start to spread their wings. Admino on one flank, S-Power on the other. Jonathan and Mania duking it out together. This is lovely stuff. I'm pretty sure the Yellow Army is going to be so happy about it.
The coordination is definitely on point. Knowing exactly when you would want to make that run. Knowing exactly when you would want to aggress towards the team. Push on top of them. Everything is being communicated pretty well. Having that intel as well is extremely important. And Godlike right now, the presence of mind is definitely there. Surrounding awareness as well, top notch. K9 Esports still with a 3-man squad. Which is interesting. They lost out on that man quite early in the game too. And they still haven't went for the recall. I mean, of course, the recall towers are deactivated.
Yeah.
But they should have went for it.
Honestly speaking, it seems the K9 Esports don't even consider the presence of recalls out there. It's kind of unfortunate, the fact that your opponents do get a shot at second life, but K9 Esports decide to play it this way. But it's completely fine, I guess, as long as they have good spots on the circle. I'm not going to be the one to complain. Now they finally find themselves with hard covers. Not at the center of the circle, but at least they're deeper or further away from the sidelines as compared to as someone like a Mad Kings or Godlike. And finally, the circle shifts on top of them yet again. It'll force Team Godlike to come out of their covers, come out of their comfort spot, and close in the distance again, K9. And that is exactly why Jonathan is creating that smoke path, Necro.
It's insane now. Can actually be a Mad Kings game. I'm not even lying. They've got the high ground to play with, and they also do control a lot of that terrain. Once again, it's going to come down to the circle shift itself. Mad Kings taking those shots against Riot Nations. Once again, picking them off slowly and steadily, clipping their wings. The man's rotating out in the open. The shots were taken. He's taken down pretty low himself. So Pro needs to go back prone. And that man from Riot Nations is approaching that close ridge. Pro needs to be careful. Pulling out that nade in the hopes of finding some sort of connection, but Adi instead, the man's repositioning himself. Actually does catch a bit of that nade. It's able to clip that damage. Adi's right underneath. This nade as well is going to be able to clip a little bit, but no, instead, the man is still untouched.
You know, the formation of Riot Nations is kind of keeping Pro at bay right now, especially that cover fire that is coming in from the back lines. This is good stuff, but for Mad Kings Esports, they need to find a way. Have a look at this, though. Elsewhere, Godlike Esports were looking for a longer rotation, not duking it out against K9, but rather closing in the distance. And in the result, a couple of their players did manage to fall. S-Power as well, quite low on HP, and Clutch God is now chasing down Jonathan. He wants to duke it out against his former teammate for sure. But Jonathan cooking up a nade can be deadly, of course, right on track, but missed by a whisker. This is still extremely close. Mad Kings Esports, if they do get dethroned from this hill, I'm pretty sure Godlike is going to convert this game, Necro.
Yeah, Clutch God tossing another nade. This one gets real close. Chipping out a lot of damage. This nade should do the job. And Clutch God gets knocked out. Godlike slowly and steadily starting to close the grip as they do want their hands on this spot. But the main problem is they've only got 2 men standing, who are looking pretty healthy. The third man is taking down lows in the back lines. And the man's going to try to patch himself up first. Godlike with a 3-man squad, even they can make it happen. Even for Mad Kings, they're taken down with a 3-man squad. And this man from Riot Nations, he somehow threats the needle. Finds the knock as well. Pro getting knocked out. And just like that, even Cyrax gets taken care of. What just happened, Mad Kings? This was supposed to be your game, but you just dropped the ball.
You cannot get distracted when an opposition comes at you. Godlike Esports, that entry just allowed Riot Nations the breathing room, the space to actually close in the gap and finish off Mad Kings Esports from the surface of Rondo itself. That is brilliant. But what is even better is Godlike Esports, they've got a massive split in place. 2 players on one side of the circle, that is on the eastern edge, meanwhile Mania on the west. I've never really seen something like this, but if it does work out, Godlike Esports, you've got to be geniuses. But Riot Nations now finally shift focus away from Mad Kings and now are going to focus on Godlike Power as well as Admino. These are not too easy foes to take a fight against Adi. The nade was taken, of course. There was a shot at the blind, but it seems like it didn't really connect.
Yeah. Oishani, looking at them and their presence, they have been playing this one quite passive, quite quiet. And the way Oishani's also placed themselves, one thing is for sure, now they need to move inside of the circle. Soon they're going to be forced outside of their comfort zone. And what do? Rising Esports, even for them, they know the Blue's going to be on the move. So even Rising Esports, they need to leave this comfort zone. There's a big fight coming through soon.
Oh, the terrain right in front of Rising Esports. It's just so bad, to be honest. They need that smoke part. They need those dips. But it seems like moving closer to Frostrex Esports is going to take them closer to death, I guess. Nonetheless, we're going to talk about Riot Nations for now, just keeping Godlike at bay. His power as well as Jonathan. They've got the height advantage for themselves for sure. Elsewhere, Rising Esports, it seems like they're not going against FTR. Instead, they just dive into battle against Oishani. And right at the get-go, 2 players get knocked out. Oishani, an upper hand in this fight. It's just Beard Baba. Shotguns flying everywhere. Riot Nations.
Yeah, no.
Wow, that is bad. I was not expecting Rising Esports to get eliminated like that. Oishani just dismantled them.
This is just terrible from Rising Esports. How do you even lose that fight?
I don't know, man.
Man, oh man, Rising Esports, you were supposed to win this one. It was supposed to be your fight. It should have taken it in a more tactical way.
Exactly, right? It's so awkward, especially when they chase these fights with vehicles, and every time they disembark, they just get knocked out.
Oh man, Rising Esports. Seems like taking fights is not really their thing, but you do need that firepower in order to succeed in the future. And speaking of firepower, we've got these 2 teams duking it out against each other. Riot Nations and Godlike. S-Power gets knocked out, but for Riot Nations, now it's just 1 man standing in the back. And even K9 Esports, they come through with a quick third party. How is Knight just roaming in enemy territory? That's my question. Where is the remaining Godlike?
I'm pretty sure nobody gave him permission, but K9 Esports just somehow find a way to find these points. Look at that. They've got double digits already, and they didn't even participate in a full-fledged warfare. This is brilliant stuff coming in from K9 Esports, who didn't even use their recalls. Now, of course, up front it's going to be the lads from Riot Nations. They are backing away from the fight because they understand the amount of utility and the amount of gunfights they've got to take against K9. It's absurd. But godlike, because of that split, they do decide to actually keep themselves alive. Ninja Boy from the back line. This is insane stuff coming from K9. Just being opportunistic, waiting for your time, and now when the time has come, K9 Esports, they're looking to dominate.
It's just something about the day twos in K9 Esports. They just know how to dominate on day two. I really do want to know, what exactly is it? K9 Esports on the day ones just never perform. But on the day twos, out of nowhere, you will see a burst of performance, and K9 Esports somehow just place themselves on the top of the board. And right now as well, they control the largest terrain. This seems like K9's game.
Yeah, 100%. The only team that can potentially put up a fight against them has to be Oishani. 9 eliminations being secured, but they are struggling to position themselves inside the circle. They're still hugging the blue right now. As soon as they get exposed, I'm pretty sure shots from the distance, either from Frostex or K9 Esports, will finish them off. But the one man is going to slip under the radar, and that has to be Manya from Godlike Esports. I feel like nobody has noticed the fact that this man is still alive, and if he can hold on for some time longer, I guess those position points are going to be extremely crucial.
They indeed will be crucial. But I still want to know, what exactly was the thinking behind Godlike going for such a massive split?
Oh, he gets spotted.
Manya's position is compromised too. Not a lot of possible chances the man's going to make it out alive. All of the big brain thinking for what? Soon Manya's on the verge of being eliminated too. This nade's being cooked as well. And Ninja Boy already knows where this nade is going to be tossed. Oh, it's so perfectly placed. Does a lot of damage as well. The second one's going to crawl right to the same spot. But it overshoots another one. And this should be the one that's going to seal the deal. But instead, Mane just moves out in the open. All of those big brain plays to just get compromised like that. Instead, he should have played with your teammates.
Ninja Boy and Knight, my oh my, 6 eliminations on both those players. What a performance it has been from K9 Esports. What a bounce back from the grip of death. It's a statement to all of those people who were doubting whether or not K9 Esports are going to make it to the semi-finals. But of course, it's still not just about them. You've got Oishani and Frostrex in the sidelines as well as a nade. It kind of pre-bursts out there. FTR, they're still going to be quite safe, but Oishani inside of the smoke. I like the smokes that have been placed. It's just that they want to protect their sightlines against K9, but can they face FTR head-on? It's going to be a big question, to be honest.
Oishani in massive deadlock. Frostrex Esports constantly being bombarded by the utilities, and K9 Esports is coming through from the back as well. It's going to be a massive sandwich scenario. Nade's being tossed down. Kaiser taken down, barely any sort of HP. Now the man closes the door. Should have closed it way before, but K9 Esports from the back. Now they start a hit. The Blues on the move, and even Oishani Esports is now going to try to make it up close and personal. Frostrex Esports will be eliminated eventually, and now for Oishani, it's just one man standing in that shack. That man's not going to be able to prevail for too long. He's not going to be able to stand for too long. As K9 Esports, it's a wave that comes through, will eliminate the final man standing as well. A massive game from K9.
It is massacre on the map of Rondo coming in from K9 Esports, and what a performance, what a bounce back from the grip of death, of course. A jump up top to the top of the overall standings. We'll talk about how many points did they secure. But my oh my, Knight and Ninja Boy just went on a run on that map. It seemed like a walk in the park for them, to be honest.
I'm just so confused. What exactly is it with K9 Esports and day twos? Why do they not perform on the day one? It's a massive question still in my mind. It's been going on for the past 3 years, but yeah, right now it works out once again. The same storyline repeats itself. Some things, I guess, never change.
Some things never change, and you know, we keep on talking about K9 Esports and why they don't use the recall towers, why they don't take those early fights. It just seems like they don't really need to, because if you end the game with double-digit finish points, if you end the game with somewhere like 15 or 16 elimination points, why would you even need your recalls?
I know, right? And now, just imagine that leap in the overall standings. It's going to be such a massive catapult that you cannot even dream of it. Oishani Esports, the way they actually eliminated the boys of Rising Esports as well. For some reason, it feels like firepower is not really something that Rising Esports has.
Yeah.
They always just end up choking too many fights up close and personal.
Yeah. I feel like it's not just about that. Even the positioning, Oishani Esports were certainly not in the best of positions, but at least in this map of Rondo, they did find themselves those extremely crucial finish points, and that is going to contribute a lot. Meanwhile, I wouldn't be surprised if K9 Esports make a jump to at least the second or the third position, because this game was fantastic for them as well.
Yeah.
But one team that has been consistent out and out has to be Mad Kings Esports, because even in this one, they had a lot of eliminations. They had good position points. Yes, they did get taken down by that split faction, of course. Riot Nations from one side, Godlike from the other. They can't really do anything to survive that, but Mad Kings have been brutal.
But we're also seeing a bit of that comeback come through from the side of Oishani Esports.
Yeah.
A lot of elimination points, a few placement points as well. Yes, those many points are not going to be enough for you to directly propel yourself at the top of the board, but maybe that performance is going to be enough for you to put yourself in the wild card.
Yeah.
So at least you're not going to be eliminated right now. So that's a step in the right direction. Speaking of Frostrex Esports, consistency delivered in the top 3 with a decent amount of elimination points. So Frostrex Esports is going to be nailing that spot down in the top 3.
Absolutely, they've got to do that. Nebula Esports also had elimination points for a while. I kind of felt like, this is going to be one of the teams who can move into the top 3 at least, but it seems like that was not the case.
Yeah.
Rather, I'm actually very happy with Empire Originals because, yes, of course, they had 3 points from the first 3 games that they had played, but today, I think it was considerable improvement. Yes, of course, it's going to shoot you up to the wildcards, but, who knows? Erangels is going to be their strong fort.
Empire Originals did not have a lot of points.
Necro isn't convinced.
They still have got just 7 points in total. So that is not enough points for them to even actually shoot all the way towards the wild card. So Empire Original, for them, this game was a flop as well. I do believe that if they keep on playing with the same run of form, they are going to be eliminated from the tournament. But the fact that for the first time they were able to make it till the quarterfinals, that's impressive enough. They can always get away with this with a lot of learning.
Absolutely. But then, of course, speaking of learning, it seems like one team who definitely has learned a lot has to be Godlike Esports. We will talk about them, but for now, the limelight has to be on Knight. Once again, this little boy shines because those lanky shoulders, it seems like they can hold a lot of responsibilities. 8 finishes in this one, 911 points of damage. Once again, showcasing why this man was the man to watch out for in the grind and in the quarterfinals as well. Knight isn't going to go anywhere. Ninja Boy closely following up with 7 eliminations. And then, of course, you've got Phoenix from Nebula Esports who could get 5 as well.
The way I believe it is that the players right now in the best possible form are Knight and Joker. These 2 players are the players pretty much at the top of the top, the creme de la creme. They have been delivering over and over again, be it Joker, be it Knight. You will always see them right there in the finish board as well. As you move on towards the point standings for K9 Esports, 26 points. That's a massive leap in the overall standings. Ink Boson still a part of concern. For Mad Kings, just getting 5 points. That's not a lot of points in general. For Empire Originals, just getting 4 points. Even that's pretty bad. Rising Esports, they desperately needed a good performance. If they keep on playing the same way, they will be eliminated from the tournament. Moving on towards the finish and damage report. Now, for K9 Esports, of course, the pillars are going to be the best. But Oishani Esports, we are seeing a major improvement. They've managed to acquire 16 points in total, which is pretty good.
That is certainly going to be good. 19.05 points of damage is not too shabby, to be honest. But have a look at this. Sovereign Esports, Nebula Esports, Riot Nations, Gods of all of these teams, they've got their damage numbers upset. But I'm actually concerned about the teams out there in the bottom. Esports, Social, Genix, FM, Meta Ninja. There's going to be a high chance that they are going to take a massive fall. So prepare yourself for that. You've got 2 opportunities left. Do what the best you can. H4K, Genix FM, they are reeling at the 8th and the 7th position, 25 and 26 points. Even Meta Ninja slipped down on the overall standings, 27 points for them. And look at that upward curve for K9 Esports, 33 points, 4th position. Lovely stuff.
I know, right? What a massive leap it was. K9 Esports at the start of the day was on the 14th spot.
Yeah.
They were pretty much amongst the bottom half of the board. And now look at K9 Esports directly in the top 4. From being in the bottom 3, now to being in the top 3. What a journey it's been for K9 Esports. But now if you look at Meta Ninja, Genix FM, H4K, even they were the one to drop the ball. The previous game was pretty bad for them. For Riot Nations, they haven't really made a lot of improvements either. We did see Riot Nations survive to the final few, but that's not going to be enough.
It's certainly not going to be enough, especially since their previous matches weren't really going their way. But one thing I'm definitely going to be concerned about has to be Rising Esports. They've got names out there. We've had multiple LAN appearances. We've got multiple accolades as well in the past. But somehow down the line, it just seems like come the new meta, come the new 2026 season, Rising Esports just could not really show up.
Now, for Rising Esports, I'm going to say this thing pretty clear and pretty straightforward. Their long-range fights are pretty good, but their up-close and personal fights, proper force, they're pretty bad. They need to work on those. Close-range fights is something that Rising Esports desperately needs to work on. And if they keep on just playing with the same way, Rising Esports, yes, they might be able to make it till the semifinals, but grand finals, they're still pretty far away.
Absolutely. I'm not even going to think about the semifinals for now because the wild cards are going to be there. 15 points from the 4 matches that they've played. It's not good at all, to be honest, if you are going to be very honest about it. And they're not even going to get a lot of opportunities up ahead to actually try and recover those lost points. 2 maps of Irangles remain, and of course, all of these 16 teams will try and change their fate. It's not going to be easy. Map of Irangle is going to be on the line, ladies and gentlemen, since Rondo is done and dusted. We're going to be taking a very short break. Don't go anywhere because 2 blockbuster matches on your way. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, once again, and you are watching BGIS 2026 quarterfinals, and this is the last day of the quarterfinals. In fact, a wonderful map of Rondo was done and dusted, but to discuss the last 2 maps, we've got Super Johnny back on the panel once again. So, I want to ask you this. Did you expect K9 Esports to bounce back on the map of Rondo?
Of course I did, man. I mean, that's going to be my prediction every single day when this team is playing. This team is phenomenal, and I love raw firepower within rosters. Yes, technicalities, communication, everything is important to make a championship team, but the fundamental, the base of it all begins with firepower begins with mechanics of the game. And K9 Esports, they're extremely polished players in that aspect. So, yeah, hope was there. But again, according to me, I feel 50 to 55 points is going to be the cutoff for the semis. And K9 Esports, they still have a little bit of distance to cover.
They still have a little bit of distance to cover, but you guys don't have any more distances to cover because you've done a phenomenal job. You've touched 3.5 crores as a prize pool of BGIS 2026, but all you guys need to do is head over to your game, play out Discovery Island, try and get all of those exploration points and try and make it 4CR, because imagine this. BGIS 2026 out there, you guys get a chance to boost the prize pool of the tournament and make it the biggest ever in India. Why not? And just along the way, you're going to win a lot of rewards as well. So it's a win-win situation for everyone. But coming back to the conversation once again, K9 Esports, they certainly were brilliant. Godlike was brilliant as well. But then, where does the concern lie? It lies in potentially maybe Meta Ninja falling down, Rising Esports as well, not really doing too good.
But this was bound to happen, right? Because yesterday at the end of the day, we had so many big names sitting on the latter half of the leaderboard that we knew these teams, they know how to recover, they know how to bring the switch, especially with the aggressive map rotation of Rondo Angle being presented to them, that they will be looking to create opportunities. They will look to go frag heavy. And Meta Ninja, unfortunately, yes, yesterday was phenomenal, but today a lot of the teams have caught up. The only thing that Meta Ninja have going for themselves is the fact that the difference on the overall leaderboard is not that much. So one single game, you can take that big leap, find yourself closing in on the mid-40s, and then probably work towards the 50s heading into the last angle. But that needs to happen in the upcoming game itself.
Absolutely. Since we're discussing about points already, I think the brackets, in our opinion, have been set already. Of course, there are going to be a few changes, but then to move on to the semi-finals directly, we're still potentially keeping Wild Fangs at bay with 52 points. I think that is going to be the mark for the for the wild cards, to be honest. I think it's going to be somewhere around Team Alpha, 29 points out of the 6 matches that they've played. What are your thoughts?
I agree with you on that. I think 29-30 points for the wildcard stages, and Wild Fangs 52 points. That's the benchmark that you have to beat right now. So far, I think in terms of entering into the top 16 from this particular group, Mad Kings is one of those names that has succeeded in doing so before the games began. And now anyone that's closing in on that 38-39 point marker should be finding themselves inside of the top 16 bracket. But again, don't take things too lightly. You still have more matches. That means other teams, ones in your group, you are going to beat them if you're confident about it. They are going to play their matches. And then there's 16 other teams that are waiting to play their matches after you. So it's better to find a little bit of safety cushion to work with. 52 points, just go for it. You have the flow of momentum specifically for teams like Nebula Esports, for teams like K9 Esports that have done well on Rondo. Just make sure that you flow with this wave that you are riding right now, and just go for that 50-point marker in Erangel itself. Then you can relax on the last Erangel.
Honestly speaking about Nebula Esports, I'm not really that sure because, you know, looking at the way they've taken their point, it still feels a little shaky whether or not they're going to be able to touch 50. Yes, of course, on the map of Rondo, they were quite brilliant. But then, of course, I feel like on Erangel, their form, there has to be a big question mark. And since we're talking about question mark, I think question marks are going to be there on Meta Ninja as well, because that fall from the top 3 towards the 7th and the 8th spot, you are going to take that with a pinch of salt, aren't you? I
mean, for sure you will, because I think we know why the drop is there for Meta Ninja. It's the lack of aggression that's there within the team and the matches that they played. That's been the case for Meta Ninja for a while. I think one thing we noticed in the prior rounds was the fact that Shadow was also getting involved in those firefights as an individual. He was doing well, putting up good numbers on the board. That has gone missing. Even though Meta Ninja, personally for me, this is a stacked roster. These players are decorated players, they're celebrated players, and the moment they become free agents, there's like a bidding war out there in the industry happening for these lads. So the potential is there. Meta Ninja just need to calm their nerves, realize the fact that they have the skill set to compete in a lobby like this, because I think they might have forgotten that after what happened to these lads in 2025. Just regain that confidence and just move forward with this. Just play like K9 Esports are playing, because you have what it takes to do that.
And sometimes we can see that, in fact, as well. I feel like Meta Ninja, more often than not, they can show their firepower. They don't really get those big games on board, like 20, 25 pointers, or potentially even a 30 bomber as well. But they do manage to stay consistent around that 15, 16 point mark. And I think on the next 2 games, if they do that once again, I feel like they're going to be all sorted for the semifinals once again.
Pretty much, I think Meta Ninja, what we notice is there's just too much, or at least what I notice is they're just constantly making adjustments, which is good, but then they are just only making adjustments. We aren't really seeing them getting involved proactively, not involved, but like proactively making opportunities to find engagements, to find fights, to find those finish points on the map. They wait for teams to climb upon them, and then you are basically letting the other team lead the tempo of the fight. So that is something that can potentially help out Meta Ninja. But there's another name that we need to talk about. That is going to be Frostrex Esports. They have 22 points. 22 finishes on the board, 36 points in total. And Frostrex, I think they're having a pretty decent time as far as quarterfinals are considered. I think this is a massive improvement from Frostrex because this is a very tough lobby that they're competing in.
Exactly. I mean, I had heard a lot of rumors around FTR that they're super good, to be honest, when they were playing their round stages. And then, of course, I was actually looking out for them when they come in along the quarterfinals and see how they play. But so far, it seems like one of those underdog teams who is definitely surprised us has to be FTR. Those numbers are crazy. 4 matches played at 36 points. You've got an average survival of 22 minutes, which means you're making it inside till the 5th or the 6th circle at least. And then, of course, you've got 22 eliminations to actually show for. I feel like that is a great split up of points that FTR has displayed. But one team who was also in the same mix, I'm talking about H4K. Yesterday, they had a chicken dinner on the map of Miramar. But now, slowly and steadily, it seems like momentum is not going their way.
Yeah, pretty much. I think, and that was, again, is a story similar to Meta Ninja, bound to happen. Group is stacked, group is tough. You know everyone has the same level of firepower as you, so you can't take things too lightly. And I think Frostrex right now have a certain idea of how to maintain their pace.
Yeah.
If they keep things going with the same flow, with the same momentum in the upcoming 2 games, they will potentially stand a chance to qualify for the semi-finals, but we'll have to watch what happens on Erangel for that.
Well, talking about Erangel, ladies and gentlemen, it seems like there's not going to be much time before we dive into battle, so let's straight head on towards the map of Erangel.
Alright, it is going to be the map of Erangel, the penultimate game for Group D in the quarterfinals itself. And with how Rondo was concluded, things on the leaderboard for this particular group are shaken up a lot, and the impact of that is going to be felt on the overall leaderboard when we have a look at that later. But talking about this game, the flight path starting from the southeast of Primorsk and ending towards the west of Stalber Hill. This denies opportunity to head towards Novorepnoy, but gives us opportunity to see, or at least hope to see, those early vehicular drop clashes. And with Novorepnoy and the military island in play, Oishani Esports is going to be the first team to take the exit.
Yeah, of course, they love to go towards the military-based region. They are going to loot up, of course. But if the circle does not end up on military base, we've seen Oishani Esports do get into a little bit of trouble. But looking at the map standings, it's just one map that we are talking about. Genex FM and Meta Ninja did phenomenally well in that one, with Meta Ninja walking away with the chicken dinner. But repeating that same thing isn't really going to be easy. And have a look at this. Even here, on the map of Erangel, FTR had a decent outing. That was 11 points. This just goes to show that this team, they are super confident. Doesn't really matter which map they are playing. They just give their absolute best.
Yeah, as of now, I feel FTR is doing completely fine. I think I kind of see them heading towards the semifinals, to be honest.
Wow.
And again, it's just consistency, man. I mean, they're doing well in terms of aggression. They are not too bad in those 4v4s. Rotations, the timings, everything just looks proper. I think FTR might just need a little bit of polishing, but that might happen over time. On the other side of things, Riot Nations. This is a team that has displayed a massive fall-off in performance, but oh my goodness, Oishani Esports. This is not something they were expecting. Going after Riot Nations, they are the first ones to lose a player. Now Ghostface is looking for a trade, but still struggling to find one. Oishani lose another one. Ghostface with a sliver of HP. Riot Nations causing a riot, and Oishani Esports, they're struggling to find a comeback in this fight.
Yeah, Ghostface, it doesn't really have a lot of opportunities to actually bring back his fall. And Comrade, look at that. Not really too many bullets inside of the magazine. Still finds a way. Has got 26 by 2. Looking to use the ground clearance for his advantage. Easy does not have bandages. Massive advantage for Oishani Esports in this fight. Can Ghostface bring it back? I'm looking at the rest of the players as well. Have a look at this. They're not really closing in the distance, and that might just be the problem for them.
Yeah, Ghostface, he's going to jump to the scaffolding to the side of the bridge, but I think he has bought himself and his team enough time to deny Riot Nations an opportunity for a reset. Now Riot Nations looking to fall back. And I think Easy should succeed considering Scream and Karan do not have any weapons to work with. So, awkward interactions between the two sides at the very start of the game, but no casualties. And I think Riot Nations, that's going to be, and in fact Oishani as well, huge sigh of relief from both these teams that they haven't lost players super early inside of this game.
But what my concern is, Johnny, you don't really need to go towards a military base if you are going to cross on over as soon as the circle pops, right? I mean, Oishani, I understand they love to loot around those village areas just crossing the bridge, and they love to get those free loot and the ammunitions as well. But of course, when it comes to crossing on over, Oishani Esports, more often than not, they have found so much trouble at the bridge. And Genix FM, teams like Riot Nations, they're always going to be lying in wait. Have a look at their stats though. Adi and Easy, just two of the players in the front lines, 15 and 10 frags respectively. I think that is a very respectable total, to be honest.
Yeah.
But Riot Nations, they need to do a lot more. 18 points on the overall standings. I think this is where they need to overcome.
Pretty much, and again, you see the fact that there was 20 plus finishes on 2 players in round 4, and till now the whole team has just brought together 18 points. So the fall off was something that was unimaginable, unfathomable from the side of Riot Nations. But as you said, I think just like you spoke about Oishani Esports, decision making needs to be readjusted to the skill level of the group they are playing in, the lobby they are a part of. But let's see how the rest of the day turns out for them. They need about 20 points per game if they want to stand a chance for the semi-finals. And in order to move towards the wildcard stages, they should need about, I think, 7 to 8 points per game. Maybe they make it. No, I don't think so. I think, yeah, 10 points per game. 38, they should be in the safe bracket.
38 is actually quite safe, to be honest.
Yeah.
Even if they actually manage to cross on the 30-point mark, Team Riot Nations, they will consider them safe. But it seems like majority of the teams are in that same bracket as well. You've got Esports Socials, Rising Esports, even teams like H4K, if they lose out on the remaining 2 matches, I think they are going to be looking at a total of 30. But have a look at this, though. Snowjawed, in the middle of nowhere, gets picked off once again. And this is almost an action replay of what happened on the map of Rondo. Snowjawed out in the open, getting picked off away from the rest of his teammates. This is not the Higg boson that we were waiting for, Johnny.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, when we saw Higg boson earlier on during the grind, they were doing well. Hyper-aggressive team, not really focused on rotation or survival, but securing a lot of eliminations. And I think with a player like Snowjawed present in the roster, it was like the perfect play style. But now, if your star player is also the first man to get picked off, what do? You have lost the firepower, you've lost your entry, and no one else in the roster is willing to take that risk. I think they're forced to play on a back foot.
Yeah.
And looking at the circle itself as well, part of a very awkward cluster. You see Nebula moving for the center. There's Sovereign, there's God like H4K, Frostrex, Rising Esport, and then there's the 3-man unit of Higg boson still looking to see where they go for cover. Rising Esports on their tail as the vehicles were spotted out. I think intention from Rising Esports to charge for Higg boson, but it's going to be a difficult push. You have the numbers, but still no info. On the other side of things, Sovereign taking on H4K.
H4K, this is going to be an important fight for them. Sovereign, the first knock was brilliant. The jumper return was brilliant as well. Sovereign Esports, of course, they are going to be falling down. But H4K, players are getting wiped off. It is Grey out in the open. Have a look at that, H4K. Where are you looking? Sovereign Esports just find the opening. The bait and switch was massive. And now H4K deal with potentially taking an exit from the quarterfinals. This is massive.
It's 1v2 left for Wizard. He has worked this magic one before. Can he do it again? Grey pulling up the pressure with the M4. Has the AKM to work with as well. Both weapons, the headshot potential the damage, it is enough to beat the UMP. Wizard needs to be cautious. He's ducked out a lot of these bullets, but now a sliver of HP remains. The jump shots. He finds the knock onto Grey. That's the third in this fight for him. Wizard, he needs a reset. The first aid is there, and Sovereign, they might have dropped the ball on this fight. We see Slow closing in, but Grey, he's still bleeding out on the back lines. Slow needs to be cautious, and he's away. 3 finishes traded out by single individuals from both the sides.
H4K, this is bad news for them. It's also a good news, to be honest. I'm not sure. I've got tremendous mixed feelings about this fight. This was an important game for them, for H4K, to actually recover back their lost points on the map of Rondo. But there you see the massacre once again. Players getting distracted, looking out in the open. And then, of course, Wizard in that moment of brilliance. He was so aware in that fight. He constantly knew what H4K is trying to do, where the players are going to be, and that is exactly what you want to see. But what did not make sense to me was how distant Slow was from the rest of the fight, and why didn't he converge upon when his teammate was at risk.
I don't know, maybe, miscoms coming from Sovereign, or Grey just thought that he could get that 4th frag as well, was looking to probably farm a 1v4 clip in the quarterfinals of BGIS 2026, but didn't succeed, unfortunately. Now Wizard is still there.
I wouldn't say he didn't succeed. I feel like it was denied.
How is it denied? He didn't succeed. He had more HP, better weapons, lost to a UMP.
Oh, that way. I thought you were talking about Wizard.
Oh, no. Wizard did phenomenal. Wizard got 3 frags. He first traded out a 1v2 for his teammate, and then after Mac and the other lad on the outside were taken off by Grey, he had to fight for his life.
Yeah.
Just clinching that win, but
what is this?
2 heavy hitters from the side of Meta Ninja and K9 Esports colliding, but there's the 3rd team in the mix. It's going to be God's official on the outside. Opening found by Knight.
Yeah, they definitely have found the opening, but K9 Esports, it seems like they are venturing out in the open a little too much. I'm not really sure what to think of it. You talked about the awkward cluster, and Johnny, lately we've seen inside of the quarterfinals, teams like to take those early rotations. You see the central cluster forming up right from the first circle itself. So teams understand where the circle is going to end up, and just everyone inside of the lobby rushes for those good spots. That does bring K9 Esports and God's Official quite close to each other. Shots were fired, but it's just one finish that K9 Esports could find. Elsewhere, of course, towards Lipovka, you've got Rising Esports as well as Meta Ninja, 2 teams who are looking to recover from the damages of the last game. I'm not really sure if Meta Ninja are going to be fancying their chances to take a fight against Rising Esports.
Yeah, I don't think Meta Ninja are going to pick this fight. We haven't really seen them be proactive all this time, but a recap of Sovereign versus H4K earlier on. Wizard and Grey, phenomenal performance, or should I call them Grey Wizard. Gandalf split in half, and they're not letting anyone pass that mansion pretty much. And this was towards the end. He's just committed for the swing, and Grey, I think AKM already had low ammunition, that's why he switched to the M4. Maybe he was just like going for a reload or trying to find some cover behind the buggy and go for a reload. Didn't really work out anyways, but God's Official still under pressure. K9 Esports, they succeed in showing off the opposition.
Yeah, I think they are going to be playing in from the northern part of the circle, and thankfully to them, the circle once again shifts up north. Have a look at this. Sovereign Esports, they're going to be still holding on to that mansion region, but Riot Nations are approaching them from the sidelines. Even K9 Esports absolutely love this. Look at the circle being divided into the north half, of course, has so much space, but the southern part of the circle has absolutely any. Godlike Esports this time. Jonathan finds an opportunity against Rising Esports, but the numbers are too high, and Rising Esports, they're going to take away the first finish. Godlike Esports, they've been hurt for sure.
Yeah, Jonathan, he gets picked off, but trade found by Admino. Or he's trying to at least. Drops the HP on the player up front. 3 nades left, whereas the rest of the team, they are present towards the south of this hill, and Admino realizes one more vehicle spotted out. That is Bunny from Higboson. So he can't really commit into the action anymore. And Rising Esports seems like they're just grateful for that one finish and just instantly back off. Godlike, struggling to find the trade over here, left with the 3-man roster.
That is bad news, to be honest. If you are taking a knock, you're supposed to take the fight, aren't you? Well, Hero Extreme Godlike, they're going to be waiting for next praise. With Jonathan out in the open, they wanted to get that early information from inside of the prison vehicle. Have a look at the Heroes entry, though. Fantastic replay. Jonathan almost bringing down Beard Baba in the process. Had damage inflicted on Rico as well. But the numbers, man, just too high for him to tackle being a solo player out there. But have a look at this. A car that has been parked on the rooftop.
Wizard is phenomenal, man. I mean, if he does manage to survive, because I believe it is going to be a prison endgame, Wizard just needs to make it to the top 5 for his team, get some placement points.
Yeah.
And then I think by that time he should be in a position to pick off isolated individuals from the remaining teams. But that's for the endgame. A little bit of a development towards northwest of Milta Power. Oishani Esports playing the shorelines, the cliff, with Frostrex sitting on the edge of the play zone. This will be difficult for Oishani to breach, because either they go for a swim and they find themselves in the middle of Frostrex and Meta Ninja, or they try and straight up pick a fight against Frostrex and brute force their way through, which is, to be honest, a little bit of a riskier decision. But on that finish feed, it seems like Riot Nations this time choose to cause a riot for the players of Nebula Esports. A knock has been found.
Yeah, they've been moving a little weirdly on the map, to be honest. Initially, they were heading towards Mansion. Then, of course, it seems like they were shooed away from that region. Now moving towards central parts of the circle, where Nebula Esports is going to be lying in wait. The circle does shift on Nebula. This can be a massive game, and we know the compound that they are holding, it's got a plateau for yourself. So, which means Nebula Esports, the God compound, potentially can help them to get the chicken dinner. That is exactly what they need right now. Of course, for the rest of the teams, there's going to be an immense battle. FTR, quite unlike their usual gameplay, they're not fighting for the center. Instead, from the sidelines, it seems like they are struggling against God's Official. Harshoji this time taking shots. Majority of them do connect, but Meta Ninja from the backlines will be looking to take advantage of this.
Yeah, the spread from God's Official, not really something that is easy to execute. Barky OG knocked out, and Fierce is just tapping away to deny an opportunity to go for a revive. Meta Ninja, they can continue to build upon this pressure, and I think that is the intention as well, with Shadow circling around the smoke. Master, he's done a masterful job trying to survive, but yeah, smoke is not going to protect you from util, which Meta Ninja have a lot of, but are resisting the urge to just lob Master out of existence. But while we were having this conversation, God's Official, not really a brilliant position to be in. Lost 2 players already.
Yeah. God's Officials, they are looking absolutely lost, to be honest, in this fight. They were trying to kind of corner down FTR, but then the presence of Meta Ninja from the backline just absolutely shattered their confidence over there. Elsewhere, if you look at it, Team Esports Socials, they are making their move inside of the circle, but they've got too many teams in the close lines. Have a look at that. You've got Oishani Esports, you've got Mad Kings as well. And of course, circling around the buggy just puts you at a massive threat right now. You might be willing to take a stop and potentially pause these teams, hold them from moving deeper inside of the circle. Oishani and Mad Kings both avoid the fight. But FTR, can they look to bounce back from a situation where they are? Shadow OG pounces inside of the prison compounds, but it's Dragon OP from the distance. Rising Esports, they do get yet another finish. One from Godlike and one from Mad Kings.
Not the start that Mad Kings were hoping for. The entire team eliminated as they try to breach the circle. Casualties picked up by Oishani. Frostrex was building up pressure as well, but Oishani, it seems like the name of the game this time is going to be aggression from the start till now. Going after Frostrex, they find a pick, but Meta Ninja from the flank do want to move in. They've closed in a lot of distance, they found a knock, and now Scream might just be the next man in the line of fire. The nade goes out, it should be an easy pick onto Dizzy, and Scream Oh, he can't do a lot from here. Dizzy gets shut down and Meta Ninja now control this fight.
I'm not really sure if Meta Ninja should be doing this because there are so many teams out there looking for third parties. White Tiger is going to chase inside. Oishani Esports lose out on yet another man. But from the sidelines, look at that. Igbo's on. They found their backlines already. And this is going to be problematic. Bunny, of course, might just get knocked out up front. Have a look at that. Shadow 7 was brilliant over there. White Tiger has been in phenomenal form today. Meta Ninja needs to move out of this fight. Otherwise, even K9 Esports is going to join the party as well.
Yeah, I think these third parties are going to result in Higboson maybe getting eliminated right here. And K9 also needs to be cautious because there's a lot of open space on the other side of this hill. And if they aren't really able to cleanly win this fight, cleanly win these third parties that they're trying to force against Meta Ninja and Higboson, then they are going to have trouble later in the game. But Meta Ninja, brilliantly done, handled the pressure, the instant assault from Higboson. Quite well, found the knock and the opening. But now what's the intent? Seems like they do want to charge forward to the players of K9 Esports. But on the other side, Higboson, well, just like the particle, nothing is uncertain in their performance as well. Now Hero gets knocked out. Esports Social are looking to pick up these 2 points. And that nade! Ow! Perfect! What a three-pointer coming through. They find and eliminate Higboson.
This is too bad, to be honest. Higboson Esports now are left with just one opportunity to potentially cross on that 30-point mark. Have a look at this elsewhere. K9 Esports, they were looking to chime inside of this battle for a very long time, but have been halted multiple times as well. Meta Ninja just constantly tapping away at the ridge, trying to stop these players from lobbing all that utility. Esports Social have also been hurt so much, so I feel like the best case scenario for Meta Ninja is to just run out of this position. The entirety of the northern part of the circle, Johnny, is so much out in the open, but it's nobody who is capturing it. So many teams coming in from the south. Have a look at that. Slug gets taken out. This is Meta Ninja on a different mode altogether. K9 Esports might just be in trouble. The Polo, one man right in front of him. It seems like it doesn't even need to take a trigger. Meta Ninja executing the likes of K9 Esports within a flash. And now they gain control of the eastern part of the circle.
We spoke about this, man. This team has a lot of potential. Fierce is back in the team. White Tiger, Shadow and Apollo doing a phenomenal job. 10 finishes already racked up. And while the fight between Meta Ninja and K9 and Esports Social was happening, by the way, they stole K9's points from Esports Social as well. Wanted got knocked out by K9, but Meta Ninja ended up taking that frag. And talking about frag, I don't think Fragger Noob walks away from where he is. He's too far from his team, and he's looking down the barrel of the weapons of Meta Ninja. But on the other side of things, and in fact, close to the center of the circle, it seems like Gen X FM, ooh, they are going to have to be afraid of this. Riot Nations, nade after nade, are building too much pressure.
Yeah, the airstrike was actually quite phenomenal, but Riot Nations, surprisingly, they just have a one finish point from this game so far, and now they're under fire from so many different angles. Not really sure if that's going to be good strategy. Adi, of course, closing in the distance, finding the frag, needs to go back to his teammates for sure and move out of this location. How many times have we got to tell you that there are going to be teams looking to take you out? Riot Nations, are you not aware of your surroundings? There's going to be Empire Originals from up top. Punk. Couple of shots were taken. Commander was brought down to a very low HP. Brilliant knockout on Kratos. Riot Nations, they're picking up these loose stranglers, Johnny.
Yeah, but the thing is that those loose stranglers also control the center of the play zone right now. And it's Nebula, which is two players who are the only team in the next shift of the circle. And Riot Nations is the only squad that has the info of where the players of Nebula are. This game just took a very different turn from what everyone was expecting. We saw that cluster of teams towards the south. Everyone thought they were ready for a prison endgame, but Circle favoring Nebula Esports. They have an opportunity to get a few extra eliminations before getting taken out in this match, but they will have to time it perfectly. Wait for the third-party opportunity. And as we talk about third parties, Empire Original moving for Riot Nations. Adi was knocked out. The finish gets confirmed. The last man, Punk, he's decided to join the players of Nebula Esports inside of the play zone.
Yeah, majority of the teams are going to be taking their migrations up north. Even Meta Ninja, as a matter of fact, are taking that drive up north as well to try and occupy those open spaces. But elsewhere, it is going to be the lads from Godlike who are duking out against Esports Social. Edbino was quite low on HP. This is a pound that comes in from Esports Social, and his power has been knocked out as well. It's just Mania who is still standing tall, and it seems like he did the job for sure. But can his power be brought back? Of course, the nade was brilliant, but the vehicle, it just protects Godlike for a tad bit longer. But I'm not really sure if Kalyu closes in the distance, Godlike is going to live for long, Johnny.
Yeah, I think Godlike could be done away. It's a 1v1. S-Power knocked out again. Manya, can he clutch this win for his team? And the answer is no. Godlike, the taken out very early. Just 2 finishes secured in this game. Handed a beating at the hands of Esports Social. Kalyug, I think that's a clip that you put on your social.
100%. But elsewhere, of course, have a look at this. Phoenix up top on that sniper tower, and he's got company. Empire Originals, they are going to be off banging that first floor, but I don't really think Team Empire Originals, they are going to be quite safe in that position. I mean, there are going to be multiple teams out there in the open, and teams coming in from outside the circle, Johnny, will have those lines of sight, so they might just be willing to take these players off.
Pretty much, but winner prediction for this match, I think Meta Ninja will be the ones walking away with the chicken dinner. I think this team has returned with a much more refined form today than how they were playing yesterday, man. I mean, their position is phenomenal. They will be able to rack up, I think, at least 15 or 16 eliminations in this game, and even in terms of numbers, there's no one left in the entire lobby to challenge them. Teams are struggling. I think Rising Esports with 3 players maybe stands a chance with the help of Empire Original.
But looking at their history, I don't really think Rising Esports will have a chance. Look at this, though. The flywire is brilliant. Phoenix gets picked off. Meta Ninja, the 12th one on board, and Nebula Esports have been wiped off as well. This is utter domination coming in from Meta Ninja. They've got complete control of the northern terrain, and majority of the teams, they're going to come in from the hilltop down under, which means Meta Ninja have just clear lines of sight. All you've got to do is just shoot, keep shooting your bullets, and go on a finish frenzy.
But alright, that was an easy read for Empire Original as well. The man's not peeking. Probably cooking up an 8 on the other side, but oh no! That slow finish. Wizard, he just 1v4 Sovereign. Took him 20 minutes to pull it off, but that's a 1v4 against Sovereign Esports. What a day for Wizard.
And what a moment inside of the game as well. You try and run away from him, but Wizard will try and find you out. That is exactly the moral of the story at the end. Sovereign Esports, you can't run away from Wizard.
That's the slowest 1v4 I have ever witnessed, and also the most epic 1v4 I have ever seen.
Let's just put a word to it. In my way, it was satisfying.
Yeah, it was.
It was the most satisfying 1v4 that I'd seen. Now, man has a ghillie suit, man has 4 frags in the bag. H4K can actually build up on this game, to be honest.
Not really satisfying. Okay, so satisfying, I think, for me would be just like to see someone line up 4 players and just mow them down with an M249. That is going to be satisfying, to see those bodies drop to the floor before they realize what happened. This was... We'll find something. We'll find something creative. If our lovely viewers have some suggestions, you can shoot them to us. But yeah, celebrations will have to wait for later for H4K, because Wizard was just sent back to the Wizard Tower, which is the lobby.
H4K, there could have been a chance to actually gain those position points, but when you've got monsters running around the lobby in the form of Meta Ninja, there's not much you can do, to be honest. And then have a look at Rising Esports. The pandemonium, the panic results them in just being hunkered down in that one corner. And Johnny, I'm going to be, it might sound very critical of Rising Esports, but I don't like their gameplay at all, to be honest. Just every single match, you find these 3-4 players hunkered down in that one corner, not asserting anything in the lobby. That is not how you're going to make it to the semifinals or even the wildcards, for that matter, to be honest.
I think you might make it to the wildcards, but you won't be able to survive the wildcards.
Yeah.
Pretty much. And if you are in a position where you feel like, all right, we might not make it to the semifinals, we will prepare for the wildcard stages, start doing that in the matches that you have left. This is a very, very tricky lobby to survive. And Well, yeah, Meta Ninja do not care about all of that. 14 eliminations racked up. I think 20 might just be the... Well, can it be the final number? There are 14 left. There are 8. Yeah, they can go for 20. They just need to clean the entire lobby. And it's not going to be difficult because Empire Original 2 players, Riot Nations 1, Gen X FM is down to 1. And Rising Esports, they aren't really doing anything in this match, so they are still there with 3 players.
I mean, in my opinion, you've got to have a say in the lobby. Try and dictate the pace of the game. Try and stop rotations for other teams. Try and be a threat to the other teams if you can't really get those points on board. But Rising Esports, the way they are playing, I'm not really sure. Meta Ninja, they're going to lie in wait, and as soon as these players get forced out of that warehouse, I'm pretty sure the shots are going to come through. Gen X FM has been picked off. Shadow reaches his 6th elimination on board. It's a fantastic number, by the way.
You know what? Something funny. Dragon thinks that no one saw him move behind the truck.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was the joke. Apollo was watching him from the sidelines, and Rising Esports, they are done. Oh yeah, Beard Baba. Last year, he was the man who saved Rising Esports' roster as they were playing under the banner of Meta Ninja, but not anymore. Even he gets taken out, and the finish goes to God's official. Harsh gets that frag. Meta Ninja make him pay for it with his own life. Down to the top 3 teams. 7 players still alive. 4 versus 2 versus 1.
It's not really even a question on who's going to get that chicken dinner, but can Empire Originals and Riot Nations find a way? Tag team Meta Ninja out of commission. It is still going to be a threat. 4v3 needs being lobbed off. Empire Originals is being picked off as well. They understand where the players are, and once the location is known, you know the explosives are going to send directly to their doorstep.
Yeah, the only thing saving Empire Original is the fact that Meta Ninja they did not know where the last man was from Riot Nations. Now they've picked him off, and now it's down to a 4 versus 2. We saw the clutch win yesterday. We saw multiple clutches today as well. But this one, it's not going to be possible at all. Commando gets knocked out. And, well, there it is. The Empire finally falls. And Meta Ninja walk away with a big winner chicken dinner on the map of Virangal, which I believe is their biggest win in this BGIS 2026.
100%. I think Meta Ninja have never really dropped a 30 ball. That was my statement just before this particular matchup. I was like, all right, fine, Meta Ninja. What is the maximum can they do? They can get 15 points from the game, 16 at max, or potentially even 18. Well, this is Meta Ninja dropping 32 points on the map of Virangal.
And we spoke about this team before we jumped into the action as well. Why overcomplicate simple stuff? You have former MVP players in your roster. Just ask them to do their job. Just ask them to take everyone out. They're good at it. Don't ask them to, oh, can you secure this angle? Can you hold on to this team? That's not how the brain works. Ask them to aim and shoot.
Yeah, just aim and shoot and take them down. Give me point. That is exactly what Meta Ninja would be looking out for. And it was a fantastic performance, of course, that just shot them up to the #1 spot inside of their group. And now they should be very solid, to be honest, moving on to the semi-finals. But Rising Esports, I'm not really sure what to say of it, what to think of it, because now chances are going to be extremely grim. Riot Nations did try their best. Empire Originals also tried their best, but nothing good was found. Problems are now going to be for the lads like Gen X FM Esports, for Nebula, but we'll discuss about that a little later. Meta Ninja in this one, though. The chicken in the team stats, they've got themselves about 8, 7, 15, 17, 21 frags.
Is someone else IGLing this team? Can we find that out, please? Who's the IGL for Meta Ninja? Because I don't think Shadow 7 has any business of being... And I believe he is the top performer for this team, Meta Ninja, because he has absolutely no business being the IGL and also being the top fragger for the same roster, especially a roster that has Apollo, White Tiger and Fierce, and in particular Apollo and Fierce playing for the same team. Yeah, why is the IGL doing the heavy lifting?
I don't really know, man. It seems like he's kind of taken up Captain Cool by personally. I feel like he wants to be MS Dhoni inside of the game right now, where he can be both the wicketkeeper as well as a batsman. And he's being the IGL as well as a assaulter as well. But nonetheless, Meta Ninja, I think after that performance, they go straight to the semi-finals. Matt Kings and Godlike Esports inching closer.
Yeah, pretty much. I think it's much more important for Matt Kings to kind of maintain their top spot, because this game they went out with 0 points. So yeah, their fate, they do not want to be in a position that it is going to be decided by the teams from Group B. They need to perform. They need about let's just say 10 to 12 points, right?
Yeah.
So go for those 10 to 12 points. Well, they need a little bit more than that, because I believe they're still at 37.
Yeah.
So they are not 37, I think in the early 40s. So they need a little bit more. They need a decent match, not a big game like Meta Ninja, just a decent one gets the job done. But starts of that game, MVP, it is Shadow 7, 8 finishes on the board, 767 damage dished out.
Absolutely. You've got Fierce and Apollo as well joining along the fray. You've got Wizard from H4K. Now that was an attempt. What remains to be seen is how many points did H4K secure in that one, because I mean it was all Wizards doing. 3 players getting picked off early on. Wizard was the only one. Do they have position points? Do they only have finish points? That needs to be found out. But Genix FM, H4K, teams like Higboson Esports, who are getting ripped apart in the early stages, are now going to be in a deep world of trouble. Just 1 match remains. But ladies and gentlemen, point standings from the last game, Meta Ninja 31 points, just establish a big vacuum on the rest of the lobby. Empire Originals with 9, Riot Nations with 7. This is bad news, because not even a single team apart from Meta Ninja could hit double digits.
Yeah, because one team took out 1/3 of the lobby. 64 players play BGMI, 4 of which were Meta Ninja, right?
Yeah,
that is 60 left.
Yeah.
1/3 is 20. They took out 21, more than 1/3. Let's just give them that. So yeah, when this is happening, you can't do anything. Look at that. More damage dished out than Esports, Social and Riot Nations combined.
Yeah, it's not even a question on why Meta Ninja did get so many points, but the point is that Esports Social, you're talking about them. That was a great clutch coming in from Kalyu against Godlike, to be honest, because of which they've gotten themselves those 7 crucial points. But where does it place them on the overall standings? I'm not really sure. We'll pull it up. Overall standings in front of us. Meta Ninja up top, 58 points. Now this is time for domination. We've got Mad Kings, Nebula closely following up. There's still considerable difference, or rather I would say a lot of ground for Nebula to cover before we can certainly say that they've made it to the semi-finals. But the same can be said, Johnny, for FTR, for K9 Esports, for Godlike, for Genix FM, for H4K as well, and only 1 match remains.
Hey man, the door is wide open. Rising Esports all the way on the 15th position are also playing for survival in BGIS. Let's not forget that.
Yeah.
And also Empire Original, but we're going to have to see their performances haven't been the greatest up until now. But again, it is not that difficult for these teams to sort of distribute the points and make it to the safer brackets, to be honest. Even if you are picking up finishes and the other ones go for placements, split it up that way, I think everyone can find themselves in their preferred bracket, which for Meta Ninja, Mad Kings, Nebula, FTR, K9 is going to be a spot towards the semis, and for everyone else is a spot towards the wildcard stages. But for K9, you need that chicken dinner. You need to put yourself over 50s. Meta Ninja, I think, already welcome to the semi-finals.
They are already there. I'm almost sure that they are going to be booking their flight tickets as well.
And also Mad Kings, by the way. They were in 47 points.
They were in 47, so maybe a few more points. They're going to touch that 50-point marker.
Like
but for Nebula Esports, they're sitting at 37. And then one more big team that we've got to talk about, Higboson Esports, 25 points. Not really looking too good, to be honest, right now.
Yeah, actually, because before this match, during the pre-game, we were talking about Higboson, and I wanted to say this. Yeah, 2 games, 25 points. They can do 12 points per game. Now, I don't know.
Yeah.
I think they should just settle for a spot in the wildcard stages and then move to the semis from there.
But it is going to be a long journey for sure. That one game of a wrangle, it is going to decide the fate of all of these teams. But that happens after a very short break. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, it's the group of destruction, Group D, in the quarterfinals, all set to conclude their journey and figure out amongst themselves which names get a spot in the semis, which are going to move to the wildcard stage, and which names we are going to bid adieu to after their journey in the quarterfinals comes to an end. But for now, heading into the next game, we have Icy Baby 1-2 joining us. And I'm pretty sure you enjoyed that 1-2 knockout blow from Meta Ninja in their previous game. Something we did not expect because based on how this team has been playing up until now.
Hey, for all things considered, I'm really happy that this is actually happening as well here, because both Mad Kings and Meta Ninja has a goal in particular here, and I'm talking about the players themselves. It's going to be Shadow, OG, and also Apollos. They are two players that have attended every single official LAN last year, and now they're looking to replicate the same, I would say.
Pretty much, and it's making me very excited to see how the semifinals are going to turn out. But another thing that gets me excited, it is going to be every single time. The Royal Pass is launched out. This one has the Rogue Fox set and the Rogue Fox DP28 that you get once you have maxed out your Royal Pass, and in doing so, while you are on your journey to max out that Royal Pass, you also get the UC refund for the UC that you've spent in getting the Royal Pass, so that benefits you. Use it to get the Royal Enfield, or maybe the Porsche for yourself, or maybe the amazing other cosmetics that BGMI has to offer. But while you're doing so, also do make sure to play BGMI Classic matches, because that helps us with the Discovery Island being active in boosting the prize pool for BGIS 2026. We want to reach that 4 crore marker as soon as possible. But coming back to the matches again, any other team you want to talk about apart from Mad Kings, Meta Ninja, or maybe K9?
I think I want to talk about the group in general for this particular group, right? Because K9 Esports is now looking for one of the biggest comeback to try and potentially make it the semifinals, and this has caused a vacuum of points being, I would say, spread evenly between the board, except for, of course, Mad Kings and Meta Ninja, which now puts them in a spot where the semifinals cutoff may be significantly lower. That's number one. Number two, maybe a majority of the teams coming from the wildcards are going to be coming from this group in particular compared to the rest of the groups, because we do see this huge disparity of points from the other groups, especially for the teams that is pushing for those semifinals.
I agree with you on that, because you think about Rising Esports sitting on the 15th position at 25 points, right? They need 5 to hit that 30-point marker, so there's a very high probability that Rising Esports, if not the semifinals, then can at least drag themselves to a safer position. I mean, who knows? Maybe they just get a big 31-point chicken dinner in this game, and then Rising Esports also makes it to the semis. But based on the situation of the leaderboard, that is also an actual possibility. I just realized that. But anyways, it is true. There might be a lot of teams from this Group D that head to the wildcard, but that is going to be bad news for the teams that are there from the other groups, particularly Group A and Group C, because that means a lot of teams from that particular group are going to be kicked out.
Now, let's talk about mathematics here, because there is going to be remaining 4 matches across all the groups here, and then we decide who's going to be a top 16. Mathematically, the most team that is going to be coming in towards to push the top 16 at least here is going to be like 5 to 6 teams to push for the semifinals as of yet as the game progresses as well. But for the wildcard stages, well, I don't know, it's going to be a free-for-all. It might be more than 8 teams.
It is pretty much, man. And I guess with that being said, it's time to conclude the journey for Group D. And for that, ladies and gentlemen, one last time, we're going to head to Wrangle.
One final game for Group D to decide their fates, whether or not they qualify for the semifinals is on the line, and will they be able to survive BGIS 2026, or will they be eliminated? The comebacks are coming in, and the flight has been sent off, as they are going to be starting things off from the southwest corner of Primors, and then passing through the middle of the map, and then ending towards the outskirts of Stauber. A pretty northwestern shift, but of course, let's talk about the overall map standing so far. Meta Ninja currently the top of the leaderboard here with the most amount of points earned in 2 maps. That's 40... No, sorry, that's not going to be the total map standings.
No, that's just a wrangle.
47 points just off Wrangle?
Yep, that is just a wrangle, man. Even I was surprised. I thought the same thing that you were thinking. I was like, all right, this seems like their overall. But no, they got 31 in that previous game. Before that, their wrangle performance was like 15, 16 points.
This is insane. Okay, think about it this way, right? Meta Ninja was able to get 26 points off 3 games yesterday.
Yeah.
Now they've gotten 47 points off just Wrangle.
they got more points in one game than the 3 games yesterday combined.
That winner chicken dinner, that chicken dinner just now was just a huge leap here, at least for Meta Ninja.
Yeah.
But of course, to safely cross the 15 mark here, to actually safely retain their spots in the semifinals, I think Meta Ninja is pretty much gone into the semifinals. Just like 4 or 5 finishes, and they should be set to go there.
That is not even points. They just need, I think 4 or 5 points. They need like 2 points for the semis.
Yeah.
They're at 50 plus already. So from this particular group, one team is guaranteed safe. But the performance that was delivered by Meta Ninja is what results in what we see on the overall leaderboard. And the standings for that previous game of Erangel were a nightmare for everyone. You see the team with the chicken dinner, they have 31 points. You see the team right behind them sitting second on the leaderboard, 9 points. They got 9 points. So that was a very big vacuum. And I think teams like Rising Esports, teams like Empire Originals, they are the ones who need to be grateful for Meta Ninja for opening up the opportunity for a comeback, because this is why the difference on the overall leaderboard doesn't really exist now. But talking about this particular match itself, we have a Ruins Gatka-centered circle right now. We saw Frostrex and Higg Boson in the fields of Gatka quite close to each other. And we see 2 players of Higg Boson on our screens right now. Looking for loot. Snowshot and Hero.
I think Higg Boson is going to be a very interesting topic to talk about as well, because they were the team that actually completely shut down the momentum that K9 was looking to go for on a rampage yesterday as well, because that clutch coming from Hero in a 1v3 from game 1 kind of spiraled out for K9 Esports, where they just got completely sidetracked for the remaining 3 games. And for them to get those mental resets for today proves to show that, you know, sometimes one bad game can ruin your games. And K9 Esports has pretty much put themselves in that situation. And fortunately for them, in 2 games, they were able to bounce back to 30 ballpark. So technically, they are safe from elimination. They are guaranteed, I would say, in towards the wildcard stages. But for them to push for the semifinals, K9 Esports, the only way to do so is a chicken dinner and nothing less from this game.
See, these boys are some of my very good friends from the K9 Esports squad. But I'll be honest about one thing, that if K9 is playing the wildcard stages, it's going to be very difficult, and I don't know if they'll be able to survive wildcard stages. Wildcard will be extremely try-hard, and when other teams are playing slow, K9 tends to not do so well in those lobbies that have teams just holding their ground, no one moving out. They do well when teams are willing to fight them out. But one place where we would like to do well is the overall prize pool for BGIS 2026, and one way to make that happen, we need your help. Just go and play BGMI. Discovery Island is still active. We have crossed 3.5 crores in overall prize pool for BGIS 2026. The max peak we can hit is 4 crores. It's just a little bit more distance to cover, so play a little bit more BGMI.
Exactly. The more you play, the more you guys also going to be walking away with rewards as well. And UC is required to do so. All you need to do is just play. Play every single day, morning to night. Well, maximum 6 hours per account. So 6 hours per account. Okay, that's about it.
Yeah, just play 6 hours.
If you have a second account, go. Make it 12 hours, but that's just me, you know?
Yeah, that's just us, I guess. But
yeah, we just admitted to ourselves in front of everybody. We are.
Yeah, we should do that. Just play on single account.
Yeah. Anyways, moving on here, Frostrex Esports is also going to be a team that kind of surprises as well. They are by far the most consistent in placing top 5 in almost every single round that they have played so far. And even here, when it matters the most, they are so close to qualifying into the semifinals, which in this case, can they do so? Well, only this final match will decide their fate here. Only a chicken dinner with at least 8 finishes will give them a slot for the semifinals. Meanwhile, this is going to be some stats here coming from H4K. We've got Rage God with 11, Wizard with 10 finishes as well, Suja with 6, and only Mac with 2 finishes. Seems like Mac needs to do a little bit more heavy lifting for the team, I would say.
Yeah, man. H4K, you know what? I miss the H4K we had in 2023, to be honest. A hyper-aggressive team, not really worried about survival. They were doing well in those team fights. But again, I used to like them, but that wasn't a successful approach. This time, it seems like they've gotten a lot better. There's a lot more control within this team. And they have Mac, for crying out loud. He used to be renowned as a prodigy up until a few years ago. Is still considered one of the mechanical gifted players in the community itself. But again, the impact that I kind of expected with Mac added to a roster hasn't really been felt for H4K. I think they should start making a few adjustments. But as of now, just start eyeing and practicing for the wildcard stages. 30 points. They need about 25 points to get towards the 50-point marker. 55, maybe they make it through to the semis directly. But, This could be trouble for K9, spotted out by Meta Ninja. And K9 is again playing a 3-1 split, which surprisingly does not have Omega being the scout for the team. So this is a switch up in playstyle for K9 Esports. They sent Slug out of Saverni early.
Yeah, this is interesting as well. Meta Ninja does tentatively come in a little bit earlier as well. Wasn't expecting them to actually run into K9. But because of that spot coming from Slug, K9 Esports may look to try and rotate through George Pool Bridge itself. And I'm talking about the long rotation all the way to far west, a little bit off-site, just to get inside the zone. But at the same time, it does give them a little bit more breathing room to work with. It is a slight detour, but considering that majority of teams are coming from the east side, it shouldn't be that bad of a rotation, at least for Circle 2 and Circle 3. Meanwhile, Nebula Esports here, this is going to be a team that, when we talk about their comeback stories as well, they are the only team during BMSD that played from every single round and made it into the grand finals and almost, and I mean almost, represented the country.
Yeah, almost. And I don't know what to call it the moment where you're talking about K9 and the next team you talk about is Nebula. Because Nebula was the ones who costed K9 an opportunity to represent the country.
Ironic, isn't it? Ironic, isn't it?
Yeah.
Nebula did really well during the BMIC. But for BMSD, like you said as well, Nebula was also the reason K9 could not qualify.
Pretty much, but all of that I believe Omega has left in the past. And yeah, they're just focused on their matches. Even Nebula Esports, I think, based on how Showdown went for Nebula Esports, we were expecting big things this season of BGIS, but I will be honest, I'm kind of a little bit disappointed. Nebula is doing okay, but that run during Showdown, man, that was something else. That was a true undergod story.
True. And there was two teams in particular that in this particular group does kind of share a very similar storyline. It's going to be Esports Socials and Nebula. For some reason, they'll find a way to qualify to the next round.
Oh, yeah. I mean, hey, Nebula does a lot better than Esports Social. Esports Social is always on the borderline qualification for the next stage.
Well, this might be it for them as well.
I don't know, man. Maybe they just figured out a way to enter the wildcard stages again. They need what? Like, let's just say 10 points. They're at 23.
Well, as of yet, I think wildcard stages for them isn't too bad here. But again, it comes down to luck as well.
Yeah.
And like I said as well, this group has one of the most amount of potential teams that is going to be going into the wildcards, considering how spread out the teams. The points have been as well, unless Meta Ninja decides to pull the vacuum in this point. But speaking of which here, Hero Stream Godlike now in a little bit of scuffle here with Sovereign. As they go in for the slam, S-Power left all by himself. And now he's pretty much isolated here. And needs some sort of backup to actually go in for the flag. But the nades here, easy. Actually nading himself here coming from Sovereign. What happened?
My goodness, it was a team nade. The knock was there and S-Power just claimed it as his own. Secures the finish point. But now it is time to make the pounds. Godlike, they have the numbers to work with in this fight. Gray hiding on the first floor. Slow right behind the box on the ground. And Admino, he's trying to keep Who distracted from the mix. Admino finds the knock. It's a 2 versus 2, but Jonathan makes it a 1v1 for S-Power. The nade finds a knock on to Slow, who is just hiding in a corner. Now it's down to Gray. In the previous game of Erangel, Gray was able to secure a 1v3. Well, not win the complete fight, but get at least 3 elimination points for his team. Can he do this and find a little bit more breathing room to work with? This time, it's going to be tougher. It's the players of Godlike you're going up against.
Oh my goodness, this is going to be a tough play here coming from Gray. He was the one that actually almost destroyed H4K's chances, and this time it's now or never for him. But Hero Extreme Godlike, great takedown, great decisions as well. Because of the hesitation coming from Sovereign, they gave them enough time to actually counter-nade, and just like that, they take 3 in the bag, and Hero Extreme Godlike looking stronger than ever. But the question here is, I don't think they are aware there is one more right on top as well. But S-Power, he is going to be taking a little bit of a safety check here, doesn't want to push up on top in case of a potential third party if they go in for the slam. So they are going to be watching outside before they make the move. And it seems like there's nothing happening outside, and they finally make the pounds here to actually push up. Jonathan, Manya, and S-Power going to be grouping up to try and find Gray. Gray has not moved a single muscle yet. But seems like they are going to check the corners. Jonathan goes for the white swing and takes him out. And that is going to be 4 points in the bag for Hero Extreme Godlike.
Yeah, squad wipe coming through. Godlike, they will be happy with those 4 points. Tally on the leaderboard reaches 38. And again, target is over 50. Not too far. need just 12 more points from this match. It is a possibility, especially considering they are close to the center of the circle. But moving towards the southern edge, Oishani Esports is playing the edge of the circle, looking to move towards the west, where there is a fight breaking out towards the southwestern edge. It's Higgs Boson taking on Empire Original. Knock found by Hero. That's the opener. Carnage falls and he gets finished off. Where is the cover from the players at the top of the hill? Well, that's the question that is going to be asked to them by the players of Higgs Boson Esports as well. As the chase comes through, Snowjot and Hero making the pounce. They're going to find a few more knocks away. The players are extremely low, but it is going to be a blunder. Snowjot, he takes an exit. Doesn't matter. Still takes down Norm Jr. and Commando. And Warboy plays is just left to run for his life. I thought that was going to be a mistake. That vehicle was a little too quick on the move and Snowjot just went for it.
Exactly, but at the same time as well, Higgs Boson was able to find 3 points in the back, looking to make a bounce back to qualify for the wildcards, but all these commotions was spotted out by Oishani Esports here. Scream takes a couple shots in, but Higgs Boson is going to be looking to disengage as well. No, not worth committing to this fight here, as both teams do need to find a way to push inside the zone. Pochinki is going to be a absolute war zone if they want to try and push in directly. You do have one player from Empire Originals looking to try and survive for some sort of placement points. Esports Social is going to be controlling the north side, but the circle seems to favor Hero Extreme Godlike in those split compounds. It is giving you a lot of line of sight for teams, especially if the zone shifts up north side, where the open fields are going to be available. Even for the south, it is going to be easy rotations to actually punish off any teams trying to make a mad dash into the next phase of the zone. So very, very good spot for Hiroshima Godlike. While for Meta Ninja, it seems like they are going to be playing the potato hills, and they are looking to play a little bit on towards the edges here, not wanting to push inside the zone, knowing that there are a lot of shots inside as of yet.
Yeah, I think that open field push that Meta Ninja have to make is going to keep them at bay. And as you were talking about Godlike, I think just one course of action for Godlike from here on out. Do not get taken out through the windows. If they have their numbers up, if they're able to deal with the pressure of the teams bouncing on their compound, because that will happen eventually. It's the smack center of the circle. As you mentioned, open vision of the fields all around them. If they can handle that pressure from all of these teams piling on, force them to stay out of the building, get third party and get picked off, I think Godlike just with the placement points alone can inch their way closer to that 50-point marker from there. And of course, if these many bodies are going to drop in the open fields, Godlike will have the upper hand in just picking off a few extra loose stragglers. So the stage is set, but right now on our screens we have the squad of K9 Esports who are playing the northern edge, and things are not looking easy for K9 Esports, I see. I mean, look at the number of teams they have to deal with. First of all, Riot Nation sitting up front, then you have H4K on the flank, and if you push for the center of the circles, there's Nebula and Godlike.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky as well, considering the fact that all these teams have one goal: qualify for semifinals and to fight for the survival to make it into the wildcard stages. K9 Esports may be looking to dream big in this scenario here. They need about 2 to 3 points here to kind of safely hold the wildcard slots, but a chicken dinner with 10 finishes should be able to sneak them in as the 15, maybe 16 position or semifinals.
Yeah.
But again, still very, very tough play here coming from K9 Esports, but again, nothing is impossible until it's truly over, and it seems like the circle is going to be shifting on the open fields northwest of where Hiroshima Godlike is. And like you said, this is going to be a good time here for Hiroshima Godlike to actually maybe even also sneak into the semifinals themselves.
I mean, this could be the opportunity that they are hoping for, and not a lot of work needs to be put in to make it happen as well. When things are easy, you need to seize the opportunity. But K9 Esports, how is Slug in such a good spot? He has a Ridge covering the angle for Nebula. He has a Ridge blocking the angle for H4K. So all they need to do is just hold on to that Ridge. But God's official trying to make a pounce onto the players of Meta Ninja. In a blink, get annihilated. 4 eliminations for Meta Ninja. They are again building up a vacuum. All right, I see. If Meta Ninja again have a 31-point match, what happens to Group D then?
Well, I think this is going to be a tough one as well, because it is going to be is going to come down towards a tiebreaker here. Yeah. Who makes it into the wild card eventually. So it is going to be a tough play here. But again, getting those placement points is going to be the way to go. But Meta Ninja looking to try and flex their dominance, because as of yet, the current #1 team that is currently holding the leaderboard for the overall standings out of all 64 teams is going to be Evox Esports with 17 points. And so they are 7 points away. But hold that thought for now. Seems like K9 Esports is also going to be trying to take a few jabs here. H4K getting dismantled as well. And they will be the next team to fall. And H4K just might be eliminated from BGIS with only 30 points.
Yeah, H4K is out. That is fine. But the knocks were secured by K9 Esports. They're missing out on these finish points. And K9 are starting to crumble. Meta Ninja, the pylon is there. Knight fighting for his life. No HP. Gets knocked out by Fierce. And Fierce as well is the last man left alive. K9 Esports, they were desperate. Meta Ninja came to flex the aggression. Knight and Omega still knocked, but the nades from Nebula take away all of these points. And Ninja Boy on the flank can't really do a lot. Even K9 Esports are going to bite the dust. What just happened? K9 might have to settle for the wildcard stages.
Oh my goodness, what a blunder. What a slam as well. But at the same time, K9 Esports, now their fates are pretty much sealed with 38 points in the overall standings. Can they survive the wildcard stages? Only time will tell. But let's take a look at the replay here of what Meta Ninja was eyeing for as well. They were trying to push into the zone and coincidentally finds a small little roadway that thinks that maybe they will have some sort of cover, runs into his K9 Esports and forced to take a fight. And just like that, both teams gets eliminated because of this chaos.
I mean, ideally, we see players in vehicles run a 2-2 split, 2 players per car, but Meta Ninja, they have been putting 3 in a vehicle, and then it's just a tank with assault rifles mounted on top. One that has an option to add a boost to their speed as well. So this strategy, they've been doing this drive-by strat. They did it in the previous wrangle on multiple teams. This time as well, I think the target was a little bit off because K9 was already quite exposed, so that's what resulted in Meta Ninja getting eliminated as well. But this is the only team that I've been seeing take that much risk, that 3 players, 4 players in a single car, one man drives, everyone else start shooting.
Exactly, but let's take a look at the replay on what happened on the southwest corner as well. Mankings was able to shut out Oishani on the side with Shadow OG getting pushed off. Just like that, he was able to take out every player from Oishani, and this is the reason why he is an all-timer LAN attendee. And it seems like Mad Kings is looking to try to make it into the LAN event with the semifinals with his former compadre, Apollos from Meta Ninja.
I see. Which Apollo Shadow combo do you like more? Apollo Shadow OG or Apollo Shadow 7?
I don't know. This is my first time seeing Apollos with Shadow 7.
Yeah, true.
Because Shadow OG and Apollos has been together since the beginning of 2025.
Yeah,
first with Genesis, and then they were together with Genesis again, and then switched into his Mad Kings. So it's nice to see that both players are still eyeing to try and be the most consistent LAN attendee out of every single BGMI player for the past 2 years.
So Apollo plus any guy named Shadow, you make it to LAN basically.
Well, as of yet, Meta Ninja speaks words. Result speaks for himself. But for the rest of the teams inside this group, they are still going to be looking to try and qualify themselves here. Higbos on Esports trying to get out of the gutter to try and make it to the wildcards. It seems like they are going to get slammed. And found Kratos here, Hero, getting a point in the bag. And that is going to put Nebula in a very awkward spot here on whether or not can they actually qualify for the semifinals themselves as well.
Yeah, I think Nebula might struggle to make it to the semis depending on how Group B plays today. But from 39, I think they need to start moving towards at least 8 more points, get 10 more, maybe 49 is going to put you in a better spot, but Nebula on the run. Oh no, wrong weapon of choice. He took those shots with the DBS. Now he has a Bison, so not enough damage. Hero, unfortunately, that first pick against the players of Nebula was quite clean, but yeah, struggling on those weapons. Has the AUG now, finally. And Higbos have done a brilliant job protecting this church for themselves, maintaining control, because from the open fields, I usually struggle with holding the rooftop. There's a lot of threat from the open fields. Players with angles can take you out if you're too distracted by teams exiting Pochinki or maybe pressure from the western front. But Higbos on 4 points secured, man. Now the only question is, how do you push up north? Also, by the way, the circle might just abandon Godlike next.
Yeah, it is going to be in that as well. Godlike has been pushing every single team to the north and the south side. And unfortunately to say, even though they have been doing so much pushing, they haven't been racking up any points since Sovereign Esports decides to crash onto them. So this might put them in a little bit of an awkward situation. But the stage has been set by them. We are down towards the last 9 teams remaining. Placement points is about to begin after one team gets taken out. And on the finish feed as well, Admino is able to find a knock onto his Gen XFM. But now Rising Esports on the defense. FTR looking to try and go for the push. A nice nade there trying to stall them in this track. But can they get the knock? No, they do not. Another nade comes in from Rising Esports. But FTR, they need to push in. They go in for the counter nades, but no connection so far. But Rising Esports continues to pepper them with those nades. And they're down very, very low. Amok has been knocked. Kaiser down low, forced to go in for the first 8 kits, but they're still barely at the edge of the zone. And another nade comes in.
But look at the flank on the radar. Mad Kings, they have a line of fire for Frost Rex, and points are going to get stolen from the players of Rising Esports in a match where they actually have their numbers and they make it to the top 9 as well. Mad Kings might have denied Rising Esports an opportunity to survive in this tournament with that, but Esports Social also looking to suffer the same fate. A fight against the players of Higbo's on the nade. Ricochet is off the wall. Wanted. He gets to stay alive for a few more seconds.
It's going to be a tough battle here, but Higbo's on. He needs a 1 or 2 points here, but the nade comes in. Gets the confirmation on the bunny. Hero almost getting taken out as well. Esports Social looking to rack up some points themselves. And just like that, but the zone is going to force them all out in the open. Esports Socials, they are going to make the first dip. Snowjot and Hero, the last 2 players from Higbozon, fighting for survival, looking to defend and qualify for the wildcard stages. Everything is on the line for both these 2 teams here. It's going to be a tough battle here, Johnny.
And both of them are getting pinned right now. Esports Social, they're put under pressure by Higbozon. That could have been a knock, but a timely crouch helps Chris OP survive. And now finally one to get shut down. Hero still eyeing the players of Esports Social. Finds the second. Kalyug, not enough HP, gets knocked out. And as you were talking about a possibility to make it to the wildcard stages, I think Esports Social, if they lose this fight, they lose that possibility along with it. But Fragger finds the knock. Hero, the last survivor from the side of Higbozon. 1 versus 2 for him. Damage dished out by Chris OP. Sliver of HP. Hero takes down 1. And he takes down the second as well. What has this man done? What a move coming from Hero.
Oh my goodness. Hero, the savior for the team. They just might get enough points to qualify for the wildcard stages. Placement points in play. But he's got to do a little bit more to try and pull the reach here. Pull the benchmark. Pull the cut off from the rest of the other teams here that is trying to qualify for the wildcard stages. But Higbozon Esports, you've done a phenomenal job this game. Meanwhile, there's still 8 teams remaining. Mad King still surviving the ordeal with 49 points. Needs 50 to qualify for semifinals, but this should be good. Clutch God looking for a 1 versus 1. Cooks up the nade, sees Hero on the sides here. He's pretty much out in the open, and here comes the nade. And that is going to be a freebie, and Clutch God clutches it for Mad Kings.
Yeah, all of a sudden, it seems like after Meta Ninja, Mad Kings have woken up and realized, like, alright, we're not going to get shadowed by Shadow, the other Shadow, pretty much. Both the Shadows competing for their teams. And, well, Shadow OG as well, leading from the front line. 4 eliminations, just like Shadow 7. Cyrex finds 1 more for his team. And Nebula Esports finally eliminated from this game. 40 points on the board for Nebula Esports. IC, what are your thoughts? I think wildcard stages for them?
Well, it might be just it for wildcard for them. But we have to see what the remaining groups going to be playing as well. Because as of yet, at the start of today, the cutoff for the top 16 was 38 points. So technically, Nebula Esports should be heading down towards the wildcard stages. But now, Hero Extreme Godlike looking for a chance to qualify for the semifinals. This is a perfect opportunity for them as well. They've got 7 finishes in the bag, 43 points in total. And Mad Kings has pretty much qualified themselves into the semifinals. It's all up to Hero Extreme Godlike, the next team that potentially is going to be sneaking in as well. But seems like Frost Rex will be able to find Adi on the sides. Riot Nations may just lose out on qualification as well with only 32 points. It is going to be close. It is going to come down towards the wire here by the end of today. And who's qualifying and who is going to be eliminated.
Oh no, Mowgli. He can take revenge from the players of Rising Esports. Oh, the nade is going to be a bit off. Rising Esports, they are just keeping their head down. And, well, there comes the peak. Mowgli now spots out the men, takes down 2 in a spray. That airdrop weapon doing a brilliant job. And Rising Esports can't react. They go for a peek. They take shots from Riot Nations. Mowgli just needs a nade at the right spot, and he can take down Dragon and Yuva. All right, a lot of damage dished out with that. And Riot Nations, they show up for a third party, so distractions are there for Rising Esports as well. They finish off Frostrex. Mad Kings are making a charge, but enough points are there. Take those points, get those finishes. Rising Esports. Oh no. Just 3 finishes. They finish in the top 4, but I think if they play like this, then they might just get kicked out of the wildcard stages.
Exactly, but Hero Extreme Godlike is going to be very happy to gobble up all those points because they are looking to qualify to the semi-finals here. Mad Kings now going to be creating those vacuums and they eliminate Riot Nations. This is going to be the final showdown for Group D. Mad Kings versus Hero Extreme Godlike in a 4 versus 4 matchup. Mad Kings now controlling the northern region. Hero Extreme Godlike on the southeast corner with the zone closing in 3 seconds. This is going to decide which it is going to be favoring a little bit more in terms of direction and control. It seems like it is going to shift a little bit more towards Hero Extreme Godlike, but Mad King still has those hilltops to kind of work with those high grounds. This is going to be an important one here for Hero Extreme Godlike. If they get this chicken dinner, they will be walking away and in towards the semifinals.
Shadow and Clutch God going up against the banner that they used to represent at one point. And Godlike, they found the opening in this one as well. Mad Kings, they are down a player. And Shadow OG falls to Manya. Pro in the backlines, trying to handle the pressure, also gets taken out. And there it is. Godlike, 9 eliminations. They are looking to make it 10 with Cyrex there in the backline. But I believe with those 10 eliminations and the chicken dinner, Godlike will be comfortable inside of the semi-final bracket. The shotgun spam from S-Power finds no contact, but there's nowhere left for this man to run. Cyrex gets an extra point for his team. And that's the end of it all. Godlike securing a 10 finish. Chicken dinner, 20 points on the board after this, and this is why we were tracking this team position. I think the circle also favored them for a very long time. When you're talking about the stage 2 shift, they were the only team sitting smack center inside of that compound, surrounded by open fields. And then towards the end, when time came for them to exit, there were just 2 or 4 teams, in fact, left. Mad Kings, Rising Esports, and Riot Nations, and all of them were fighting amongst themselves. No one cared about Godlike, and they took advantage of that.
Exactly. It's been a while since we've seen Hero Extreme Godlike this refined. It's been a while, and finally we see a dominating game coming from Hero Extreme Godlike. Them securing the chicken dinner and also securing their spots in towards the semi-finals here, alongside with Mad Kings and Meta Ninja coming from this group. And it seems like the cutoff may be a little bit higher, I would say, for the semi-finals, but for the qualification of the wildcard stages, it is going to be very, very tricky here. But let's take a look towards the final blow on what happened in these final few moments as well. Rising Esports, they were trying to fight for survival, and them getting taken out and not getting those points, I think they might not have enough points for the wildcard stages.
I think we need to set up a call between Dragon and Necro again, because for some reason, it's that harsh reality check that Rising Esports always needs before they start to perform. But there's no point now. It's too late. Matches are done. Rising Esports, I think they had somewhere around 25 points in this game. They got 2 finishes and they finished 4th. So that is 6-5-4. So that's grand total of 6 points in this match. I think they might make it to the wildcard stages, but that's a might. In the meanwhile, we look at the actual might, and by that I mean the strength of Team Godlike in this game. Manya with 4 eliminations, Admino 2, S-Power 3, Jonathan 3. I think this was, this is what we expect Godlike to play like, to be honest.
Exactly, and the haters were doubting this roster's especially when they debuted during the grind stages, and it was very disappointing. But now, after months and rounds of rounds, and now making it to the semifinals here, I think they have a very, very good shot here.
Yeah.
Because now, with this being said as well, Hero Extreme Godlike making it to the semifinals. Now, I want to see the predecessor on how they're going to be performing as well, because they are going to be playing next as well. Revenant and Xbox, we have Punk going to be playing in that group. Punk has brought Revenant and Xbox to glory to make themselves in towards the quarterfinals, but can he lead the team into the semifinals alongside to meet each other potentially in the semifinals here, I would say?
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be something, right? Seeing Godlike and Revenant and Xbox going after each other in the semis itself. Because they have a safety cushion, so there's going to be shenanigans in the semi-finals, of course. But looking at the individual player stats right now for this particular map of Varangal, we have Hero from Higbozon walking away as the MVP with 6 finishes, followed by Cyrex with 5, Shadow OG from Mad Kings with 5 as well, Manya from Godlike with 4, and Jonathan from Godlike with 3.
Now, this is going to be an amazing game here as well, but Higboson, especially from Hero, he was able to save a lot of points in this particular round, but is it enough to retain for the wildcard stages? Well, only the remaining 3 matches is going to be deciding their fates here. Meanwhile, this is going to be the score points on how all the teams perform here. Hero Ship got with the winner chicken dinner and 12 finishes gives them 22 points. Mad Kings with 12 finishes and also the second place position gives them 18 points. Riot Nations make a little bit small bounce back with 11 points. I'm not exactly sure it is going to be enough, but Higboson also with the top 4 here with 9 points. Rising Esports with 8. Meta Ninja, well, they only got 6 points and you can't really blame them.
Alright, Rising Esports got extra eliminations before they got taken out, but overall rankings on our screen: 64 for Meta Ninja, 60 points for Mad Kings, 56 for Godlike. So I think there is hope for us to see Godlike in the semi-finals. I mean, depends on how Group B ends up performing, but I think 56 points should keep them in that way. Frostrex, Nebula, K9, Riot Nations, Higboson, I think, and Genex FM, H4K, they might head towards the wildcard stages, but Rising Esports, God's Official, and Sovereign, yeah, at least these teams tied up for 28 points. They are in a bit of a pickle now, because I think heading into the next 3 matches before we begin the journey for Group B, they should be, IC, correct me if I'm wrong, they should be outside of that bottom 24, these 3 teams, but I think after the next 3 matches, they are going to slide out.
Yeah, this is going to be a tricky spot to be in here, especially for all the teams in the bottom as well. H4K, Rising Esports, even God's Official might just be eliminated, like you said as well, because before these 3 matches begin as well, the cutoff for the qualifications for wildcard stages was 20 points. And now with this so many entries into place, I think the cutoff might be somewhere around 28 points.
I have something to say, something to draw your attention towards. Nebula Esports has less placement points than Oishani Esports.
Oh no.
I mean, yeah, it's something they need to work on, but yeah, they're still going to the wildcard stages. It was a little bit of a humor, that's it.
Okay,
just
fair
like
enough.
A funny stat to look at.
Okay.
33 eliminations, they were hyper-aggressive. Nebula is just, I think, working on fights.
Fair enough. But at the same time as well, I think H4K is going to be able to sneak past in the wildcard stages. I think 30 points is barely at the cusp on the 40th position.
Yeah.
But because they have a winner chicken dinner, any tiebreaker should favor H4K.
I think 30 points, 30 points is, I think, where the cutoff for the wildcard stage is going to be. So I agree with you. Maybe that chicken dinner comes to help them out in a tiebreaker situation, but I would want H4K to do better if they actually end up making to the wildcard stages. You never want to be a team like Esports Social, because yes, you barely make it through to the early rounds, but there will eventually come a time where you will be kicked out. And my question is, what are we here to accomplish? I mean, it's breaking boundaries, right? You got to break your boundaries, try and be better than what you were last year, or however you have performed in the previous year. And the goal for everyone, I mean, success is as simple as making it to the stage of the finale. You need to work towards that goal. You can't just be happy, all right, yeah, we are surviving till the late stage, we make it to the semi-finals every year, and then call ourselves a good team.
Well, fair enough. But at the same time, it is still a very joyous occasion here, at least for Hero Ship Godlike as well, because they have finally shown signs of life. But let's take a look at the current overall standings, including all 64 teams as of yet. And currently, Hero Ship Godlike is going to be sitting on a 10th position with 56 points. And only 16 teams from this overall standings is going to make it into the semi-finals, and the current cutoff is 41 points held by Frostrex Esports, and of course it is going to dwindle down eventually because there is still 3 more games to go. So I would say Wildfangs should have a little bit of safety cushion here, just because 52 to 44, it's like what? I don't know.
11 points.
A lot of points.
54 to 40, 52 to 44. That's 8 points. But I think Wildfangs to Frostrex, those 11 points, that's an 11-point safety cushion for Wildfangs. And I think that is where the cutoff might be, 52, 53 points. But let's move forward. Let's see the next team that's there with just 3 matches played. That's 4 DOD. They are in Group B. They're going to be playing up next. They sit there with 39 points. So they need about 13 points to get to safety, where Wildfangs is right now. And after them, the next team in chase is going to be Wingod with 31. So now there's the difference that protects Wildfangs in my perspective. I think this is the thing that Wingod needs to cover up. That is why 50 is the target. Get close to Wildfangs and maybe you move to the semis.
Exactly. In this case, 4 Wolves, Wingod, and also Revenant Xbox is going to be looking to eye for that as well. Maybe even Reckoning, but at the same time, in the next half as well, let's talk about the team that has been eliminated here. Every single team below the 40th position will be eliminated. So starting from Aura all the way down towards altitude here, the only few teams that still stands a chance to fight for survival is going to be Genesis or Gods for a Reason and 4TR Official.
I see. The champions of BMPS 2025 are about to get kicked out.
Oh no, AX.
AX. They're on the 40th spot with 25 points. It wasn't enough. The performance they had in the quarterfinals. And I think that's going to be the goal for Genesis and Orb over there. The next team's in chase. But as we move to the last page of the leaderboard, we have Team Doxy, T7, Ruffians, INI, Myth, Wealth, and Born from Ashes, who will try their level best to find a way and drag themselves out of the bottom 24 next. Things are about to get heated up. Yeah, this is going to be interesting how Group B plays today. It's going to be very sweaty.
This is going to be very, very tricky as well here, considering the fact that, you know, you need at least 30 points to make it into the wildcards here, and currently AX is going to be defending that. But, of course, let's talk about the tournament MVP as of yet right now. Joker currently stands the most amount of finishes from this quarterfinals himself, so 18 finishes and 16 knocks, followed by Goten from Wildfangs. We've got Smoker coming from Phoenix here, and then Cyrex from Mad Kings and Artenki from OG.
Yeah, I mean, incredible performance. We have been talking about Joker ever since we started our journey in the grind itself. I think even when things look shaky for the side of Team Soul, Joker is that one man that's... Yeah. I mean, you remember that first game they played on the map of Miramar, right? I mean, he was phenomenal. Stuck in a two-man squad, just a duo, and they secured the win, all thanks to Joker. But that was individuals who move forward to the best IGL. And for now, we have 4Wolf Palu, who is leading the charge with an IGL rating of 1.84, and following him is going to be Shadow from the side of Evox with 1.82. That's not a lot of difference, to be honest.
Yeah, but at the same time as well, the average points being earned throughout their entire game so far here coming from Balu is 13 points per game. So that is pretty impressive, I'd say, especially in their run yesterday as well, coming from 4Wolves DOD.
Pretty much, but where are my boys Shadow OG and Shadow 7 in this list? Because these are the IGLs that are also getting the finishes, or have they given up IGLing and became the frontliner for the rosters? Because that would make much more sense in them getting those finishes.
That's the thing, right? Right now, the averages is based on the matches that they are played here so far. So 4Wolves yesterday, 3 games back-to-back, they are the most consistent team. So it makes a lot of sense why the stats is a little bit skewed. But after the end of today, the moment they finish the remaining 3 matches, we are going to see the finalized result.
Yeah.
So calm your horses. Calm your horses.
Hey man, I mean, those boys have been playing out of their minds. And again, I think the most difficult job, the most difficult role is being an IGL. Because then the responsibility for the decisions is on you. And no matter what anyone tells you, your team loses as an IGL, it mentally breaks you down completely, that result. So taking all of that burden upon yourself and making sure that you're getting more finishes than the star players that you have in your roster, it's a pretty big feat. So yeah, kudos to these lads, and I hope they keep playing like this up until the finals.
Yeah, I agree. But at the same time as well, semi-finals is going to be a chapter for later on. But for now, we're going to be closing the chapter here for this particular group. And right after this, we're going to be bringing a new group and a new set of groups as well. Because as of yet, we're going to be taking a very, very short break. Hello everyone and welcome back to BGIS 2026. You guys are currently watching the English broadcast and this is the quarterfinals, and now we're down towards our last 3 matches here as we bring in a fresh new group for you guys to watch as well. It's going to be Group B competing right now for a chance to the semifinals and also a chance to fight for survival in towards the wildcard stages. My name is ICBaby12. Joining me is going to be Salty as we take you through the commentaries. And guess what? Right now in the base of the wildcard cutoff, AX is currently the borderline almost about to be eliminated here.
Absolutely, there are going to be so many teams out there in the last page who had actually played 3 matches. So I'm 100% sure when they finish off their matches, 25 will get absolutely shattered. The borderline has to be somewhere around 30-point mark. I'm also pretty scared about Rising Esports and their total of 28, to be honest. I don't think that's going to be enough to qualify. But do you know what? You guys are enough to actually bump up our BGIS 2026 prize pool. It's already reached 3.5 CRs already, but you guys, inside of the Discovery Island, if you do get enough exploration points, you can actually bump it up to 4 CRs. And that would make BGIS 2026 the highest esports prize pool ever in the history of India. And I just want that to happen, I say. And I think our audience will actually make it happen as well.
Exactly. For these guys watching at home, be sure to do that. Meanwhile, let's catch a little bit of a glimpse here on what happened coming from the performance of Group B's best moments yesterday. 4Wolf x DOD was the most consistent team yesterday itself, and they were able to place themselves consistently with decent amount of placement points and also narrowly clutching chicken dinners. WinGod, of course, started the day off here with Rondo, securing the first chicken dinner, and then eventually as the game progresses as well, we do see a final showdown between Revenant Xbox and also Altitude. And this was a very, very convincing game of master macro gameplay coming in from the IGL of Punk coming in from this game itself. And for them to clutch the chicken dinner, it was a little bit shaky, but they still got the job done.
I mean, yeah, it certainly was shaky, to be honest. They kind of lost it out on the map of Rondo, but kind of did amends. But then this was the team to actually watch out for. Tenzin Esports. Nobody expected this team to actually bag a chicken dinner. It was a very problematic circle as well, but this team just handled it with a lot of professionalism and a lot of athleticism as well. What I do want to see is, can Team Tenzin Esports keep up that graph? Because have a look at that. Match 1, match 2, they were absolutely in the middle of nowhere. But then match 3, you get to see that curve. But to maintain that curve, you've got to play along the same lines. It's not going to be easy, I see.
Now, at the same time as well, I think this is going to be a tricky situation here because the pundits are going to be asking a lot of questions about Revenant Xbox performance here. A lot of people are discussing, was Punk the problem? Was Punk the reason of why things haven't been going well here? But so far, their performance yesterday has been looking good. And just now, we saw Hero Extreme Godlike qualify to the semifinals, and this time is Revenant Xbox's chance to potentially make their way through, because as of yet, the current potential expected cutoff for the wildcards is somewhere around 30 points. Revenant Xbox is technically safe. So now can they push for the semifinals, which is 50 points? Well, this is going to be the start here for Group B at least.
I think Revenant Xbox are going to play a little more freely today now that they have the cushion and they have the platform and the foundation set. 30 points, it's a decent foundation, to be honest, and from this point on, they can start hitting heavy. Miramar isn't really one of their greatest strengths, but thankfully in this lobby, there's going to be no Vasista Esports, so I think Revenant Xbox can finally play their natural game on that particular map. However, I'm really concerned about Genesis Esports right now, because yesterday's games weren't really the best. Yes, they have gotten themselves 23 points, but knowing Genesis and knowing the way they perform, it seems like 23 points isn't really going to be enough.
Exactly right. Like, I can see that the points has kind of been saturated because of the amount of groups that we have seen so far from the previous groups here. And of course, it has accumulated to a point where right now, oh wait, Genesis is not going to qualify towards the wildcard, but they still have 3 more matches to go. So I would say consistency is going to be the way to go. And obviously, my prediction is going to be on Genesis here. And I can see why you're going for Welt here as well. So I'm going to put a little bit pause here. I want to see one mattress coming from Genesis before I talk some smack about them. But you and Necro actually went for Welt, and alongside you guys is going to be Maisie and Hankybot that also went for Welt. So it's Welt and Genesis between all the casters' predictions so far.
I've never really seen 8 casters be in such a great sync, to be honest. That is a great prediction out there. Technically for me, I feel like Welt Esports have a lot of potential in them. Yes, in the quarterfinals, in the first 3 matches, the pressure was there. The pressure of the lobby, the pressure of the stage. It's the biggest stage of their careers, to be honest. So it is understandable. But can they adapt within a day? Can they come back today they stronger and can they prove their worth? It's going to be tough, but I think Welt Esports, looking at how they've done inside of round 3, they can potentially make it.
See, that's the thing about Welt Esports, right? Even for 2025, they've always been outperforming everyone, but when it mattered the most to qualify the big stage, they always fumble here. But it's now or never here for Welt Esports here. This is your last shot. Wildcards or semifinals, it's in your hands right now because we are about to jump into the game. And of course, for Genesis, also going to be fighting for the chance of semifinals. It's going to be nerve-wracking here, but this 3 matches is going to decide the fates of every single team here right now. It's going to begin.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it seems like Group B action has finally begun as the Big Bird goes back up the skies once again, and this time we are flying over the tropical islands of Erangel once again. However, what remains to be seen is where does this journey, or rather, where does this flight end? It ends at Nova Rupnoi, it starts at Zaki, ends at Nova Rupnoi, cuts the map in 2 halves. All of the teams should be fairly happy. Unless, of course, you want to go somewhere towards like Primorsk, towards Yasnaya Poliana, probably even Stauber for that matter. But we do have the map standings on our screens, and it does suggest that TenZ and Revenant X-Spark are looking really solid. What remains to be seen is, can Wingod, can teams like Doxy, can team like Welt Esports make a comeback? But of course, for that, I'm going to ask my co-pilot to chip in a couple of words. What do you think is going to happen, I see?
Well, it's now or never here, at least for Doxy and Wingod. Wingod, they do need about 30 points, 25 points if they want to be safe here. But for Doxy, it's going to be a fight for survival. 30 points is where you at least want to be here to survive for the wildcard stages. But as of yet, let's take a look at the map standings. So, Tencent clutching the only Erangel map that was played yesterday from this group. So technically, well, sorry, not the only game. It was 2 games of Erangel as well. Clutching the chicken dinner. The second one here was a very nice bounce back coming from Tencent. Same can be said for T7 as well. But again, it's all about making your way in towards the semifinals. Breaking your boundaries, pushing the limits is going to be the way to go. K9 Esports was able to do so, to push themselves in towards wildcard stages. Can Welt do the same? Because, again, our prediction so far for today has been pretty spot on from the previous good.
You know, potentially speaking, K9 Esports, I was expecting them to, in fact, bounce back in a way where they move inside the semi-finals, to be honest. That did not happen, of course. After the first game of Rondo, it almost seemed like K9 Esports have reached their flow state. But, well, when the Erangels came around, they were shut down as well. The only thing is, Welt Esports do not, or rather cannot afford that. They've got 11 points from 3 matches that they've played. And now they need at least 40 more points to try and make it to the semi-finals. Wildcards is already stacked, I say. It looks too deadly for all of these teams to actually proceed, or rather even think of wildcards right now.
Exactly, but K9 Esports is going to be down there here. So who wants to place off against K9? Well, it's going to be a tricky spot to be in here. But again, you know, we are looking for the best of the best. Eventually, we will whittle down all the weak ones. Only the strong will survive. And in this case, making it to the Grand Finals means the strongest 16 teams of BGIS is going to be playing in the Grand Finals in Chennai. That's going to be an interesting one.
It'll be a blockbuster, to be honest. Can't wait for the LAN days to begin. And it's not just the finals, you know, it's also the semi-finals. That's going to be a LAN event for all of us. Of course, the majority of our audience is going to be missing out on that action, but of course it looks good. All the players in the same arena. You've got the arena set as well. So I am so excited for this. And look at this Lamborghini, man. It's pretty,
I'm looking, yeah.
Isn't it pretty?
I thought you were going to say something about the Lamborghini, but I was looking.
I was gorging at the beauty of that vehicle, to be honest. Whoever's devised Lamborghini or created Lamborghini and brought it inside of the game, kudos to you, man.
Well, I'm a Porsche kind of guy. Right now, Porsche is available for spins, so it's I've been trying for it for quite some time. So the reason why I'm not going for Lamborghini, because there's no spin for the Lamborghini right now.
Yeah, understandably so. You've missed your shot, but there are going to be a lot of teams who've missed their shot. I mean, have a look at this. T7 Esports was one of those names we were actually pretty excited about, to be honest, especially since we have seen them inside of the round stages. They're pretty heavy hitters. Inside of the quarterfinals, though, didn't really get much opportunity. Speak of 40R, we know Z-God and the amount of history that he has associated with this game. Once again, it would be nice moment to actually see him in the LAN stages, but for that 40R needs to be on top form today.
Yeah. 4TR has been missing out for quite some time here. This is their best shot as well. They have been doing pretty okay. And all they need is just 10 points to make it to the wildcards. But again, they need 3 back-to-back really, really amazing games to qualify for the grand finals. Just now we saw Mad Kings and Meta Ninja giving us a show. K9 Esports also giving us a show here in terms of the potential comebacks. But WinGod is the one that is kind of surprising us yesterday here from this respective group. They were almost the table toppers, but seems like the tension is at an all-time high here. Salty. Group B is playing very, very passively this game. Nobody wants to try to get eliminated from this tournament. And majority of teams as of yet in this current group, from the 4th position until the 16th position, might just be eliminated if they do not play properly. So you can see the benchmark has been set by 3 groups, and this is the chase for Group B.
Yeah, it's like playing catch-up for all of these teams. And of course, all the 16 teams inside of this lobby will certainly feel the heat. But our production team, it seems like they're feeling very cinematic right now, just getting cinematic shots after cinematic shots. I love it. They're still very calm inside of the lobby right now. Majority of the teams are quite distant from each other, no threats to be found. It's a good day to play and be around the map of Erangel. But the problem is, you know, I see this is going to be a basic circle. Yes, the starts aren't really that explosive or heavy for majority of the teams, but as the circle does come to a close, you're going to see that same level of chaos, potentially much higher, because nobody's getting eliminated. So all of these teams are going to make it till the 4th circle.
Well, it is, but we shall see. But let's take a look at the stats here coming from 4 Wolves as DOD. Avnish with 12 finishes, Noob with 10, 4 coming from Immortal, and Balu with 3. So Noob and Avnish is going to be the players to watch out here for 4 Wolves, as they are the table toppers. This was a team that struggled during the grind phases, but this time they mean business and they want to try and qualify to the semifinals again. Potentially, if they keep things up based on yesterday's performance. But as of yet, they might have a little bit of run in here with Revan and Xbar, who is controlling the Potato Hills. And if they decide to take a fight right here, right now, one of these 2 teams is going to take a little bit of a tumble in this particular game for the chase. But it seems like Revan and Xbox, they do not want to engage here. They are going to try and play around the hovercraft strategy once more. And it has worked out for Revan and Xbox yesterday.
Yeah, the hovercraft strategy does give you a lot of options and opens doors of opportunities for you, to be honest. You can go close up next to teams and still tank damage without having the risk of getting knocked out. You can still find information around the block. That's the reason why Revan and Xbox love using the hovercraft. In every map of Erangel, you would see them walking around the map with just 1, 2, or 3 hovercrafts, depending on how many can they secure, but they certainly absolutely love it.
But as of yet, the circle is going to be in a tricky spot as well. Seems like school and apartments, it might be the center of attention here for the zones, while WinGod is going to be playing on the northern side of Rozok, past the river. Seems like they are going to be expecting a potential shift up north, but it is going to be very unlikely though. And of course, Tencent, they are going to be playing around the shelters instead, hoping to try and lay low and protect those vehicles. It seems like they do not have enough vehicles here, and they are going to try to pick up a couple on their way, leaving Cypher as a cover fire to try and secure that vehicle on the sides. Seems like they're missing out on 1, but 3 is better than nothing, I would say, coming from Tencent Esports.
Yeah. Yesterday was also my first time looking at this team, and I must say I was very surprised with their maturity. Especially on the map of Erangel, open circles are so hard to maneuver and move about, but the way Tencent handled the pressure, the way they took down the big names, the way they isolated their threats, and of course got themselves that barn house. I still remember that moment. Just showcases how much Tencent Esports have grinded behind the scenes, but now it's time to actually keep it up. They've got themselves a foundation, a platform. Now I think Tencent Esports should start to try and extend their wings a little bit.
Oh boy, Circle seems to be shifting on towards apartments and school as well. Seems like it might shift all the way towards the southwest corners where Glitch, G4R, Gods for a Reason, is going to be there in the vicinity. It might be there, it might be onto school, it might be apartments. This is going to be a tricky zone to play with as well, as urban warfares mixed with open fields. So that means you are going to be looking for close quarter combats right from the get-go. So shotguns are going to be in play if that actually happens.
Yeah.
It seems like Team Altitude will be leading charge here to try and push through. And look at this from the POVs on the west side as well. It's just open fuse after open fuse. Team Altitude just making a skedaddle, trying to look for cover and safety net. And they might actually run into Genesis right now. Hunter is all by himself. Uh-oh, here he comes. The spray comes in. Gods takes us a couple jabs through. But Hunters is able to escape that as of yet.
You know, Genesis sometimes do take some risky maneuvers which absolutely don't make any sense whatsoever. Hunters is supposed to be your main man. You're supposed to protect that man till death. Without Hunters, Genesis Esports have more often than not suffered in majority of their firefights. But speaking of firefights, Trace God is going to open things up. He finally finds the opening. Well, Esports are going to be the ones to suffer. But from the backlines, retaliation comes through. Proton has been one of those players to watch out for from Welt Esports. Has made a lot of noise, especially during the round and the elimination stages. Now finally comes into action. Are they going to find the revive on Trace God will be a big question. Revenant X-Pac wants to get away from this fight, and that is a good decision. Pain picking up Trace God and bringing him back to safety. This is good stuff coming in from RNTX.
Yeah, this is a smart play here coming from Revenant X-Spark as well. Seems like Trace is going to be able to be picked up, knowing that Revenant X-Spark sending Punk in the fronts as well to try and stop Welt from over-aggressing. And Welt losing a player just like that puts them in a very, very unfortunate demise here. Meanwhile, Orb now going to be trying to make their way from the military island inside the zone, unaware of what's happening inside it. It seems like on the other side, on the north side here, TD going to be having a little bit of run here. Wingard, they trade 1-for-1. UNQ is down. Same can be said for Wingard, losing apps there.
Yeah.
In the situation.
I mean, it's a fight for the North. Who comes out to be the Kings? We'll find out, of course. Both Wingard and Team Doxy were rotating in from the Northern Hemisphere. It's really going to be easy. Spray down from Death God through the smoke. Some of those bullets do manage to connect, but through the smoke, it seems like Wingard, it's pretty ballsy to actually go in for a revive. Finally managed to do so, but once again, a nade comes through from Yappers. Finds a knock. Wingard in deep trouble. They did find a little bit of retaliation as one of those players from Team Doxy has been knocked out, but the rest of the players and the cover fires is keeping Wingard at bay. And as long as that keeps on happening, I don't think Wingard are going to reset. They're going to let go of their fallen comrade and play the rest of the game as a three-man outfit.
Well, they have to. I would say getting stranded out in the open is going to be very tricky. Team Doxy pretty much pinned out in the open. But Wingard, they are trying desperately to try and save apps there. As Infinity going to be trying to smoke up as much as he can. He's actually going to try and make a goal for it, but it's just too risky. Seems like even he himself is going to be losing in the buggy in this scenario because the R is going to be a little bit of a potential third party from T7. As Team Doxy now finally gets the full reset. Wants to re-aggress this fight. Wingard in one of the worst possible starts here in this game, losing apps. Infinity also going to be caught stranded as well as T7 from the forest region. Going to be looking up north. But now, switching the perspectives here, we do have Welt, who lost one of the players now, looking for a swing by onto his west side rotation. And they are going to be coming in from the north side. And if they decide to go, oh yeah, they are going to go in as well. Seems like they might run into Doxy and Wingard in that scuffle up north.
I mean, if that does happen, Welt Esports, I'm not really sure if these fights are going to pay them any dividends. Team Doxy, especially up north, they are looking extremely solid. They found themselves good positions. They found themselves a good formation as well to kind of keep control of the entire bridge. And Welt Esports, if they do decide to cross on over, I'm pretty sure shots are going to come through, and those shots aren't going to be merciful. On towards the other things, you've got Ruffians lining around the western edge of the circle. You've got 40R in school apartments as well. Revenant X-Pac on the other side, they are going to be struggling because Genesis marks their way inside of the circle, I see.
Yeah, but at the same time, so the two biggest targets that is going to be extremely hard to push here is going to be Gods for a reason, and also Myth Official, who has arguably one of the strongest compounds in this zone as of yet. It's going to be zoning every single team on sides here. Even Genesis Esports, they are kind of spread out from the rest of the teams. They are trying to dominate and get a little bit more of a zone control, but based on the terrain and how split off they are, it is going to be very tough to do so. And the only way they do so is hoping to capitalize on somebody being caught out in the open. And that's where the firing squad begins. And so far, nobody has been been looking to be caught out and open. So far, the closest was between Revenant Xbox and Welt, which was disengaged from the get-go. Same can be said for Wingod and also Team Doxy, who is far north side. But this next zone is going to shift all the way to where Myth and Gods for a reason. It seems like these two teams are going to be very, very happy that every single team is going to be looking to try and crash onto them or run past them.
You know, as soon as the circle just popped, Genesis Esports send it inside of the circle. Now this is, or rather this has been their strategy for a while. They stay calm and collected till the first 3 circles. As soon as the 4th zone drops, Genesis Esports just send in for the center. It's going to give them a good space though. They are going to be competing against multiple teams here. Welt Esports, they're on the receiving end. Some shots. Majority of them, of course, aren't really going to hit. But Welt Esports, they're going to be in the focus fire of a lot of teams out there. You've got Team Altitude right next to them. Even Genesis is going to be quite close. Elsewhere, it is going to be Team ORB against Born for Ashes, and Zeus is still standing tall. 1v1 against Cyrus, but Cyrus closes things out. ORB, they live to fight yet another day, but Genesis Esports are in a deeper world of trouble as it's Zap on a sliver of HP trying to make it work. 4TR, they have been shut down. Gravity and Zap, what a partnership and what a wipeout.
Oh my goodness, Genesis want to hold, but they're still out in the open. And fortunately for them, nobody's looking to try and third-party them. So they will be able to get the reset here, but 4TR has been eliminated from this game. Same can be said for Orb, who just got shut down. This circle is an absolute monster circle. Everybody was just being caught out in the open, and every single compound has been a sentry point. Meanwhile, seems like Revenant Xbox, they heard these commotions. They may look to try and go for the slam, but decide that it's not worth it here because there is going to be potential third parties from afar. As you can see, shots has been made from the south side. And they have no choice but to push up. And just like that, 4 Wolves from the far horizon goes in. And Revenant Xbox was forced to slam onto his Genesis. And now the scuffle begins once more. Round 2 for Genesis. But Genesis, they are able to shut down all of Revenant Xbox. And only Punk remains. And he's going to try and save the day. He goes in for the push. Hunters versus Punk in a 1 versus 1. Hunters down pretty low. Gets a little bit of chip damage. Pre-fires are coming across. But eventually, it is going to be Hunters that comes up on top again. Genesis, they hold out on the push once more.
What on earth is this team made up of? 8 eliminations, but they survived the brink of death every single time. First against 4TR, next against Revenant Xbox. They're doing phenomenal, and also they retain 3 of their players. It's not easy to do so from an open terrain. But of course, we've got to switch focus, and Team Doxy is in the middle of warfare. From the backlines, of course, T7 Esports, it's Phantom who's taking some pot shots against him. Not really easy to fend off the aggression from different angles. Gods for a reason are looking to wrap around them as well. This is bad news for Team Doxy. I don't really think they are going to be able to survive, especially with T7 Esports being pushed up. I really want to see the perspective of the men up close. Moody falls. 2 players still up and alive. You've got Kabzi, who is still holding the ridge. Gods for a reason haven't really been pushed back. It's not easy to win this fight, and nades are going to come through as well. I see T7 Esports, they slowly and steadily are crumbling down.
Oh boy, Doxy, UNQ is stuck. There's no way out as well. He's pretty much stuck inside the bush. Gods for a reason is going to be able to gobble him up. Seems like they are taking a little bit of safety net, but it seems like the zone is going to force them to rotate down south as well. And Gods for a reason, they have to make a move as well. T7 Phantom getting taken out here by Beast OG, but it seems like he knows where UNQ is. They're going to run through the bush, and Hitman checks it and takes him out. And that is going to be another point for Gods for a reason. They clean out almost everyone in the northern side.
Yeah,
seems like T7. Oh, seems like Hitman was able to spot out the last player here for T7.
Yeah, last loose strangler has still been left alive. Gods for a reason shouldn't really be difficult for them to execute him out of his commission as well. Some shots being taken, you don't really want to go out. Gods for a reason, now this is the plunder that we were talking about. You had 4 men, had no compulsion to go in there, but have a look at this, Kep. 2 men taken down, 2 finishes being secured, not really a lot of HP, and the third man is still trying to progress forward. The third knock comes through. T7 Esports, they're showing how it's done, and Skep is still holding on. But where's the last player from Gods for a reason? Is it coming to take a fight?
Oh my goodness, what a blunder coming from Gods for a reason, Skep. What a clutch with S12K. And now, Spirit, last man player, coming in from Gods for a reason, trying to survive for placement points at T7. They have to be very happy about this as well. 6 finishes in the bag. a little bit of points here to try and survive and push themselves in towards the wildcard stages. But we are going to be putting a stop there for now as Ruffian tries to make into the zone. And it seems like they are pinned here as Myth Official sees the line of sight, and they do get the knock now, looking for those confirmations here. Inimicos Esports also going to be chiming in alongside with Myth Official, and Ruffians forced to take a little bit of pit stop right on the edges, but they do have a lot of time to work with, so they should be able to get the reset.
Yeah.
But it is going to be a hard push out.
Absolutely. I think they are going to be at least holding on for a little while longer. But do you know actually what the problem is? That compound is currently outside the zone right now. So they will be forced to move out of that compound, and as soon as they do that, I'm pretty sure you've got Welt Esports who has a line of sight, you've got Myth Official who's got a line of sight, and I'm pretty sure both the teams, they're not going to let away an opportunity to score finishes as well.
Oh, as the sprays comes through as well, T7 Scap now finally getting scouted out as they try to push inside the zone. Inimicos Esports is able to find all the loose stragglers outside in the open as well. Very, very tough rotation for every single team in this game. We are down towards our final 8 teams. And it seems like even for Ruffians, they are barely on the outskirts of the zone itself. And they've lost their vehicle as well. But Inimicos was able to spot out those stragglers, and that's going to be a knock here coming in from Garth. Great positioning here. Seems like patience has paid off for all the teams that has been waiting in those compounds, just punishing any loose stragglers out in the open. And just like that, in a blink of an eye, 8 teams already eliminated because they do not have the safety net of those compounds.
Yeah.
It's just been free shots after free shots. It is a free-for-all grab for every single team. And interesting enough, all these 8 teams that are surviving, they do not have high finishes, but they are the reason why the remaining 8 teams was eliminated.
Yeah, absolutely, of course. But if you look at the way the teams stand, majority of them are not willing to take center control right now because you've got absolutely nothing. It's a circle completely out in the open. Myth Official does have a compound which they do not want to give up. There are going to be other teams as well. For example, Ruffian. They themselves have a small little hut, but as soon as they come out in the open, they're going to get shot at. No real terrain to take covers behind as well. You can't even call deployable covers on this particular map. So majority of the teams, they are going to be counting their days, but not Welt Esports right now as they look to invade inside of the squad house. Team Altitude, not really in the greatest of positioning. A Molotov has been set to push back Welt Esports, but it's just one-man gods who's looking to hold down the fort, and Welt Esports have already invaded upwards. Proton and the rest of his comrades, they're looking to find the right timing, but do they allow the revive to take place? Of course, jumping shots come through gods in a 1v3. First knock being equalized. Goes after TBS as a Molotov as well, but no! The timing! Team Altitude, they just could not really match the timing to the push of Welt Esports, but now they've been wiped off. Welt Esports, though, can't really celebrate, I see, because have a look at this. Tencent Esports just lying around the corner waiting for this fight to get finished off.
Yeah, they have to push into the zone as well. They just wrap things out as well. Welt, I'm impressed that you guys have survived this long. And this might be the comeback that they need with 3 players left. They've got 3 finishes. They are currently in top 7, but they do not have a lot of vehicles. They are able to find a couple coming from altitude, but it's still a very difficult push because this is going to be an open fuse for everyone. Myth Official has the strongest compounds inside this zone, and they even send Detrox outside to get control on the southwest corner. And it seems like he is going to be the bait for the team, for the rest of the team, so I try to pick off any loose stragglers out in the open. And it seems like Ruffians are going to be the next team that may be in the sights of Myth Official as they try to snake their way in with no vehicles whatsoever. Tough spot to be in, at least for Ruffians, but Inimicos also going to be looking to try and go for those confirmations. Seems like they are going to check and going for the slam. Goes for a drive-by, lobs a casual nade, but no connection so far.
You know, it's a flyby with the grenade. I've never really seen this happen in Inimicos Esports. Now, this is a strategy. This is creativity, to be honest. And this is what you love to see as well. Little flavor of the Gen Alpha. They certainly are making their presence felt. Ruffians have been brought down to a 2-man lineup. Inimicos, they are looking solid. But one more team I see that has slipped under the radar so far has to be 4 Wolves Esports. 4 Wolves DOD, they are sitting at the top of the leaderboard. They've got 4 players inside of the final circle. Yes, of course, they've only got 2 finishes, but this circle gives them an opportunity to establish that lead up top. of course, we're going to talk about this fight, Tenzin Esports and Welt Esports, and look at the way Tenzin are being pushed back, I see.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one as well. Tenzin, they cannot peak this because they are going to be pushed from other teams from the other side of the map. So this is going to be a trade of nades here. It seems like they will be able to find the knock here. Seems like Proton is down. Shawam is going to be next to fall. Well, seems to me to be the end of the line here for this round. Justy is able to find one. That's going to be another point in the bag. Looking for a second. The stand from Tenzin is there. As Justy, he does have the SOK. He needs to go in for the swing. Finds out another, but his health is down low. He's going to secure those finish points, but eventually goes down. Tenzin Esports will lose this trade. They will win it, but they will still only live Bunny as the last player left from Tenzin.
It's completely fine. This fight was extremely important for Tenzin, to be honest. The way they were playing, they needed those 5 points to cross on that 30-point marker. Of course, they are going to get taken down by 4 Wolves x DOD, but I feel like those 5 points are going to be so crucial for Tenzin Esports and their potential run to the semi-finals, or the wildcards for that matter. 4 Wolves, they are eyeing one and only one spot. That is going to be the semi-finals. Crossed on 43-point mark already. They're looking so strong. Can dominate the rest of the lobby. And the only team that stands in their way has to be Inimicals, because even they have 4 players up and running, I see.
Well, seems like 4 Wolves now, they do have the high ground, but the zone is not in their favor. They are going to take an advantage here, trying to pick off a couple of stragglers. Ruffian still leaving 1 player left. Inimicals has been hunting them down, baiting and switching them, toying with them. And it seems like it just might be the end here for Ruffians, barely at the edge of the zone. And Inimicals Esports might be able to clutch this big time for the chicken dinner. Seems like Garth is able to find the last player from Ruffian, and that is going to be Ruffian out. We're down towards the final 3 teams. Myth Official getting somewhat of a center control, but they do have a wide split here, knowing that the circle may shift between left and right across the road. 4 Wolves is going to group up to try and tackle on this situation. Inimicals on the other side. It seems like Myth is looking for a 2v1 situation from them, or in this case, a 1v2 situation between Myth fighting both 2 teams.
100%. Myth Officials, I don't really know what they are planning for, because they are in the worst spot out of it all. Being beside these roads, you know you are going to be exposed from so many angles, and Inimicals, they're not going to take shots against them though. That will just take more tension out of 4 Wolves DOD and just put it on the shoulders of Inimicals, and you don't want to be doing that. Wow. Myth Officials, now, this is going to be a slow game, I'm 100% sure. 4 Wolves, they are not going to take the first step in this fight.
No matter what happens, Myth is going to be the first point of interest from both teams.
Yeah.
And whoever starts the fight most likely is going to be third party by the other team as well. So this is going to be a tricky spot here for Myth Official if they clutch this big time. Because as of yet, they're getting hounded here by 4 Wolves. A lot of shots has been made here. Inimicals, here's all those audio kills, and they are going to try and pick over. But it seems like Lucifer wants to try and push himself and push the boundaries as the zone actually forces them way further up. And this is tough. 4 Wolves still having a lot of control because of those elevations here.
They need a lot more, to be honest, if they want to deal with Inimicals and Team Myth Officials simultaneously. But speaking of Myth Officials, I'm actually very surprised those utilities did not come through as of yet. I'm not even sure if they have any in their backpacks right now. They're in desperate need of some smokes right now to reposition and potentially try and find a way to execute this fight. On the other side, Inimicals, they are going to take all the space in the world that gets given to them. 4 Wolves aren't really looking at them. They aren't demanding so much attention, so why not be under the radar and scar away more finish points? They've got 6 already. They can get a lot more. But this is, of course, going to last a little longer, I see. Longer than intended. This is stage 8, of course. Within 30 seconds, we're going to call in the blue, which will start to shrink. I don't really think up until the final stages, all these players, they're going to move.
Yeah, 4 Wolves right now has the upper hand, but their weak link is going to be Myth deciding to pick up. But either or, you can see all these 3 teams, they don't really want to start a fight. Whoever starts first is going to be third party. That's the goal here. And as the zone slowly shrinks as well, Myth slowly losing a lot of space. 4 Wolves has already got a wide spread down towards the east side. But it comes down to it, towards the final moments. It seems like it is slightly on towards Inimical Esports' side.
Is it?
But even then, they have to push out.
Yeah.
That seems like that is going to be the first knock here. Lucifer, first one down.
Yeah, Myth Officials couldn't really find a way to bounce back now. Finally, we do get to see the knockoff. Gav has been knocked out from Inimicals. Smith officials. It seems like they're going to be so close to the blue zone right now. Have a look at that. Four Wolves have so much space to move about. Finally, they bring out the vehicle. The Lamborghini comes through. Shotgun strike. Myth officials get taken down. And now it leaves us with just Inimicals and Four Wolves DOD, I see.
Oh my goodness, Four Wolves, they went for a very, very desperate push here. Now Inimicals is looking for third parties. The rain of nades are coming in to close the gap, but they are getting zoned out as well. No knocks yet. Avnish is still down. Immortal going to be holding on the edges here, but the zone is forcing him out in the open. They need to find a return knock, and nothing is connecting. Four Wolves is trying their best, but the zone still forces them out in the open. The only cover left is those smokes, and Inimicals knows exactly where they are. And a big nade connects, finds two by Inimicals, and this is going to be the chicken dinner that they are going to be looking for. A diabolical play as Inimicals now cleans out the lobby. Four Wolves, another consistent game, but it's not going to be the chicken dinner this time for them as Inimicals Esports takes the winner chicken dinner.
That was criminal. Those nades, those airstrikes from Inimicals was just absolutely devastating. Four Wolves DOD, they were dreaming of a chicken dinner. They were dreaming of those extra 8 points to be found. 4 points for the chicken dinner, and of course 4 points from the finishers of the other teams. But Four Wolves DOD were denied by Inimicals, and I'm so happy about it.
Wow. But all things considered, I think Four Wolves is still okay. They're still very consistent. Calm your horses, man.
I love an underdog story.
Okay,
and
fair enough.
This was one of those teams I had never watched throughout the round stages. I have never heard about them as well. Coming here inside of the quarterfinals, getting a chicken like that, I'm so happy about it.
Exactly, but at the same time as well, Inimicals here, they started the day with 11 points. Now with this chicken dinner, gives them a shot for the wild card, but they're not exactly safe yet. There's 2 more games to go, and they need another banger performance if they want to try and stand out. Meanwhile, Four Wolves, on the other hand, they're still very, very consistent, still fighting for the slot into the semi-finals, but this was a very, very awkward fight between Inimicals, Myth, and also Four Wolves as well, because regardless of whatever happened, Myth official was the one that is pinned between both teams.
Yeah, I think Myth official kind of took the game away from Four Wolves as well. The fact that Four Wolves got so attracted to towards that team just caused their demise. Of course, the stats from the chicken dinner, Inimicals Esports, they had got 11 eliminations from that, 121 points in the back. That is a lot, to be honest. In fact, I feel like this team has already crossed on that survival stage point mark. I guess they are not going to be at least eliminated for sure. But what remains to be seen is from, or rather, how much can they push further? Because 2 more maps, but those are going to be Miramars, and we know Genesis and Revenant X-Spark, they're going to come back in full forces. For Genesis, this was a really bad game, to be honest.
Exactly, but at the same time, so this is a pretty bad game for almost everyone except for Four Wolves in this scenario, especially for the teams that are chasing to try and retain for the semi-finals.
You know, I would like to correct myself. It wasn't really a bad game for Genesis. They survived 2 back-to-back fights out there.
I think 8 finish points.
8 finish points. I think Genesis Esports somehow recover, but then it was not exactly what they wanted. They wanted a chicken dinner to kind of ease out the day, but that did not happen.
Yeah, but unfortunately for Revenant X-Spawn, that they do take a little bit of a tumble from that game. But before that, let's talk about the MVP of the match as well. It goes towards Inferno from Inimicals here with 5 finishes in total. They were playing a very interesting, slow and methodical chokehold against another team just now, which I believe was Ruffians, which pretty much with the bait and switch, and which eventually take them out. Take them all out. So I'm not a fan of it, but slow and methodical, slowly bleeding out your opponents is a tactic here, and Inimicals play that to perfection.
Especially when the circle is out in the open, all you want to do is just take away mobility first, and then potentially every last drop of blood from your opposition as well. D7 Esports, though, I'm not really happy with the way they've been playing. Skep does find a spot on the top players because of that clutch against Welt Esports, but that's not going to be enough. Looking at the point standings, of course, Inimicals with 21 points. They are going to be very happy. Four Wolves with 12 points. Just so consistent every single time. Tenzin Esports. Now, this is a good side, to be honest. 8 points from this team. A young lineup, and hopefully they are going to be making it to the semi-finals. I'm praying to God Tenzin Esports move into the semi-finals right now.
Yeah, this is going to be a tricky one here, especially for this group, because this particular round has pretty much set the stage for a lot of the teams to try and chase as well, because based on this finish and damage report, it is pretty spread out throughout the entire team based on how the zone kind of shifted as well. Those with compounds do kind of benefit in terms of zoning people, but those who were caught outside the crosshairs, which was forced to be third party and poked from afar was completely destroyed. One of those teams is going to be Revenant X-Part. Genesis was one of those teams that miraculously was able to get 2 holes of themselves, which was impressive. But again, they were just getting bullied throughout the entirety of the game, which is very, very unfortunate for them. But with that being said, Inimicals with their chicken dinner now climbs themselves into the top 4 position with 32 points. So they should sneak their way into the wildcard stages. But semi-finals is not out of reach yet for these 2 teams.
You know, what is this vacuum between top 1 and 2 out there? It's a difference of 17 points between 4 Wolves and 10s in Esports. And then, of course, if you look downward, you might think that this is going to be an extremely under-god lobby. But then you've got names like WinGod Esports, you've got Revenant X-Pac, Genesis out there, Godful Reason, Team Altitude. All of these teams are going to be struggling. Welt Esports did manage to kind of recover a little bit of their losses, but 18 points isn't going to make the cut. To try and survive and not get eliminated, you need at least 30, and majority of the big names. There are some pretty big names who have actually missed out on that as well.
Exactly. But with that being said as well, 4 Wolves technically right now has made their way into the semi-finals. And with 2 more games to go, and if they start racking up this vacuum of points, that means a majority of teams that is going to be eliminated from BGIS is going to be coming from Group B in particular. This is tricky as well because, I don't know, Revenant X-Pac, yeah, technically in top 4, but that's 31 points. That's barely the borderline of where the wildcard stage is cut off as of yet right now.
Yeah, you know, buildings can come crashing down. It seems like some big towers are coming crashing down at this point. I'm not really sure what exactly went wrong for Revenant X-Pac in that particular matchup, because they had no trouble, to be honest. They just all of a sudden got invited into a fight. Alright, fine, we're going to be moving into a fight. And as soon as they push in, they're like, how many different directions are we getting shot at?
Exactly.
And that is unfortunate. But of course, we still have 2 more maps to go, and those are going to be the map of Miramar. It's not going to be easy, ladies and gentlemen. There's going to be a huge vacuum. How many teams from Group B proceed to the semi-finals? How many move to the wildcard stages? We'll find out. But that happens after a very short break. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back after that short break, and now it's Johnny with me on the panel. And after watching that previous game, 4 Wolves, Inimicals, what's going on? These newer names actually dominating, doing so good for themselves, and teams like Revenant X-Pac, WinGod Esports, struggling.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, it's a thing that makes you scratch your head and wonder, as you said, what is going on. But I'm happy with the performance. 4 Wolf has been able to deliver consistent yesterday, and even today they're starting off on a great note. So I think when we had a look at the overall leaderboard, at the end of the journey for Group D, we were talking about this, right? That, okay, 4 Wolves, this is the first team in the chase, and I think now with these 12 points, they've gotten themselves closer to that top 16 bracket. It's just about getting a few extra points so that you can secure it and pin it down for yourself.
Yeah, right now they've already managed to acquire around 50 points in the overall standing, so you can't say they've almost secured that slot towards the semifinals. They've still got 2 more games to go, so they can easily pin that spot down. But hey, something you should get your hands on as well is going to be this Rebel Rogue Fox set. All you need to do is head inside of the game, buy that Royal Pass, keep on grinding through your games, and of course, while you do so, you're also going to get all the UC back.
Exactly, you get the UC back. Discovery Island is active right now, so if you are grinding, it also contributes to the overall prize pool for BGIS 2026. It's all a win-win situation for everyone, but now I think let's start talking about Group B, because Rondo happened yesterday, right? Wrangles are done. It's time to step into Miramar, and things will get sweaty for all of the teams that are just playing for survival.
Indeed will be sweaty. Much more of a controlled and a slower pace game now, you can't say, coming through from the side of Four Wolves DOD and even Wingard Esports and even Revenant X-Park. Now my expectations are going to be through the roof from these banners. And specifically speaking of Four Wolves DOD, now we've been looking at this banner since 2023, but they've never been able to play this well. DOD's always been able to make it till the round 3, round 4, but then later on they've always fizzled out. But this performance from Four Wolves DOD, it's something else.
It is something else indeed, and we have to see how far they can keep this going. But right now, I think even as you mentioned, Revenant X-Park, their journey has been quite incredible one, sometimes doing extremely well, sometimes falling apart. Things in the quarterfinals are still questionable, but here's a conversation with Ninja Jord.
रेडी हो? चलो देवी और सज्जनों, स्वागत है आप सभी का इनसाइड द लॉबी के एक नए सेगमेंट पे। और आज जो शख्स जुड़ने वाले वो काफी ज्यादा स्पेशल है, क्योंकि शुरुआत में MVP मटेरियल होके आते थे, अब फ्रॉम द बैक लाइन्स भी बहुत ज्यादा सपोर्ट प्रोवाइड कर रहे। वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट नन अदर देन निंजा जॉर्ड फ्रॉम रेवेनेंट एक्स-पार्क। लेट्स वेलकम हिम। सबसे पहले तो निंजा, कैसे हो? और ये आपके नाम में से जॉर्ड कहाँ चला गया है यार? मतलब व्हाट इज द थिंग गोइंग ऑन?
मैं तो बहुत बढ़िया हूँ। और रही बात जो जॉर्ड हटने की, क्योंकि जो लेटेस्ट होते उतना स्पेस बचे नहीं। आई को RNT X निंजा रखना पड़ा, जॉर्ड नहीं रख पाया मैं। बट हाँ, लोगों को पता है कि अभी भी मैं निंजा जॉर्ड हूँ, क्या हूँ।
देखो, जॉर्ड तो आप हो ही, और हाल फिलहाल में वो फॉर्म भी हमको वापस आते हुए दिखा है। तो मैं ये चीज जानना चाहूंगा, शुरुआत में जब हमारी ग्राइंड चल रही थी तो ट्रेस और पेन बहुत ज्यादा लाइमलाइट में आ रहे थे। निंजा कहीं ना कहीं थोड़ा सा खो गया था, हम सबको लग रहा था कि वो पुराने वाले निंजा जॉर्ड नहीं रहे। बट अब जब फॉर्म वापस आ चुका है, तो ये जो जर्नी थी फॉर्म हटने से और फॉर्म वापस आने से, कैसी रही और क्या क्या किया यहाँ पे?
कुछ नहीं, मतलब ऐसा मैं कभी सोचा नहीं कि मेरा नाम क्यों नहीं आ रहा, क्योंकि मैं एटलीस्ट एट देन खुश था कि चलो पेन या तो पंक या तो ट्रेस मार रहे, जिससे हमारा पॉइंट्स आ रहा है। क्योंकि हर बार ये नहीं होता कि जिसका नाम आ रहा है बस हर बार मारने वाला बंदा ही, मतलब ऐसा नहीं कि टीम को सपोर्ट करता है। बस कुछ जगहों पे मैं जो भी जगह पे चोक कर रहा था, हमें बस उस टाइम पे वही ट्राई कर रहा था कि वो गलतियां ना करूँ एंड साइड बाई साइड अपना मेहनत करता रहूँ, क्योंकि मेरे को पता है कि मेरे अंदर इतना पोटेंशियल है कि मैं मेहनत करूंगा, एक टाइम पे आ जाऊंगा। अभी धीरे धीरे ऊपर आ रहा हूँ, वो चीजें जो है वो गलतियां कम कर रहा हूँ। लेट्स सी, देखते आगे हो क्या होता है।
देखो, बिहाइंड द सीन्स जो भी आपने मेहनत की है वो तो सबसे आई थिंक फर्स्ट हैंड एक्सपीरियंस मेरा है, वो चीज मैं डेफिनेटली वाउच कर सकता हूँ। बट सिंस आपने एक बार बताया कि थोड़ा सा चोक हो गया था कल के दिन पे, क्वार्टर फाइनल्स डे नंबर 1 पे भी हमने देखा था RNTX को एक फाइट चोक करते हुए। रोंडो का फाइनल वो फाइट था, विंगॉड सामने थी। एग्जैक्टली क्या हो गया? शुरुआत के स्टेजेस में हमने देखा RNTX बहुत कंफर्टेबली चिकन डिनर्स निकाल रही है, बट कल क्वार्टर फाइनल्स में क्या ऐसा हो गया? क्या प्रेशर बहुत ज्यादा है या फिर लॉबी ज्यादा भाप नहीं पाए? व्हाट एग्जैक्टली वेंट रॉन्ग?
प्रेशर तो बिल्कुल मैं बोलूँगा कि नहीं है, क्योंकि इतना तो हम मैचेस से पहले बात कर लेते। रही बात की मेन जो वो फाइट था रोंडो वाला, उसमें मैं अपनी गलती बोलूँगा कि अगर मैं उधर नॉक नहीं होता तो फाइट निकल जाता, क्योंकि मैं थोड़ा चोक कर गया उधर नेट करने के चक्कर में। एंड रही कल के दिन का पूरा जो भी मैं बोलूँगा मैचेस है, मेन मतलब मोस्टली मैचेस में 1-2 मैचेस में 3 मैचेस थे, तो 2 मैचेस में तो मैं वही कि अपने खुद की गलती की वजह से मर गया, नेट की वजह से। तो अगर वो नहीं होता तो हम कल बहुत अच्छे पॉइंट निकाल लेते एंड कल ही क्वालिफाई हो जाते। तो कल का दिन का तो गलतियाँ अपने आप पे ही लूंगा, बाकी आज हम वो गलतियाँ नहीं करूँगा मैं, एंड जो भी गलतियाँ हो रही वो सही करके आज हम फिर से आएंगे वापस।
ये गलतियाँ हम ही से होती है, इंसान है एट द एंड ऑफ द डे, गलतियां हम ही से होती है। बट मैं एक चीज जानना चाहूंगा कि निंजा ज्यादा टाइम हुआ नहीं है, आप लोग की ये टीम फॉर्म हुई है। पंक गॉडलाइक में थे, पेन कहीं और थे, आप कहीं और थे, ये तीनों साथ में आए एंड टीम बनाए। आई फील लाइक जो ग्राइंड में परफॉर्मेंस दिखा था सबको शॉक हो गया। बट मैं जानना चाहूंगा कि ये टीम फॉर्मेशन की जो स्टोरी है, ये कहानी है, ये कैसी थी एंड कैसे बनी है लाइनअप, एंड हाउ डिड यू फिगर आउट कि हाँ हमको पेन जैसा बंदा चाहिए प्लेइंग फोर में जिसके पास उतना एक्सपीरियंस भी नहीं है?
ये तो ऐसा था कि मतलब ये तीनों पहले से ही थे साथ में, मैं बाद में आया हूँ। मेरा ऐसा था कि लाइक जब मैं एक्सप्ली से लास्ट टाइम मतलब बात करता, रोहित भाई सबसे बात करता स्काउडे से, तो उस टाइम में वही था कि मतलब जब लॉक इन आ रहा था कि तू आ जा, एंड मैं देख रहा था कि मतलब ये लोग सारे मतलब बहुत हार्ड वर्किंग प्लेयर्स है एंड सबके अंदर वही हंगर है कि जीतना है, क्योंकि पंक का भी #2 #3 है, वो भी नहीं जीता है, तो उसके अंदर भी वो हंगर है, बाकी दोनों के अंदर भी हंगर है। तो वैसे उन सबसे बात करके एंड एट द एंड पे हो गया था कि मैं आने वाला था, क्योंकि ऐसा नहीं हुआ था कि हम सारे प्लेयर्स को अलग अलग जैसे लिए थे, मैं ही आया था लास्ट बंदा सबसे इनकी जगह पे।
एंड टीम में आने के बाद एक्सपीरियंस कैसा था? एंड अभी करंटली क्वार्टर फाइनल्स के अंदर आप आ चुके हो, अभी एक्सपीरियंस कैसा है BGIS 2026 के अंदर?
एक्सपीरियंस तो बहुत ही अच्छा है, मतलब ऐसा नहीं है कि कुछ खराब है, जैसे कि हमारे कुछ भी मैचेस एंड ऑल जो भी खराब जाते हैं तो ऐसा नहीं कि कोई साइड हो जाता है, सब आते हैं, बैठते, चिल मारते एंड ट्राई करते, जो भी गलतियां है वो ना करे, बातचीत करते। तो अभी तक तो बढ़िया चल रहा है सब कुछ एक्सपीरियंस, एंड अभी भी क्वार्टर्स फाइनल्स में बहुत अच्छा चल रहा है।
चलिए, आई मीन बहुत बढ़िया चल रहा है। इनफैक्ट स्टोरी लाइन आई एम प्रीटी श्योर कि आगे भी बहुत बढ़िया चलेगा, और अगर आगे बढ़िया चलता है तो फिर बहुत जल्दी मुलाकात होगी लैंड स्टेज पे सेमीफाइनल्स के अंदर। होपिंग दैट इट कम्स ट्रू। एंड रेवेनेंट एक्स पार्क को मैं देना चाहूंगा ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट, एंड निंजा आपके लिए भी ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट फॉर आज के मैचेस। थैंक यू सो मच फॉर जॉइनिंग अस मैन।
थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू सो मच।
तो ये थे निंजा उर्फ निंजा जॉर्ड फ्रॉम रेवेनेंट एक्स पार्क, और ये थी कहानी कैसे RNTX की लाइनअप फॉर्म हुई थी, कैसे निंजा जॉर्ड अपने आप को वापस ढूंढ पा रहे BGMI की रणभूमि के अंदर। बट रणभूमि की जब हम बात कर रहे हैं, मैचेस तो चलते रहेंगे, आप लोग जुड़े रहिए, हम मिलेंगे आपसे इनसाइड द लॉबी के दूसरे सेगमेंट पे।
Looking at the man's face, one thing is for sure, he was definitely happy with his team's performance. But right now, the way things are looking like for Revenant X Park, there's a big chance they might just miss that shot towards the semifinals.
I mean, see, hope is still there. They started the day off on 31 points, and we are keeping the target still at 52, where Wildfangs is. So, about, what, like 21 points needed? So, in 2 games for a team like Revenant X Park, it's not that difficult to pull it off. Based on the roster that they have, it should not be a big challenge, but it's turning out to be. So I would want to see how Miramars go for Revenant X Park right now, to be honest.
Yeah, they definitely have to ace those, that's for sure. If they do want to move on towards the semifinals, they need a lot of points. And one thing is for sure, even if one game goes down the drain, the next one has to be a 25-pointer. And if they miss that mark, Revenant X Park is also going to move on towards the wild card with a lot of other known names like K9 Esports. Even they're waiting for them down in the slumbers. So the wild cards are definitely going to be dirty. Before now, let's move on towards the second last game of the day. The planes in the skies for the second last game of the day. And one thing is for sure, a lot of known names still on the latter half of the board. This plane fly path, it's going to be a new ray of hope for a lot of teams. And if it's going to be a balanced one, then teams will be happy. But the moment I say so, the plane fly path pops up, starting all the way from Puerto Paraiso towards La Trilera. And yeah, it's definitely not fair.
Yeah, it's one of the shorter flight paths you could see on the map of Miramar. Leaning extremely towards the southern half of the map. Anything beyond San Martin, Truck Stop, El Pozo is going to be off limits for a lot of these teams. And as far as this group is considered, I think a few names do like to start from El Azhar, Tierra Bronca, Torre Amuda, just going for that slower approach. La Cobriera is a priority drop spot that's going to be out of reach for a lot of these teams. But right off the bat, it seems like, Necro, we are going to have a drop clash in Impala, because we do see 4 Wolf DOD heading towards Impala, but they aren't the only ones. They're joined by another squad.
Yeah, you've also got Gots for Reason actually right next to that. And there's one team right next to 4 Wolves. Pretty much being overshadowed by them as of now. I mean, 4 Wolves is a team that's currently sitting at the top of the board. And if you're someone who's looking to take that drop clash against 4 Wolves, it's not going to be a good decision at all. So ORB, in my opinion, you should just back away and loot somewhere else. Let the course of the action take over and figure out what exactly you want to do in the future. This is too much of a risky move that ORB is rooting for. This risk is unwanted.
It is, definitely, and I think they are going to have to pay a heavy price for that, because both the teams did not actually reach the city of Impala. They had to settle for the shoreline drop, but we have the Circle causing a lot more trouble than anyone in this lobby bargained for. Circle centered between crater fields and water treatment. It's the middle of nowhere. And of course, based on the flight path, the biggest challenge is that early rotation. The challenge of finding the safe haven in the play zone itself. Although apart from that one-off conflict between ORB and 4 Wolves, I do not see a lot of threat for anyone else. Maybe a fight in El Pozo, because Wingard are looking to head there.
Oh no, ORB, look at the amount of shots taken on that man. The M249. It was able to find a few connections, but those connections are not deadly enough to actually get the knock. No conversion found yet. And the fact that ORB's actually got a decent bit of weaponry to play with, it's insane. This early in the game, they've got a few utilities and also a packed loadout. Maybe lacking a bit when it comes to the utilities, but it's fine. At least the other teammates got his hands on that one nade. Maybe that can be the table turner they're looking for. ORB still pretty jealous of the presence of 4 Worlds DOD. The close proximity is too dangerous for RB. And they desperately need this game as well. They need as many points as they can.
ORB, sure, but for Wolf, I think their job is done. They need like 4 or 5 points to pretty much pin down their slot in the semi-finals. So they have the luxury of being in a position where they can take a risk, try and take this fight. If they get these 4 points early, then they can just go berserk in the rest of the game and the next match after this one. But let's see how things turn out. On the other side of things, Wingard, there was a drop clash for them in El Pozo against Team Doxy, but Wingard in and out early. They go in from the western edge of El Pozo, and I think their basic loot is done. And they move out towards La Cobriera. Quick and early rotation to take control of the city. But La Cobriera eventually will have a big cluster forming inside of the city if the circle sticks around. Till stage 4, stage 5 maybe?
And the way Wingard Esports is also placing themselves all the way towards La Cabrera. One thing is for sure, they're going to be looting there for the longest of the time. They can take their speed loot time, get their hands on as much loot as they want, because as of now, Apps does not even have a weapon to defend himself with. Nothing available. It's been a long rotation they've pulled off. Genesis for them, or Genesis, my bad. For them, the previous game wasn't too good. They actually were in a bit of a clash against another big name, which was Revenant X-Park, and that crash was definitely quite deadly.
Yeah. It was a close fight between the two sides, but Revenant X-Park not really able to survive that conflict. Genesis barely made it through. This time around, an early rotation has been called by the players of Genesis, considering they did drop towards the south of Los Leones and now are looking to directly move inside of the play zone and then go for their early game loot. But Tenzin on our screens. Now game plan, same as Wingard. But do they realize that Wingard is going to be waiting for them once they reach the city of La Cobrera? It's not going to be an easy entry for the players of Tenzin.
Seems too risky, but it feels like they're also trying to scout it out. And finally do spot out one of the players. So Tenzin knows what's going on in the city. They know there's a team nearby. You can see the boys actually going for the routes, outskirts. Could have gotten their hands on the vehicle too if they wanted, but no, instead just want to cruise by. Don't want to be part of the action just yet. Still a few more players off. Wingard Esports can be a bit of a problem. Buggy is well secured. All the vehicles around may just be controlled by Tenzin. And Nexus just can't do anything about it. He does have the visual, but he cannot go for the shots yet.
Nexus is just patiently lying in wait. And as you mentioned, the visual is there, but Apps and Nexus, they're too far away from each other. The other player from the side of Wingard all the way on the outer periphery is again off. So Tenzin, they will have an opportunity to pile on the players of Wingard one by one, isolate these fights. But it seems like Tenzin also does not have complete info. They spotted out one man towards the western edge of the city and then just completely decided to move for the high ground. On the other side of things, we have Ruffians up against Born from Ashes. The spray. Ooh, Dark. He's so lucky to just... Well, not Dark. Aki, in fact, is so lucky to just evade that. But Born from Ashes, are they actually going to go for a chase?
They wanted to, but then scratch that idea instantly. Refines the position they've got. Yeah, they're around the centric part as well, so it's a pretty good position if you ask me. But sustaining this one's going to be real tough. It's a massive compound we're speaking of. Just 4 players might not be enough to defend it if you do get pounced on. So it's going to be a tough one. Inimicals all the way back in the blue still. Towards Valle Del Mar. Pretty far away from the circle. They still need to make the rotation inside. And once all the good spots are taken away, Inimicals is going to struggle. At least the previous game, we saw that initiation of the comeback and also them pinning their spot down in the wildcards.
Yeah, pretty much. I think that previous map that they played was very impressive. The performance yesterday, not so much. I mean, they were barely inside of the middle pack. But today, I think they have swung open the door that gives them hope if they play on the two Miramars just like they did on the Erangel before, I think Inimicals will have a big opportunity, or may actually end up causing a lot of trouble for the teams looking to qualify for the semis.
Definitely. 4 Wolves DOD, even they're on the move now. All the way towards Toremuda, that's where they are. Taking their sweet time. And keep this thing in mind, they dropped all the way towards Impala, and that rotation, it's been massive. 4 Wolves just sticking to that route from the outskirts. Now finally finding that breaching point as well from Toremuda, but there's also Genesis right on the tails. Myth. This team is going to be an interesting conversation to have. For Myth, the round 4 was spectacular, really good. They dominated the round 4, but that transition towards the quarterfinals, man, look at them in the bottom 3 currently with just 17 points.
And it's not just them, it's Welt as well, who are right above the players of Myth. Both these teams, the performance has completely vanished. And it's not like they're doing a lot of things wrong, it's just bad luck combined with bad form, but talking about things that just keep getting worse. Look at the circle.
Oasis,
moving
let's
up
go.
Towards Oasis. I want this end game to be Oasis. That's going to be exciting, but
the terrain's just so exposed and weird.
Yeah. But I think this might just take a southern shift and end kind of close to the players of Tenzin, maybe.
Possibly.
I mean, it's still stage 2, so we don't know for sure.
Or maybe can't shift on top of Wingard Esports. Anything can happen.
Yeah, that can also happen.
But as of now for T7, almost could have actually gotten that elimination point as well. Secured. Punk is so lucky. The man's barely surviving. Revenant X Park actually just escaping the grip of death. And the man's now just patching himself up with the bandages. Punk is barely surviving. He needs to realize how lucky he was for surviving that. Revenant X Park, there's a chance the flow can be disrupted. A few more shots might just be taken. But none of them connect. Too far away now.
Yeah, that team is gone. And a massive risk, by the way, taken by the players of Revenant X Park. That was a mad dash, in fact. They're trying to make it all the way towards where Wingard is. Wingard has moved towards Oasis already, so Revenant X Park, I think, should settle in trading places with Wingard. They were in control of a hill. Just take that hill and hold on for dear life for the late game. But T7. Now, the question is, are they going to keep putting pressure on the players of Revenant X Park? You saw a 4-man squad rotate in front of you. You aren't doing too well in the overall leaderboard, just there with 18 points. So there's an opportunity for you to take this risk. If you wipe them out, you will stand a chance to move towards wildcard stages. I mean, maybe. You need about 30 points. You have 2 games to pull it off.
And once again, there's also Team Doxy actually breaching its side of the circle from the northern side. So soon there's going to be a lot of people just taking over those good spots. ORB, for some reason, taking that damage all the way from the blue. It's not a good look. All the way towards Campo Militar. There's also Genesis Esports right in the front. ORB, they're lacking. They're falling behind. Not sure if they do have enough meds, but there we go. The cavalry does arrive. Getting that revival on the fallen comrade. It's going to be the most important thing they want to pull off right now. 4 Wolves DOD looking at what sort of a situation they found themselves in. It's a little bit of a tricky one as well. And what are these connections? Beautiful stuff. That haircut definitely does pin the man down a bit more.
It keeps him at bay. And Gods for Reason, they are going to have to figure out how to deal with the players of 4 Wolf now. 2 players knocked out. Beast OG and Hitman taken out of the way. Gods for Reason. Sandwich is complete. Genesis, they have their backs exposed. Finishes being taken away by the players of 4 Wolves. And Genesis, they're going to be quite grateful for these easy frags. There it is. Gods for Reason eliminated very early in this match.
Yeah, just stealing those elimination points like thieves in the night. Gods for Reason, still that one man is alive.
Oh, he's still there.
Yeah, still standing a little bit far away from what just happened to his teammates. And that's the only reason why the man's still alive. But soon he might just meet his makers as well. Oasis now slowly and steadily shifting out of commission. As now the circle is actually shifting on top of the boys of Wingard Esports. And they found themselves in the smack center right next to Revenant X Park. Even Team Doxy's playing around another side. This is such an awkward circle to play with. And I'm pretty sure a lot of these teams do not even know what sort of terrains do possess.
Yeah, but I don't think they do. No one ever goes to Oasis unless you're just passing it by and you don't even look towards that city because it's on the other side of the hill. Uncharted territory for everyone, especially Genesis, I think, moving in from the north, are going to have to deal with a lot of conflicts. Team Doxy, Inimicals will be there in their way. And on that finish feed, you can see the fight already getting kicked off. Genesis finding an opening against Team Doxy, but are they in a position to secure these frags? They're quite exposed, to be honest. Team Doxy has concrete cover to work with on the other end.
Indeed. Genesis Esports is on the run, looking at 4TR. They found themselves in a bit of a scuffle against WinGod Esports, and WinGod actually converting the fights pretty easily as well. For 4TR, losing out on the valuable member is going to be a tough pill to swallow. Them patching themselves up, getting the HPs back up on the board, just topping it off. For WinGod Esports, they've got the man advantage inside of the fight. Converting the fight, though, still it might be a tough task. Z-God is the only person up close and personal, constantly lobbing those utilities as well. But none of them find any sort of connection. WinGod Esports, if they do reunite and make that pounce against 4TR, things can get better.
Things can get better, but I think they are also worried about 4Wolf on the flank. Maybe opponents have been spotted out by WinGod and they are afraid of a third party. 4Wolf on the other side are dealing with their own distraction. The last man from the side of Gods for Reason, Spirit, still wasting their time, and Avnish. Oh no, so much HP lost to the shots from the flank. He needs to go for a reset. Spirit, sliver of HP on this last surviving player as well.
Just wanted to make that pounce. The man actually tried to bait out a peek with that first aid, but Revenant X-Bar from the back, they're going to put that nail in the coffin. The final man of Gods for Reason eliminated from the game. Another blunderous start.
Yeah, not really what we expected from Gods for Reason. Their journey in the previous rounds was a good one, but quarterfinals not really going their way. 25 points on the board. I think about 10 more points if they want to keep the hope for wildcard. And unfortunately, they just have one more match remaining after this. The next shift of the zone. I think Revenant X-Pac should be safe. Not a lot of positions or places for the circle to go from here, to be honest. There you go.
Look at that zone shift. On top of Revenant X-Pac, there's also 4TR in the close proximity. And then you've got Welt around the southern side. T7 Esports, even they've got a decent bit of chunk to play with, but it's not the best chunk. And now for Tenzin. Playing from the southern side, it's not the best possible spot. Trust me, the circle's going to move away from them soon, and that's when Tenzin's going to start a choke.
I think based on how the circle is moving, it has to be a big game for the boys of Revenant X-Pac. They have the high ground to work with. Teams all around them are about to feel the chaos of this play zone, so opportunity is there. Hopefully they strike it pretty well, but once again, Genesis versus Team Doxy. Doxy is down in numbers. Genesis has all 4 players left. And I don't think they're going to let Team Doxy go from here. Just keeping them at bay. Unfortunately, Genesis is the one that's outside the play zone. Yeah. So in the next few moments, they will be forced to make this slam. If they have enough smokes, they can lay out those smokes, provide suppressing fire from the edge of the smoke, and then use those vehicles to push in. But let's see what the actual execution from the boys of Genesis is going to be like. I'm actually quite surprised. A few moments ago, on the flank of this fight towards the west, Inimicals were waiting, and they were chasing Team Doxy before that, but instead of going for a third party, they just completely back off.
There we go. Genesis backing away. That's what I was about to say. Genesis was in a really concerning spot. And now trying to inch inside of the circle slowly and steadily. The sidelines as well, not too safe either. That's going to be Inimicals on the tail. Genesis Esports just want to somehow find a breaching point inside of the circle. Just want to find a playing point. But where do you play from? Look at Rafides. They've got such a massive high ground to play with. They can look at every single person, every single team that's available in this zone. Genesis, Zap is knocked out. Getting the revival on top of Zap seems impossible. But Viper, he's still going to go for it. What a madman. Genesis Esports actually want to get Zap back up on his feet. This is such a tough task that they want to pull off. Smoke's tossed out as well. Inimicals just can't do anything about it yet.
They are going to be pinned by Genesis. Even moving up north is going to be a big risk with Doxy being there. Mafia looking to move up, sees the smoke on the other side, knows there's threat waiting for him over there. And Genesis, I love this positioning that they've placed gravity on the top of the hill. So Inimicals, even if they are playing in the back lines, Genesis is able to maintain an informational advantage against the opponents. But on that finish feed, Bond from Ashes is getting involved in the action. They've gone up against Tenzin and now taking on Ruffians.
Found themselves in a big sandwich. And especially speaking of Refiance, they've got the high ground to play with. So this one's going to be a tough one to convert. And since they've also got the high ground to play with, they can pretty much control the tempo of the game if they want. But it's a whole different story that they're not really taking those shots either, because they're also running low on the ammunition. And that's going to be another concern for Refiance. Only if they had enough ammo, man, this game would have been really chaotic.
Yeah, but that's the problem with taking the hilltops on Miramar. Always, you're going to start off with being in a prime position, but if you keep taking those shots, keep getting involved in long-distance action, you eventually do run out of ammunition, especially in this AR meta. Back in the days, it used to be okay playing the high ground for so long because you were playing DMRs, you were playing bolt-action snipers, and those weapons do not use that much ammo. So even during the mid or the late game stages, you would still have a bunch of ammo left to go out, find an AR, and then switch to the AR, start taking fights mid-close range. But not the case anymore. On the other side of things, Inimicals, they have gotten a reset. Inferno got knocked out a few seconds ago, but he's back up in a fighting position. And now Inimicals looking to re-engage into the players of Genesis as their backs finally get pushed by the blue.
I guess now they just got to ram their vehicles on top of Genesis. That's the only thing they can do. Genesis Esports taking too much damage. Wiper, the man's barely surviving. Not a lot of HP. Now Zap as well, he's got the shotgun to work with. And the man in the front, he's already taken a lot of damage, but Zap eventually, he does find the knock. Trying to inflict a bit more of that pain and hurt as Hunters as well. He's looking to push up close and personal. That S12K should be able to do a lot of job, but instead Hunter's just backing away towards his teammates, providing that cover.
Well, I think Genesis, a fight that should have been comfortably theirs, has kind of slipped out of their hands. Inimicals, they have a big upper hand to work with. Zap constantly losing HP, all thanks to the nades being lobbed towards him. Mafia moving out, taking a risk, should be able to take out Hunters, but no, they are still going for Zap. A counter nade puts Mafia very low. He's trying to run away in the buggy, but Hunters finds the trade, the fight down to a 2v2, but Genesis, out of nowhere, have the upper hand. Thanks to a third party. Inimicals, they're down to their last player.
Mafia trying to be smart. He wanted to use that off angle to actually gain some sort of leverage over Genesis. But instead, Genesis Esports actually did a lot of damage, and even Revenant X-Park now chiming inside of the action. They are going to go for this third party because they know these are free elimination points that they can latch upon. And Genesis Esports, now they seem quite desperate too. Getting their hands on that shack too, that's going to be a bit of that temporary cover, if you ask me. Cosmic taking a bit of that hurt upon themselves, but there's a chance Inimical can still win this fight. The nade's tossed. This one,
it's gone.
That's going to find the connection as well. And just like that, Genesis Esports, they've been sent back to the lobby.
You know, we all love cricket. That was a perfect ball, perfect length, perfect bounce. Takes out the last man from the side of Genesis, but Inimicals, they're about to suffer the same fate. Got out into the open, nowhere left to go for him. And Myth, they're circling. They heard the commotion. They just came to check as to who was making all of that noise. But on the other side of things, noise being made at 4 Wolf collide against Wingard. Nexus knocked out. Players looking to move in. Apps running for his life. Infinity, he's there to provide some form of suppression. Maybe try and keep the side of 4 Wolves at bay. But Apps runs in. Initial shot whiff, but still finds a knock. The trade comes through. Infinity finds another one. 4 Wolves. This should have been a clean fight. A 2 versus 4, but mistakes were made. They are down to the last man as well.
And eventually gets wrapped up as well in a sheet. 4 Wolves. Yes, they have taken a lot of damage upon themselves, but as long as you get that recovery, that's all that matters. And 4 Wolves is going to get that recovery. Maybe not all the players, but still 3 men will be up. And that's more than enough to control the pace. Revenant X-Park, this is the team currently in control of the game. The control could have actually shifted in the hands of Refiance, but they just did not have enough ammo. And that's why Revenant X-Park is just constantly hammering the lobby from this position.
Yeah, I mean, we called this earlier, right? I mean, center of the circle taken by Revenant X-Park in stage 2 itself when Wingard abandoned this exact position. And from there, it's just about making sure you have vision, making sure you're finding knocks, or maybe just stealing finishes. And then this keeps happening to Revenant Xbox themselves. They find an opening, someone takes it away. This time Team Doxy are going to be the thieves. But 4Wolf left bleeding. Does 4Wolf even care about an early exit anymore? They have 57 points. I think that should get them to the semifinals.
Yeah. I mean, for 4Wolves, they're just here to pretty much polish their own gameplay.
They're happy to be here now.
Yeah. Just have fun before you move on towards the semifinals. It's going to be a land, so you might as well just polish your own skills and get ready for it. Nate's being tossed from the side of ORB. Once again, they found themselves in a real tricky spot. It is such a bad spot to be in. Such an awkward engagement as well. Those Nate's not finding proper connections. ORB's now just going to back away and get that revival on the fallen comrades. Tenzin, they found themselves in a real weird spot. Underneath all this hill. Patching themselves up constantly, getting that reset. Tenzin, another man spotted out in the open. He just can't do anything about it, but he still somehow survives. You've got to be kidding me.
Yeah, that's very lucky to stay alive. Caesar, I think if there was fire from the entirety of Born from Ashes, he would have been gone, but look at them still trying to finish him off. Nades lobbed one after the other. A team Molotov. B-Snoop, there was some panic, but hey, he still walks away safely, negates the damage, just walks away right at the nick of time. But on the other side of things, Revenant X-Pac, it seems like they are crumbling as well. Team Doxy building up pressure. But what's going on the southern hill, man? Defiance are here, Born from Ashes. Tenzin is stuck, and then there's the last player from the set of, not last, well, Gokul is here from the set of Welt. I just saw the rest of his team on the radar.
Gokul's in a real tricky spot too. And there we go. This one-man Nuv, he's constantly being a pain. How do you deal with them? That's the question. And the way things are looking like, the way things are shaping, Refines, they're supposed to control and dominate this entire ridge. They've got the high ground to play with, but not enough ammunition. That's the only concern. Tenzin and BFA right next to each other in the close proximity as well. And Refine once again from the top, raining down hellfire. Myth official from the sidelines, even they're controlling a decent bit of terrain. But Myth now also needs to worry about the sidelines. There's also going to be Team Doxy and Team 7E moving in.
Down to the top 9, 28 players still remaining. And from the middle pack, Welt and Doxy fighting to stay alive in BGIS 2026. Revenant X-Pac, 4-man unit, still somehow manages to hold strong, looking forward to the semi-finals. Need a chicken dinner, a decent one at that, but on the other side of things, Team Doxy, they find a knock on a danger man from the side of Myth. Detrox out of the way, Lucifer in the back lines, hiding in the bush, hoping for cover. Herschel spotted out, shots from UNQ do not connect. But they're still there with 2 players left.
Yeah. I mean, just look at Team Doxy, man. Yeah, Doxy himself is knocked out, but still these 2 players, the utility is exactly on the point. Precision, it's top-notch. And Doxy now, these 2 players, they also need to deal with the entirety of Myth. Myth is in the front, creating those constant problems. Doxy tossing out the utilities, making sure that Doxy himself is going to be safe. But for Myth, that one man, he can definitely be a concern. And Born from Ashes, eventually eliminated from the game too. Well, Esports, they're done playing it passive, running thin on patience. Now they want those elimination points secured. 9 finish points already on the board. That's going to be the 10th one. And just like that, 11 finishes secured. Also dancing on the graves of the entirety of Tenzin's.
Welt is doing phenomenal all of a sudden, and it's quite surprising. I mean, yesterday was a nightmare for the players of Welt compared to how they were playing in the earlier rounds of the tournament. But now, it seems like all of that lost confidence has been regained. 11 eliminations, 31 total points on the overall leaderboard so far. I think from here, it's just about securing 6 or 7 more points, even in the last game combined, to move to the wildcard stages. But, well, right now it seems like distracted by the players of Refiance on the top of the hill, want to make the pounce. But it's not just them, it's Orb on the flank as well. Shots coming in from the rear. Mudit from T7 Esports looking to cause some trouble.
Well, Esports, utilities tossed out against ORB. And ORB, since they've got the high ground to play with, it's also going to be an uphill battle for the entirety of Welt. Nade's also being tossed against him. Trades happening back and forth. And Welt somehow winning the duels. They've got the man advantage now. ORB missing off the mark, and now they're also getting absolutely peppered, hammered down by Welt constantly, but that pre-fire from Stunner, it was insane. The man's out in the open, not a lot of play cover, and eventually gets eliminated too from the game.
10 eliminations on 2 players from the side of Welt, Gokul and Proton. Incredible stuff coming through. But now, Revenant Xbox is going to be the next squad they have to face with Myth on the flank. Revenant Xbox forced to back off. A saving grace for the players of Welt, but not enough. The pylon still happened. Trace makes the move, finds the opener. Proton, he has gotten revived, runs off to the flank and drops Revenant Xbox to the floor. They are still not there in the semi-finals. They got overconfident in the end, and there was the punish.
This is the game Welt was searching for such a long time, since round 4. Probably one of the most explosive performances coming through from Welt. And this one game is going to make sure that the leap in the overall standings will be witnessed by everyone that's currently watching the stream. Welt Esports, what a dominating affair it's been so far in the final few moments, just with the mop wiping the entirety of the floor. And Welt is not stopping yet, but even Myth, they're also beaming down anyone that stands against them. Welt Esports, they want to steal a few elimination points away as long as they're alive. And there we go. That man from T70 gets stolen.
Yeah, T7, they are gone. And Welt, I think, on their way to beat the record set by Meta Ninja earlier on today itself. They have 19 finishes on the board. There are 3 more available. They can end this game with 22 eliminations. And the chicken dinner, 32-point total tally. That's going to be the record for the day. But Skep, I think he should go down to the players of Myth. Oh no, he's going to go down to the blue zone itself. And now it's just a 4 versus 2. I think we all know how this one goes. Myth, they've been struggling all this while. Welt looking extremely strong. But as I say that, Lucifer finds the opener. Proton hits the floor.
2-on-3 is doable. Really doable. But the position is the problem.
And well, the problem is just going to get worse for the players of Myth. As you mentioned, Lucifer hits the floor. Last finish, it gets denied. Oh no. Oh no. I mean, Welt still walks away with a chicken dinner, but I think they were hoping for 20 plus finishes today. Yeah. They're just going to have to settle for 20, 30 points on the board.
Yeah.
But surprise, surprise, Necro. I mean, from being in a spot where we were just questioning, is this team even going to stay alive in BGIS anymore, to now actually heading into the last game, they stand a chance of qualification for the semis.
Yeah, the crazy part is Welt Esports just started things off with 11 points on the board, and now this 30 bomber, it's going to put them pretty much in the top 5 of this entire group.
Yeah, that's
and also, as you mentioned, extremely close towards the qualification of semifinals.
Exactly. I mean, it is going to be incredible for the side of Welt. I mean, 11 on the board, as you said, at the start of the day, at the start of Erangel. Now they'll have 41 points.
Somewhere
just because of this game. They had chicken and 20 finishes, so 30 from this game.
How many points did Welt actually secure in that previous game?
I have no idea on Erangel. I think on Erangel it wasn't this...
it wasn't a big game, right?
Yeah,
so let's just say most of the most, Welt might just have around 45 points. Let's say that.
Yeah. 40 to 45. I think 41 to 45, because we know we have a calculation for 41. But anyways... we have the chicken dinner stats for the squad of Welt, and it's quite surprising that Gokul was the one fragging out of his minds in this game, because usually it's Justy and Proton, and today has been the day for IGLs.
I know, right?
First it was Shadow 7, then it was Shadow OG, and now we have Gokul.
I know, right? The shadow's fading away, and now it's time for Goku to pop off. And even Proton, once again, consistency's delivered. Look at Proton's stats. 7 knocks, 7 finishes. The conversion rate's just immaculate.
Yeah.
And yeah, this time Justy's taking a bit of that backseat, but it's fine. As long as the team is working like a well-knit unit, as long as you're getting those big games on the board, that's all that's going to matter. For Revenant X-Park, it was not a bad game. They had a lot of elimination points. Yeah, the placement points definitely lacking. They could have won the game. That's a different thing.
That's the thing.
But Welt was just on fire.
This was supposed to be a Revenant Xbox chicken dinner, not a Welt chicken dinner. I think the one moment where Revenant Xbox messed things up was when they made a pounce onto Welt without clearing their flank. Because that is exactly where the players of Myth were. Revenant Xbox went up the ridge thinking their back was empty.
Yeah.
They saw 4 players of Welt, were willing to take a fight. But all of a sudden, your players are getting shot in the back. You realize, all right, there's one more squad we have to deal with. And then you're just stuck in that dip. And Trace just committed for a fight against Welt.
So there were 3 teams who were in the power spot. It was Myth, it was Revenant X-Spark, and it was Refiance.
Yeah.
Welt was nowhere in the process, by the way. But then the moment they started to move up around the hilltop, they started wiping out teams left, right, center. They first eliminated Refiance, then later on moved down. They also eliminated Tenzins, and they had the entirety of that Rich to play with.
Born from Ashes, you forgot about them
Exactly,
because they were the ones that kept Welt pinned on the low ground while Refiance were ruling the top of the hill.
It's crazy.
But again, incredible stuff. Although I do have to say, this is what we expected from Game 1, man. It's like match 5 for Welt in the quarterfinals. If you want to win the grand finale, if you want to stand a chance to do well in the finals, I think that's what Welt is hoping for. Please be consistent.
Yeah,
that's the one thing they need to do.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the point standings, right? Welt's getting 30 points, Myth getting 11. It's not the best of the performance for Myth. Myth is pretty much just fighting for that wild card. Revenant X-Spark, though, getting 9 points. That's going to be a ray of hope. Now, Revenant X-Spark in the last game, they need around 15 points if they do want to stand a chance to qualify as well.
Yeah, 15 points. I think that is exactly what they're going to need because the previous game of Wrangle was, I don't want to talk about it.
Really bad.
Yeah, so they are going to be somewhere around the 40-point marker as well, joining the players of Welt. But Revenant X-Spark, I think, forget about the 15 points. Just go for a 10, finish chicken dinner. 20 points, safety cushion gain, move to the semifinals.
So many teams with a potential chance to actually cross inside of the top 16.
Yeah.
Johnny, this is getting a bit too much now. Since 4 Wolves is already qualified, let's just count them in. There's also a chance that even WinGod Esports can move in. There's also a chance that even Revenant X-Spark can move in. There's also a chance that even Tenzin can move in. Welt is already really close. So there's a chance that 6 teams from this group itself can actually breach inside of the top 16 off the overall standings.
And then when you think about the actual overall leaderboard, the overall leaderboard
is going to go up.
Yeah, my head has started to hurt now after this game.
Yeah, the cutoff is actually going to rise up.
Welt went from the bottom 2 to the top 2.
Yeah, I mean, today we have been seeing those type of catapults, right? Even for K9 Esports, if you talk about them, yes, they were not able to qualify. That's a different story. But K9 Esports, from the bottom 3, they were in the top 4.
Yeah.
That was the leap that K9 took. And now Welt as well, pretty much on the same footsteps, but Welt just needs a few more points to top it off. I would say cross that 55 points marker. The cutoff is definitely going to rise high.
So we know how many points Welt got on Wrangle as well. By the way, we have an answer. It was 7 points.
Okay.
That total tally is 48. But now I think trouble in paradise for the big names. WinGod 37, Genesis 35. They are going to have to do well on the upcoming Wrangle.
So many teams actually stand a chance to qualify from this group itself. WinGod, Inimicals, Tenzins, even Genesis, if they want, they can move in. Revenant X-Spark, there's like 6 teams on the line, Johnny.
Yeah.
Which means a lot of teams now from the overall standings are on the verge of being kicked out as well.
Oh, pretty much, man. I mean, and this is going to ruin the day, by the way, for the teams for...
How many points did Godlike have?
Oh, I don't recall.
I think they had around like 56 or 54, right?
54, yeah.
Oh my god, if even 4 teams more qualify from this group, Godlike is going to be kicked out. And they've already celebrated on the social medias, by the way.
I was just about to say that.
Oh my god.
There were celebrations going around.
Oh my god.
So now the question
imagine.
is, what do we want? Do we want the people to continue celebrating, or do we want 4 teams from here?
They just gotta pray. They just gotta pray. Simple. Because too many teams from this group actually stand a chance to breach it, and it is doable. It's not like it's not possible. It is doable.
It is doable, especially when you look at the names that are playing in this particular group, and the names that are fighting for that qualification spot. We spoke about that. Revenant X-Spark, Genesis. These 2 names, if they end up finishing with 10-15 points each, who knows?
Yeah, I mean, there's so many possibilities that can actually happen. Even Godlike can be kicked out. But for now, let's move on towards a short break. back after that short break, and now it's IC with me on the panel. And IC, after watching that massive game coming through from Wealth Esports, now there's so many permutations, combinations that can actually happen in the overall standings. 4 rules is already in. WinGod Esports is really close. Revenant X Park is really close. Even the Tenzins can actually squeeze themselves in. Anything can happen.
You know, I texted Welt's Instagram page like a few weeks ago.
Okay.
I asked them, what have you guys been feeding your boys during their run here? And yesterday, they were nowhere to be found. And in this one game, they got themselves 30 points. So technically, if we're talking about the qualification to wildcard stages, they've done it in one game.
Yeah, they pretty much have qualified. It's not even a question. But hey, something you guys can actually do right now as well is that head inside of the game and keep on grinding your classic matches. While doing so, you're going to be earning the exploration points inside of the Discovery Islands, and you can use those points to redeem some in-game rewards. And while doing so, you're also going to be fueling the prize pool for the BGIS 2026.
Yep, at the same time as well. The more you play, the more you guys are going to be winning rewards as well. Earning, unlocking rewards the more you play. And that's only for people who play. People who don't play, hoping to get a couple of freebies. Haha, you're not getting anything.
Yeah, you need to keep on grinding, keep on playing it.
You got to chip in the effort.
It's for free.
Don't be a sloth.
Yeah, it's for free,
Don't be a
actually.
slacker. Yeah.
But you know what, Icy? Once again, moving back towards the conversation. Now, there's still a few more teams actually on the latter half of the board that might be eliminated from this tournament. We're speaking of teams like Born from Ashes, Myth Official, and Inimicals could have been one, but since they have managed to acquire a massive game off the rip, so Inimicals is now out of that danger zone. But you can also count teams like T7 Esports and even Ruffians being one of those.
Exactly. But at the same time as well, I think we can count Team AX pretty much out as well. Unfortunately, say our BMPS champions has been eliminated right here, right now. A little bit of unfortunate news. I was expecting better things as well because I did see a lot of strategies being pulled out by them during the grind phases. But for them to be taken out like that, it's just not a sweet spot that I was expecting to see them kind of bow out as well. But I'm glad that K9 was able to somehow survive the ordeal. That's going to be one thing. But Welt finally pulling a big one like this is going to be huge as well because now, like you said as well, they're so much closer to the quarterfinals and semifinals.
Yeah, and there's a chance the sword might just be on top of the heads for teams like ORB. And even ORB now needs to perform because if ORB is going to be missing out, then there's a chance someone else might just take their slot. They can be eliminated from the tournament as well because Myth as well is slowly and steadily rising up. We're also seeing those efforts coming through from the side of T7 Esports. So this group, one thing is for sure, everyone is making some sort of moves. They're not just sitting back complacent. We are seeing them trying their best. We are seeing them acquiring those points as well.
Now, I'm pretty sure in the social media is going to be a lot of speculations really, really soon as well here, especially for Revenant X Park in particular today itself. Because Revenant X Park, I don't know what happened. Yesterday had a great run coming from them, but now it seems like they might slightly miss out on chance of the semifinals if they do not perform in this game. So this is going to be a very important one considering that, you know, we know who's qualified. They are celebrating right now and there is going to be some sort of rivalry if and only if they meet each other in the semifinals.
Too many teams closer to that 40 points marker, right? I think Revenant X Park and WinGod Esports, they've pretty much got almost similar amount of points. I know WinGod Esports has 37 points, and for WinGod, if they do want to stand a chance to qualify, they need to cross that 50, or maybe you can say, just to be on the safer side, cross that 55 points marker.
Basically, this final game here, the only way for a lot of these teams to actually make it into semifinals is a frag-heavy game. So we are going to be seeing extremely aggressive gameplays, or if you want to play it a little bit safe here, like how Welt did, eventually pounced off and rise up the challenge. Now's a fantastic time to do so, because now we're going to be jumping into the final game for this.
The planes in the skies once again for the last time in this entirety of the quarterfinals in BGIS 2026. This plane's going to be the most important plane fly path for all the teams currently competing inside of Group B. So many teams hoping for a major comeback and so many teams fighting for that survival inside of Wildcard. Is it going to happen? Are their dreams going to come true? Well, let's find out. The plane fly path starting all the way from Ruins towards Puerto Paraíso. It's not the best one, but it is something teams can work with.
This is the final match to decide the fates of every single team we have been witnessing this past 4 days in the quarterfinals as well. Who is out and who is in solely depends on this one final game. And of course, having a surprise new contender here, Wealth Esports decides to pull a 30 bomber. Now, very, very close towards the semifinals line, I would say. But for now, the flight path is going to be a pretty balanced one. We did not see too much of a skirmish in this scuffle here, maybe towards ORB and Myth, but That's just because they are flying towards the same direction, but I don't think they are going to be colliding anytime soon. Myth is going to be taking a little bit of a early entry into their compound down towards the southeast corners of Cradle Fields. Not exactly sure why. There's nothing much there, though. I think they are going to be taking a little bit pit stop here for those vehicles. And Picado, uncontested here for Revenant Xbox, so we are not going to be seeing those skirmishes. Welt also going to be having a free entry, but a majority of teams are going to be coming from the southeast corner, so we might see skirmishes, but all things considered, the circle is going to shift down south, so this is going to be pretty good here for teams like Genesis and 4TR, maybe even for Altitude as well.
Yeah, for Gods for Reason as well, it's still the fight for survival. And then looking at Altitude, even for them, things are going to be looking pretty interesting all the way towards Chumasera. Revenant next park around Picado, Tenzins dropping towards Montenevo, T7, Team Doxy all the way towards El Pozo, Hacienda del Patron as well being contested by the Ruffians, and even Born from Ashes.
Now, I have some interesting stats for you guys as of yet here. The current standings based on now, before Group B is finished, is on the 16th place is Victorious Summers with 42 points, followed by Kalinga Esports on 15 with 43 points, and Learn from Past from 44 points. And then after that, Welt Esports is currently on the 13th position with 48 points. So, yeah, 14th position.
Okay, so Welt Esports, as of now, they're safe.
Oh, sorry, my bad. 12th position. My math is a little bit not mathing right now. Yeah, they are 12th position with 48 points.
As of now, they're definitely safe. But T7 Esports spotting out the players of Myth. Myth is on the move, though. Do not even want to fight it out against the boys of T7 Esports. Shots as well, not too precise. And for the opponents, it's going to be an easy escape without even taking any sort of damage. Speaking of T7 Esports, still pretty far back in the overall standings. The previous game was not the best, but it was something that is going to give them the support that's needed to survive inside of the tournament.
It's going to be a tough one here, but like we said as well, surviving is going to be key here, at least for T7 Esports. In this case, Skep was able to clutch out big time in the previous rounds here, especially with that 1v3 against Gods for a Reason, which resulted in Gods for a Reason now severely lacking in terms of points and may risk elimination right here, right now. And this is going to be a tricky one as well, because the current cutoff on the 40th position right now is Myth Official with 28 points. So the cutoff is going to be going up maybe somewhere around 30 to 31 points here. So technically, even for T7 Esports, they're not exactly in the clear.
Indeed. I mean, for T7 Esports, let's just say that even they need 6 to 7 points in this game to at least move on around the wildcards. Looking at the amount of points they've got, it's just 25. Just be around the safety cushion, that's it. For Myth, the previous game was decent. It was not the best, though. Even for them, if they do want to stand a chance to move on, they need a lot of points. Not exactly a lot. Maybe you can't say 6 points. And even Myth can be around the wildcard stages.
This is such a tricky spot to be in here, considering the fact that now currently in the top 50, there is about like 5 to 6 slots available. And Myth Official is the gatekeeper for all the teams in the bottom here. So technically, for Altitude, Gods for Reason, T7, Doxy, 4TR, Ruffian, and also BFA, the only way they qualify is they overtake Myth, which is currently on 28 points. And that's also provided that Myth gets taken out rather early. Next is going to be Warp. Next is going to be Genesis as well. But technically Genesis is kind of safe for the wildcard stages at least.
I mean, speaking of Myth, for them, I'm pretty sure now moving on towards the semifinals, that's not going to be the goal. T7 Esports, though, ramming their vehicles on the compound of Myth. And what just happened? Oh my god, somehow Phantom whiffed all those shots, but eventually it does find that connection. In the end, that one fadeaway bullet kind of saving the day for T7 Esports. Trades happening back and forth, though. Even Myth losing out on their man. Where is the cavalry? That's my question. Herschel, he's the only person in this compound. The players do arrive slowly and steadily from the backlines for Myth. So Herschel, he's got his teammates with him now. T7 Esports, they are going to be trapped in this compound soon. How is Herschel going to be playing this one out?
This is such a rough fight here, especially for both Myth and T7, both looking to qualify for wildcard. And right from the get-go, they are hurting each other. This is not a good sign for both these two teams to survive now. And for all things considered, Myth Official, they seem to be having a little bit of upper hand as well. T7 has no exit strategy. They do have a compound to work with, but Myth Official, they do have the option to actually exit. And it seems like they are going to make the call to actually back out of this fight. And it's just not worth it to get taken out this early on.
Yeah, just run away from this one. Played passive, but with the 3-man squad, the game just gets even tougher. Tenzin, 35 points on the block. And if Tenzin wants to cross on inside of the top 16, it is definitely going to be interesting. The road might just not be that difficult. So for Tenzin, things can be easy. Around Minas del Valley, they are. Slowly and steadily trying to move around the centric part as well. Maybe get their hands on the highest ground. But Intel's going to be off the essence.
It's going to be a tough one here for Tencent to actually make it to the semifinals. But getting 1 point from Tencent with this game, they would pretty much secure themselves for the wildcard stages. Isn't too hard, just 1 finish point is all they need. Inimicals, like you said as well, is pretty much safe from elimination for BGIS. But again, you know, it's all about fighting for the semifinals. And it is going to be, like you said, a battle between Welt, Riven, and Xbox and Wingod eventually. They still have a shot, but they do all need a massive game. And Ruffians also going to be the team that is going to be looking for survival in this scenario. And the only way they get that is they get the chicken dinner and 10 finishes.
But man, what a turn of events it's been. A team that we thought could easily qualify, which was Reven and X-Park, they're now struggling. And on the opposite side of the spectrum, Godlike, they've already moved on. That was a massive leap. Godlike has 56 points right now in the overall standings. They're extremely safe. Altitude in the front inside of the church. Reven and X-Park tossing out the utilities to find that breaching point. One of the players, he's actually trapped. And that's going to be Ninja Jod. Those nades not finding any sort of connections for Reven and X-Park. Another nade tossed out. This one's going to be on the mark. Exactly what Reven and X-Park was searching for. That knockout, that's going to be the lifesaver. And Reven and X-Park might just have enough time now to withdraw from this fight.
Well, it seems like, speaking of withdrawal as well, Altitude looking for the reset. Ninja John looking to try and aggress this, but he's getting shot from afar. Decides maybe it's just not worth going for the push. Trey's God gonna be lobbing in the front lines. Gods goes out for the push, and guess what? He fights too! Altitude actually fights back, and Reven and X-Park may just lose their chance of making the semifinals because of this mistake. Gods, what a clutch here.
What a blunder. Reven and X-Park, how are you doing this? It's not supposed to happen. 2 players knocked out. Gods wants to press upon the trigger even more, but there was a perfect crossfire being held. Reven and X-Park, they're going to stop all the possible pushes coming through from Altitude. A revival as well is being stuck. This nade, it's got to be on the point, but no, exactly is going to be the answer. Has 12k in the hands, and now Clouds wants to make that pounce as well. Molotov tossed out. It's not going to be the difference maker. Nate's being cooked as well from both the sides. And Reven and X-Park, now the pressure's on top of them. They've already got that revival on one of the players. The second man as well is being revived. And Reven and X-Park, they might just look healthy once again.
Oh my goodness, the nade almost clipping them as well. Reven and X-Park, 3 players stuck in a house in Altitude. They do have the resets available, and this time they are going to be looking for the pounce here. Punk looking for an off angle, but he's so nowhere to be found. It seems like Gods is going to push it by himself with a UMP against shotguns. Decides to think otherwise, but Ninja Jod gets a little bit chip damage outside, and Clouds now dropping down though. Reven and X-Park looking to make the counter attack as well. Here comes the nade. It looks good, but no connection here from Ninja Jod. Reven and X-Park is staying low, but Trace God finds the opener, takes down Gods, and now Altitude needs to go in for the save.
Oh no, the fight's being extended for too long. There's a chance there might be a third party. These two teams fighting like cats and dogs. Clouds' position is compromised. Even he gets shut down. Somehow Reven and X-Park, they're flipping the odds, they're flipping the tables. Altitude is on the verge of being eliminated from this tournament. They've only got 25 points in the overall standings, and Prime is now going to be the only person standing.
What a clutch from Punk as well. For the off angle, wins his 1 versus 1 duel, and now Altitude put in this scenario with a 1 versus 4 situation. With this S12K, it is very possible, but Reven and X-Park, they know exactly where he is. They're waiting for the first move. Level 1 helmets is not going to do him any good here. Any random shotgun pump from Reven and X-Park is going to take him out. But like you said, the potential third parties may be coming here. But Reven and X-Park, they are going to clean house here. And here he comes. Prime OG looking for a finisher, but he gets scouted out. And no, he does not clutch his things. And that is going to be Reven and X-Park that takes 4 points. And they will live to tell another day.
Oh man, what a play it was from Reven and X-Park. Impressive stuff. Iconic comeback in that fight, for sure. At the start, Reven and X-Park were down 2 players, getting that reset, then flipping the tables against Altitude. And with that, Altitude is done for.
Exactly.
They messed up big time. This was never supposed to happen. And look at Doxy. In the first 3 games, Doxy was doing pretty decent, and now that transition towards the latter 3 games, it's been terrible. Doxy needs a decent game.
But at the same time as well, props towards Punk because he was the reason why the team was able to win this fight big time. Despite the 2-man knock from altitude, he was able to find an opener to stop the aggression, buy enough time, and then decided to group up and win his individual 1 versus 1 outside, forcing everybody from altitude to kind of scatter in while Revenant Xbox just waits inside this house and engulfs them.
Oh my god, what a circle it is. Lost Leonis, and in the Smack Center is going to be 4TR with a major split. All the 4 players split apart from each other. Yes, they do have the land coverage, but how do you actually give yourself enough cover fires? That's my question.
Oh, it's going to be tough as well, considering the fact that there is just so much open fields, right? 4TR does have a decent amount of control from the east side. BFA also going to be playing a little bit safety net from the north side. Welt is going to be the biggest pain in the butt from everybody else coming in from the northwest corner. They do have a decent amount of compound to actually zone out any teams, and it seems like a lot of teams are going to be straying away from Welt, and they are going to be colliding where Genesis is on towards the mountain terrains, or may decide to try and swing down south. But Genesis, they do have a very, very nasty ambush point being set up as well. Any team tries to drive up to them is going to get slammed. We've seen this happen before in the map in Merengue as well, where 2 teams collide against Genesis Esports, and they were able to take them all out.
Genesis Esports still on the edges of the zone. There are a few more names like Wingod Esports just hugging the blue as well. And for Wingod Esports, not sure what the rotation route's going to look like. Whatever it is, Wingod Esports just needs to be a little bit quicker. They're tanking that damage from the blue, then even Myth is right there outside of the blue. Right now, it's not going to be doing a lot of damage. You can easily patch yourself up, but the concern is going to be the Mets. Myth does not even have a lot of Mets to pretty much tank this damage.
Yeah, this is going to be tough as well as stage 3. And I think they're trying to swing their way into his Lost Illness to try and stock up and then play for placement points, which again, personally I'm not a big fan of. But let's take a look at the replay here on how things actually began as well. Ninja Jaw was able to fight the first knock and decide that, hey, maybe we want to try and take this fight. But when Gods did return for this 2 knock and Punk clutching things out with this knock, stopping Altitude's aggression was the reason why Revenant Xbox was able to slowly pick themselves up inside his house. And one mistake from Gods in particular was pushing all by himself, and because of this, it gave the entire momentum back towards Revenant Xbox to fight back.
Gods was pretty much desperate to get those elimination points because he knew that's going to be the opening that the entirety of Altitude wanted. He just wanted to capitalize on that, but the capitalization came through a little bit too late. When he started to move out, Revenant Xbox already had those knocked out players secured. They were in 45 rounds, and Punk was already holding one of the crossfires. So it was perfectly played by Revenant Xbox. The team play was top-notch. While Wingod, now once again, as I mentioned, they just need to find a good breaching point. And they are pretty much going to find themselves around the white lines as of now.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky as well. It's pretty much exposed, and they don't really have a lot of cover to work with. It seems like they do know that Team Doxy is looking through, but if they decide to crash on Team Doxy, the teams on the right, in this case, Inimicos is going to be firing on them as well. Same can be said for T7, so right now, Wingod has one of the worst possible positions to try and push in, as they are waiting for some sort of audio cues before pushing in, and they need some sort of help. And it seems like no help is going to be coming here based on the map itself. They have to be the ones to make the play here. And right now, Team Doxy is going to be the closest next to them. But for Myth Official, like you said, ran out of meds, has to push inside the zone. Now they are going to be colliding on the southeast corner. And they are going to be part of this entire scuffle alongside with T7. And even Myth, Harshil, losing Harshil means the floodgates is open for the qualification for wildcards.
Inimicals, oh my god, these nades. Getting real close. Gurv is actually taken down pretty low himself, so now the man needs to be cautious. Myth is Herschel, even he's knocked out. Lucifer is there in the sidelines as of now, but for Myth, they just want to get the fallen man. That's going to be the main goal. Utilities, even they need to find a proper connection. Inimical Scarf, oh, that's a perfect bait and switch. The man in the back, his job is to provide the cover fire, while the man in the front, his job is to gather that attention upon himself. And Myth, they've already pushed up. Gurv is taking too much damage, and there we go, the cover fire. It was perfectly placed. Myth, where is the communication? That's my question. He should have known that there is a man constantly providing that cover. Eventually, there is a knock coming through. Gurf getting knocked out, but the blue's on the move. You cannot stay outside of the blue for too long. Inimicals needs to run.
Exactly, but Lucifer is running out of meds as well. Seems like he is going to try and pick up Detrox as a stray bullet from afar. Was able to clip him. He is a little bit afraid. Meanwhile, Inimicos is going to try and save Gary, but here comes the push from Lucifer. He has to clutch this. He's got the UMP. He gets the finish point, but it is going to be a 1 versus 1. But eventually he goes down, and Inimicos ends their spree, and Myth Official will be eliminated from the tournament at 30 points.
Yeah, the man was literally just panicking straight up. And because of that panic scenario, the man, he got eliminated from the game too. Myth, they let things too lose. 30 points in the overall tally as of now for Myth. Not sure if they're going to be qualifying. WinGod Esports, the position they've got, it's not the best either. They're taking too much damage upon themselves. We thought that WinGod could have actually stood a chance to qualify, but now it's Revenant X-Spark just constantly ripping through the shreds. Pain from the top, he was taking those shots. He's making it hurt, inflicting a lot of pain and hurt.
Well, as of yet, the only way Myth Official qualifies right now is everybody else below the top 8 is eliminated right here, right now. It seems to be a very, very tall order, but their fates are in the hands of everybody else in this lobby. 14 teams remaining. WinGod Esports now took advantage of the commotion, was able to find space and push through. But they're still pinned by Team Doxy. But fortunately for them, WinGod is on the inner circles of the zone itself. Team Doxy has been peppering shots, but could not find any conversion of points at all. Doxy getting knocked from afar as well is not going to help them any good here, as Team Doxy also looking for a survival to try and qualify for the wildcard stages. This is a difficult game for all the teams in the bottom, and even for Genesis, who's looking to try and push into its semi-finals. Gods for a reason. Now, with the zone shifting in, they have to make the play to push in towards WinGod.
Those shots constantly peppering too. Chipping away damage. Genesis Esports right next to Welt. And then we've also got Tenzin around the proximity. Revenant X-Spark, this nade's being cooked to perfection. It's going to be tossed right on top of WinGod Esports. Pain, he constantly wants to find those knocks against WinGod, because he knows that can be a free knock if he does threat the needle. But it's just too tough. And if you look at it, only one nade on WinGod can actually wipe them out.
Well, whether or not they connect is going to be the question as well. Revenant X-Spark getting a little bit far-fetched in terms of spread here for center control. Meanwhile, Genesis, ooh, this is not a great spot to be in here. They're barely at the edge of the zone, not even inside as well. They're getting shot from afar, and that's going to be Tenzin, Caesar. Getting the first knock on Hunter. Zap could not find any angles for the return fire, and they are pinned. But fortunately for them, a small little tight angle gives them an opportunity. And for some reason, from afar, Gods for a reason was able to get a couple knocks onto his Team Doxy as well.
A lot of teams being griefed by the teams on the latter half of the board. Look at Gots for a reason, taking shots at Team Doxy, and Team Doxy, they just need to survive. These shots too crucial, too deadly, and Gots for a reason now here to claim the elimination points. Just trying to devour the opponents that are there right in the front, and Team Doxy just fighting for survival. That last man is on the run, just wants to survive somehow. He's going to find that shack to play with, but even that's not going to matter. The freedom gets stolen away as T7 Esports, they claim the last man.
Oh boy. Tough battle, but Team Doxy definitely eliminated from the tournament itself. Another team goes down as well as BFA also next to fall. There might be hope for Myth, but WinGod, their journey for the semifinals is over. They will make it into the wildcard stages as they are the next team to be eliminated in this game.
Oh no. WinGod was one of those teams potentially could have stood a chance to actually move up towards the semis, but they messed up. Now it's time for Revenant X-Spark to maybe make it happen. And I think they've already made it happen, right? 50 points. They've moved on towards the semifinals as of now. Welt as well with 49 points. They've made it. Inimicals, they can still make it. They just need 10 more points.
Oh boy, what a run it has been. What a bounce back for Revenant X-Spark as well. But it's sad to say for Genesis as they are getting pinned here by Tenzin. A solo player here from Firo. As Hunters finally finds a little bit of room to actually push up here, but they've lost so much utilities and vehicles. But Hunters, he has 609 5.56 ammo. What do you do with that much ammunition?
Yeah, that's a good question. Maybe Hunters, he just wants to mow down the entirety of the lawn?
Well,
he's got a few death crates available around him, so I guess he's just constantly swapping out. Not sure. Maybe he's also hoarding the ammo for his teammates. Tencent Esports spotted a little bit in the far fray. Firo, the man, wants to reposition, but the blue is constantly on the move, and he's also quite exposed. He's now prone down, eventually gets spotted, and that's going to be the nail in the coffin from the side of Gods for Reason in the sidelines. Genesis Esports, it's not the best possible position to be in, but even they need to find a breaching point inside of the circle now, and Walt Esports, they're going to be in the way.
Oh boy, such a tough battle here. Genesis, they need a big game in order to do so. Viper getting knocked by Welt. They might just deny them the chance for semifinals right here, right now, and with the zone pushing in. Welt has got them completely locked down. Goku, as a solo man front runner trying to block them, needs to back out, but he's bought enough time because as of yet, Welt has been pushed into the zone while Genesis Esports is being gate-kept as of yet. Not a good sight here for Genesis. They need 44 points minimum to barely qualify as of yet to the semifinals.
There we go. One of the men from the side of Genesis Esports running low on ammo. That's going to be Zap. And that's when you can see his teammate Hunters actually dropping a bit of that stack as well. So yeah, Hunters is the man who's hoarding the ammunition for his teammates. And now look at Genesis Esports. What a knock that was!
Wow.
Desperately needed that one too. Walt Esports losing out on Goku as of now in the fight. For Genesis now, just want to go for the reset, patch themselves up, get back in top-notch form. These shots, too deadly from Proton. Actually finding those connections too. Proton as well getting suppressed by that fire. The Blues on the move as well. The backs are right there, and Gravity is on the verge of finding that knock as well. Proton gets knocked out. Welt Esports, they're getting dismantled systematically as Genesis Esports, they're on the verge of clinching their fists and winning this fight.
Oh, what a comeback it is. They found the opener. Now they are going to be pushing in as well. The floodgates is available, but at the same time, the zone is ticking. Hunters is down. Force for Reason has been hearing all these commotions, and they want to take a shot at this as well. Meanwhile, Goku pretty much knocked out, pretty much claimed for points here, as Genesis is going to be able to find those points, and only Shyam is the last man standing here from Welt to try and defend, but they're technically inside the semifinals here with 49 points, because as of yet, the points to beat is 44 to make it into the semifinals, and there's only 2 slots available. Inimicals and Genesis is the closest to it as of yet. And now Schwam is going to try and make a run for it. He finally goes down, and Genesis finds another point in the back.
Oh my god, what a comeback it's been from the side of Genesis Esports. From being pinned down outside of the circle, actually winning that duel against Welt Esports, and now T7 Esports against Revenant X-Park on the verge of actually winning the fight as well, and T7 Esports wiping out Revenant X-Park. But I guess they've done enough. 51 points in the overall standings, Revenant X-Park. They are going to be moving on.
Oh, it's such a close battle here, but T7 Esports, this is going to be a very, very important round here for T7 Esports to qualify for the semifinals. It is very possible, and only a chicken dinner and almost the entirety of this lobby will give them that shot. As Gods for a Reason fighting for survival in the wildcard stages with 30 points. They need a little bit more to survive, and T7 may be the entry ticket for them into the wildcards.
T7 Esports now looking to split themselves a little bit more apart because they know one single nade can actually put an end to their story. T7 Esports just wants to secure as many points as they can before getting taken down. They just want to secure that slot towards the wild cards. That's it. Do not even want to move on towards the semis. But Gods for a Reason, they move it in tandem and eliminating that last man of T7 Esports. T7 Esports, they've managed to acquire 32 points, and I think they've done it too.
Oh my goodness, that's so close, but you might be right. T7 might be able to make it to the wildcards, but God for a Reason, they also overtake them, so they should be in the wildcard stages themselves, unless Ruffian and 4TR decides to shake things up. In this case, Ruffian versus 4TR, paying his life is down. The qualifications on the line here. It's going to be a tough battle, but Genesis Esports is hungry for those points. They're 2 points away from barely making it in towards the top 16. And with placement points in play, it's now or never for Genesis Esports for the semifinals. They just need about 3 to 4 points. And they should be set. But at the expense of 4TR official and Ruffian's qualifications for the wildcards.
Oh my god, Genesis Esports. Still their head's going to be on the swivel. 42 points in the overall tally. Genesis needs a few more. Making it to the top 7, also getting a few placement points, but a few is not going to matter. Once again, the zone's on the move. It's going to be shrinking down even more. The man's too exposed. Shots were taken. is live. He's going to find that nail in the coffin. 4TR winning that duel, but they're also taking too much hurt upon themselves. 25 points in the overall standings. 4TR, all the 4 players, all the 3 players actually, they need to stay alive till the final few moments. Shub taking those shots in the front lines. He was able to do a lot of chip damage, but the return is not there yet. Even Z-God gets knocked out. 4TR is falling apart.
This might be over for them. Meanwhile, this entire scuffle, just a complete bloodbath. And now Inimico is also going down to 4 Wolves, as 4 Wolves actually denies them a chance to make it into the semifinals. And we will see Inimicos in the wildcard stages potentially. And 4 Wolves now, Immortal, last man standing, looking to try and devour all those points to try and deny teams from making through. Cyrus with a shot coming through, drops him down low. Orb, qualifying for wildcards, is within reach, pretty much done so already. And with this nade, confirms it for Orb into the wildcard stages.
Yeah, Orb. 3 elimination points secured so far in this game. And if they do want a shot towards the semis, they need all the elimination points right now in the lobby. And it is doable, very doable. They just need 10 elimination points in total with a chicken dinner, and Orb has done the job. It is very doable. There's Gods for a reason right underneath Orb, and if Orb wants, they can apply a bit more of that pressure. Keep on tossing those utilities, but instead Probot, he's taking too much damage upon himself. Genesis is taking those shots. You've also got 4TR from the sidelines, constantly applying that pressure. Where do you go?
The only team that is in jeopardy right now is Gods for a reason. 4TR official is pretty much the only team in jeopardy from being eliminated. Everybody else is pretty much safe in towards the wild cards, but for Genesis, it's all about semifinals, and this chicken dinner will make it happen for them. It's gonna be a tough one. Will they devour those points? Is gonna be the question. It's anyone's game now. It's Gods for a reason now. Stuck on the cusp, on the sides here. And 4TR pretty much caught out in the open. Orb is the one to get the knock, and now Gravity is looking to try and snatch up those points.
Where is he shooting? Why was he not shooting on the player? Yeah, I mean, elimination point actually getting stolen away by ORB. They were desperate for those points, and they're also going to be saying thank you to Genesis Esports. For some reason, the man from Genesis, he wasn't shooting on top of that person. Maybe a bit of an issue going on with that person, but as of now for ORB, with all the 4 men standing, man, it's a 4-on-4-on-4 situation. Genesis Esports, what a knock it is, a clean one too. Finding that perfect knock against that man of Orb. And now look at Viper, he's just running out in the open. Should have been an easy knock as well. But no, instead he whiffs all those shots. No, ORB, you're supposed to connect those shots. And there we go, Cyrus. He was almost on the verge of finding the knock as well. But he messes up big time. Stunner, he gets the confirmation against Beast from Gods for a reason.
What is that movement from Viper? And now Orb, their backs against the wall. Final 3 teams. Genesis looking for the chicken dinner. They clean out Spirit. They clean out Probot. Genesis is here to party. And if they win the chicken dinner, they are in the semifinals. And technically, Genesis now on a dominating streak. And they will be able to do so. Final 2 teams. And another pick here from Genesis Esports.
Yeah, but the trades do happen back and forth. Gravity's knocked out as well. It's not looking good for anyone as of now. Even ORB can still bounce back in the fight. But the moment I say so, now for ORB, it was just that one last man standing. And it will be Genesis Esports securing a massive chicken dinner. And with that, they also secure a slot towards the semifinals of the BGIS 2026.
What a bounce back coming in from Genesis Esports. What a bounce back it is, because for them to qualify in the semifinals, they needed this chicken dinner, and they were able to do so. What a performance. And what was that fight between them and World Esports? That was insane stuff coming from Genesis.
Yeah, for World Esports, they pretty much got the amount of points they needed in the previous game itself. They put the icing on top of the cake in this game. Speaking of when got Esports, they could have stood a chance to qualify as well, just like Genesis Esports, but they messed things up big time. Gods for a reason, they were fighting for that slot towards the wild card, and I guess it's time for us to welcome them towards wild card as well.
Oh, it's going to be close as well. We have to see the official standings. It might change, but you might be right. But it's sad to say for 4TR, the only way they could have qualified is from a chicken dinner. And with only 2 finishes from this game, they do not have enough points to qualify for the wildcard. Unfortunately to say, we have to say goodbye to them.
Yeah, but ORB's definitely made it, that's for sure, since they had a lot of points, and even a few elimination points did come through in the final few moments. For Genesis Esports, it was a massive performance, and with this performance, that's also going to be the nail in the coffin, and a slot confirmed towards the semifinals of the BGIS 2026. Zap was doing pretty good, Hunters as well, getting 6 finish points, Viper, Gravity. Usually it's Viper who does do a lot better, but this time it's Hunters and Zap stepping things up.
Hey, he was the biggest bait out in the open road as well, because he was moving like a ninja, could not take a shot. Orb could not take him down, and he was the reason why everybody else could sneak up and cross the road and take them all out. So I would say, that's the difference between the T1 team, I would say.
Yeah, pretty much. The experience does come inside of the picture. Know exactly how the team play is supposed to be made when you found yourself in a real bad spot. And speaking of Warp, look, that knock should have actually came through. Yep. It's not even a question. He just whiffed straight up, and that's why the man from the side of Genesis Esports got a second shot. At the moment they got the second shot, Genesis Esports did not whiff.
Hey, for all things considered, if that was an M4, he would have hit that shot. DP recall is just a little bit weird. It's super weird to control.
He did have the M4, but he was just suppressed. So M4 suppressed without a compensator, it is always going to be a bit tougher to actually control the recall. But still, it was a whiff. A whiff is a whiff. It does not matter.
Yeah.
But we still had a few more concerning names like Team Doxy. Altitude, I don't think they're going to be making it. No. It's not even a question.
No, unfortunately.
Have Team Doxy made it? I don't think they have made it.
No. It's not enough. Like the minimum points as of yet was like 30 points-ish. Barely at the border mark as well. And for the semifinals, it was like way past 44 points.
But Myth, though, have they made it?
Myth, wow, that's actually pretty close. That's actually pretty close because Myth is at the bottom of the tiebreakers between all the other teams on 30. But the only way they qualified was that every single team in the bottom get kicked out.
Oh, then Myth is out.
So I think Myth may or may not qualify, but we have to wait for the official results. But
because
like
Gods for Reason overtook Myth, so I think Myth is pretty much out. But you know what? Enough talks about teams. Now it's time for us to talk about the individual players. So the MVP for that previous game, it's going to be Hunters. 6 finishes racked up. Look at that damage. 1,006 damage and even 5 knockouts. The conversion rate's incredible. For Genesis Esports, it was the game they were looking for since the start, but it actually did come through pretty late.
This was an insane run coming from Genesis as well. They were so far away from the semifinals in particular. But we also have to give props towards Reverend X Spark because technically their shot of the semifinals was in the fates of altitude and for Punk to clutch things being timed and then also converting even more points throughout the middle stages of the game. And now, in this case, they will be joining Genesis into the semifinals as well.
Yeah, the crazy part is we've got 4 teams from this particular group itself actually crossing towards the semifinals, which is insane if you think about it. Welts Esports, then you've also got Revenant X Spark, Genesis Esports, and even 4 Wolves DOD. They have successfully qualified. Now, I really want to find out who has been kicked outside of the top 16.
I think Welt is exactly on 15 or 16 after this game here. But
okay.
I don't know. I might be wrong here, but let's take a look at the overall standings here. As of yet, the top 16... Okay, I thought this was the overall standing here. So this is the top 16 overall points from this group only. For a second, I thought, wait a minute, BFA is on top 16?
Yeah, I mean, these overall standings don't even matter because at this point, all the games are done. So we knew that 4 Wolves is going to be on top. Genesis on the second with 59 points. Revenant X Spark with 51. Welts on 49. That's going to be a concern.
From this group onwards here, the bottom 5 is pretty much eliminated here. So 4TR, Altitude, Ruffian, Doxy, and BFA is pretty much out of the race. For the qualification here, Myth was the borderline before this match actually began. So 30 points was exactly where they needed to be, and they are currently in 30 points, but they may lose out in a little bit of tiebreaker. You might be right as well, but we have to wait for the official result. Gods for a Reason with 36 points in total. That means they are through into the wildcard stages. Welt at 49, they are through for the semifinals. Revenant X Pac also through. Genesis also through. 4 Wolves also through. That means Learn from Past should be able to hold on to top 16, I think. They will 44 points.
Technically, they should be. I mean, these overall standings just tell me one thing. Look at even on the teams on the latter half of the board, right? For a moment, we thought that Tenzin can actually make it towards the semifinals, but even though Tenzin had 35 points, they're still on the latter half of the board, which is crazy if you think about it, because now since Tenzin is on the latter half of the board, it tells us that in the overall standings of the quarterfinals, even the cutoff for the wild card has risen up by quite a lot.
Yeah, it should be at 31-32, I think, but we have to wait for the official results here. But again, there is going to be a lot of tiebreakers down below here. But what I'm sure is that on the cutoff for the top 16 is going to be a huge gap. So I think 49, I think Learn From Past barely made it with 44 points. I think so. I might be wrong, but again, I did tell you as well, before this game, 42 points was the points to beat. We had two teams coming up as well. Learn From Past pretty much getting pushed down. And after Learn From Past, the gap is 44 points, is Welt, which is 48 points. And now they just got 49. So I don't think anybody else overtook Welt from this game.
I'm pretty sure there were too many unexpected entries from this group particularly, right? And I guess 4 Wolves X DOD was already the X factor that came through from this entire group. None of us thought that 4 Wolves DOD could actually do this good. And we've got the overall standings of the quarterfinals. Learn From Past. Oh my god, 44 is actually the cutoff. Welt is on the 15th with 49. Revenant X Park is on 51. Wild Fangs is on 52. Godlike as well with 56. Pretty much safe. Now, looking at Mad Kings, these names have definitely impressed us. OG already made it in the past games. 4 Wolves DOD with that amazing performance. They placed themselves on the 5th. And Genesis Esports, look at that catapult. 59 points on the 8th spot.
Ladies and gentlemen, here, these are your top 16 teams out of all 4 groups. This is the best of the best that are going to be heading into the semifinals, and Learn From Past is going to be the cutoff here with 44 points. Welt, in one game, qualifies from the, I would say, the elimination zone. One game, 30 points, comes in, swings with 48 points. In that last game, they only got 1 point and made it to the semifinals. This is just insane leap here from Welt Esports.
These are your semi-finalists for the BGIS 2026. And now, having a look at the teams from the wildcards. You're also going to have I&I, Kalinga Esports. So many big names over here too. Nebula, True Rippers. Who would have thought that True Rippers, K9, Phoenix, Wingod are not going to be able to make it? Such big surprises.
Yeah, it came down towards the final match as well. And for Orb, the only way they made it towards the semi-finals was if they gotten the chicken dinner away from Genesis. So that way, both teams will qualify and Learn From Past gets kicked out. Meanwhile, for Inimicals, they needed like 1 or 2 points here, maybe even a tiebreaker to actually beat Learn From Past, which unfortunately to say, they were taken out rather early here. A very, very sad ending here for Inimicals as well, despite chicken dinner today itself. But let's take a look at the last page here. Who has been eliminated? Is Myth safe? Ladies and gentlemen, they are safe.
Myth, Lastari, H4K tied up with each other. 30 points is going to be the cutoff for the wildcards. And Myth, I'm pretty sure they're sweating right now. But look at all those names on the latter half. Rising Esports, Team Alpha, eliminated. Rapid Chaos Esports, Esports Social.
Oh my goodness.
Luck is not going to be with you anymore. And then AX as well, eliminated from this tournament. Big names taken care of. Their journey will not continue in the BGIS 2026.
Oh my goodness, this is such a tricky spot to be in here, especially for Team Alpha as well. They were just 1 point away, and even that, it came down towards a tiebreaker. 30 points is the points to be at to be safe to qualify, but this is just too close. Myth. I thought they were out from the second, but let's take a look at the other teams as well. Even for Altitude as well, who's out for 25 points. Oshani is out, Ruffian, Aura, Doxy. Oh my goodness. Sun God Nika is out. Team Oops, Vatra, everybody's out.
You gotta feel bad for Autobots though, man.
That's the biggest oof for me.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta really feel bad for Autobots. They were doing so good too, but you know what? It's a conversation we're not really supposed to bring up. Empire Official, today's day was pretty much a blunder as well. 5 Comets VST. I think even for them, things were different.
I think out of all the 64 teams, the biggest blunder has to be God's Reign. In 6 matches, 15 points, they could not make it. That's just really, really unfortunate. But now, with that being said, all the matches has been played. Let's talk about the tournament MVP from this round itself. It has to be Hunters with 17 finishes in total, 3,425 damage. Slightly a little bit above Joker, but Joker does have 18 finishes.
Yeah, I mean, Joker, he is a man that is going to be quite consistent. Speaking of Hunters too, even he has been really consistent. It's not even a question. Golden as well coming through from Wild Fangs. Then you've got Proton now from Worlds finally making that entrance. This game was definitely needed for Proton to be there in the tournament MVP list. And then Trace coming through from Revenant X Park as well, just barely making it inside of the top 5. Now let's move on towards the best IGLs. I do want to find out, is Punk going to be there? Maybe not, maybe yes. Aiden, you've got Mr. IGL, Moksh, then you've also got Balu from DOD and Shadow from Evox.
Okay, Evox is the table topper out of the entire overall standings with a total of 70 points. So it is undeniably going to be going to a Shadow here from Evox. Balu from 4Wolves as well. This past 6 games, yesterday and today, has been very, very consistent from 4Wolves in particular. And so far, look at this. 5 top 5s. So that means out of 6 games, they've made it into the top 5 every single game. So could you really beat that? Well, only Shadow did.
Yeah, I mean, Evox's consistency was unbeatable. Mr. iShield 2 from Team Tamalas. One thing is for sure, we have seen a lot of improvement on an individual level coming through from the entirety of Team Tamalas. If you look at their past in 2024, 2025, Team Tamalas' performance was down the drain every single time. They were on a major dip. But now, this time in 2026, we're seeing them play so good.
Exactly, but at the same time as well, the top two from the IGLs as well has not gotten a single chicken dinner in the past 6 matches as well. You know what it reminds me of? He reminds me of 3 years ago what happened with Gladiators, where they lifted a trophy without chicken.
I mean, look, at this point, God's Reign, I just don't even want to talk about them. They're just done for, man. It's done, right? The trophy magnet is actually working the opposite way. Instead, now he's repelling them, so that's a different story. But speaking of teams like Autobots, another big names that we're really expected to see there in the future, maybe making it towards the wildcards, towards the LAN semifinals. That's not going to be happening. So many big names were eliminated in general. It is definitely a major heartbreak, but I hope you guys entertained. You guys enjoyed all the games that happened today. With that being said, the day comes to an end. That's going to be for me and IC. We'll see you guys in the wildcards. It's going to be deadly.